1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello, Diplomacy fans, and welcome to DBN's coverage of the 2026 Melbourne Open. I am Brandon Fogel, host of tonight's broadcast, coming to you with Gameday Live. I am joined by two auspicious guests, Michalis Kamaritis. Michalis, welcome from across the pond.
Hello, pleasure to be here.
And Katie Gray, welcome from across the continent.
Great, thanks.
So we're recording this. I am in Chicago. Michalis is in England, and Katie is in New Mexico. And we collectively are covering a tournament that happened on the other side of the world from all three of us in Melbourne, Australia. This is the Melbourne Open. It's one of the bigger tournaments in Australia, which is saying something because they have big tournaments down there. This, in its recent incarnation, has been covered twice on DBN in 2024, won by Jamal Bakharli, and in 2025, won by Tianyu Sun. The Melbourne Open is a tournament that had happened many times previously, and the tournament director has informed us, tournament director is Robert Hillier, has informed us that two other previous champions are playing at this event, Andrew Goff, who won in 2008, and Peter McNamara, who won in 2016. So in a little bit, I'll show you the rest of the field, but that's already a taste of what's to come. Michalis and Katie, neither of you have played a tournament in Australia. Am I right about that?
Correct.
All right. But you have played with lots of Australians and you've covered lots of Australian tournaments. Do you guys have any thoughts about what sort of play we might see, how that play might differ from the play in other parts of the world? Michalis, we'll start with you.
Western triples.
Yeah.
But aside from that, there is something that I've noticed on basically every Australian broadcast I've done in fleet Sevastopol going to Romania. And in the rest of the world, this is seen as a pretty anti-Turkish move and something that's like very pro-AR. But in Australia, it seems to be sort of the default. And a lot of the time, it turns into a juggernaut anyway. So it's sort of a recurring facet of their play that I've seen across numerous tournaments now.
The Western triple thing is funny, or at least it looks funny to us. It is just a hot thing down there, isn't it? Katie, Katie, you've played with lots of Australians at this point. They've been extremely good about coming to other parts of the world to play. Do you have any thoughts about the Australian hobby in its current form?
I mean, I think in the past couple of years, it's really taken off. I think that's really exciting. I think there's a lot of different kinds of players, and I like to clown on the West. We all like to clown on the Western triples and the Australians playing, but they really have a lot of different sort of types of players. I would say a lot of them will just kind of do goofy stuff for fun, which can be fun if you like that, can be frustrating if you don't, but they just have people who are willing to just throw out the book and do what they want. So it can make for some really interesting game states. So I'm kind of excited to see what they got up to last weekend. So
they have a lot of new players as well who've come into the hobby over the last several years. They've been the organizers down there have been really adept at getting new players in and growing the size of the hobby. And they are watching us on DBN, so hopefully we'll have a good audience for this. We've mentioned three of the sort of the biggest names of the Australian hobby: Andrew Goff, Peter McNamara, and Jamal Bukarli. They are joined, and here are the top 10 according to last season's DBNI rankings by these players. So there we have Jamal and Andrew, who had really good seasons last year. Finished second and third in the final standings. Neither of them made the championship game, however, so they had slightly disappointing DBNIs for them. Followed up closely by them, we got 4 more players in the top 10 here. So the 6 of the top 10 were Australian, and they're all here. Zoe Cameron in 5th, someone who's made a quick name for herself: Shane Armstrong, Darcy Morris, Tianyu Sun. And then we have DBN's own Brandon Austin, who, that 11 ranking is pretty high, but I think if we were making a list of the top players on the tour right now, Brandon would probably be higher than that. He made the championship game, didn't win. And then we have Max Wanji Banks, who also made the championship game, followed closely by Peter McNamara, 2-time DBNI champ, and then Claire Bradbury as well. So looking at this list of familiar and accomplished names, Katie, we'll start with you. Any thoughts about what you might be looking for, out of these players, or how you think other players might sort of view a field with these kinds of names in it?
I mean, there's a lot of standout names in here, which is kind of good for them. It's not like you have the one world champion and then they have a target on their back. Like you said, all of these players are very competent, very capable, very proven. They're all good players. I do just have to say that Max is the coolest guy in the world, and I just have to say that, and we'll just stop there.
McCullis.
I'm interested to see that there's a sort of like friendly little rivalry in Australia between the Canberra players and the Melbourne players, and both hobbies are very big and contain lots of these names, and you have representatives from both right at the top there. You have like Zoe and Andrew, who are from the Melbourne hobby, and then Jamal and Brandon, Claire, Darcy, all from Canberra. So it'll be interesting to see whether there are any sort of like little friendships between those sides, and people try to hope that their city is the one that claims this title. That will be something I'm keeping an eye on. And I'm going to pick Shane Armstrong, bit of a dark horse. He's been winning a lot of events lately and sort of coasting under the radar. He's maybe not quite as big a name as Jamal, Andrew, Peter, but Shane's been converting the opportunities when they arise, and it'd be cool to see if we can do it again here.
All right, we'll look out for that as we move along. One thing that sticks out when you look at the screen here is Darcy Morris's 74 boards in last season's DBNI qualification. Significantly higher than the next closest on the list, which is Claire Bradbury at 38. He's just an Iron Man, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a little overrated, I'd probably say.
Ooh.
No, I'm just kidding. Darcy loves to say everybody's overrated, so it's all said with love.
Darcy is quantity, not quality. That's his motto.
Well, he did ride those 74 boards to a number 7 seed in the DBNI. So well done, Darcy. All right, we have a lot of games to cover. There were 5 boards per round here, and we are going to at least touch on all of them. We're going to cover many of them in sort of very rapid summary form. Before we do, though, we do have to talk about the way that the games were scored, and this is according to the Summer Sun system, which I have also heard called the Southern Sun system. And McCullis, you know a little something about this, don't you?
Yeah, so anyone who's played the Rank Classic scoring system that they use in VDC and Summer Classic now will be sort of familiar with the general rule of this scoring system, where there's ranked base points, which is the Fibonacci sequence times 10 in this specific system. So if you know the Fibonacci sequence off the top of the head, you can work out how many rank points that is. If you don't, it's something like 10, 10, 20, other numbers.
Just add the numbers. The previous numbers.
Okay.
So 1 and 1 is 2, plus 1 is 3, plus 2 is 5, 7.
See, and we have the maths genius here to explain that for me. And then alongside that, you get 10 points. 10 points per supply center and 30 points for being alive. So essentially, more supply centers good, higher rank good, and that's what you're aiming for.
And just really quickly, the adjustment from a sort of linear rank bonus to a Fibonacci rank bonus shifts more of the value to the higher places, right? First, second, and third in this system get a lot more bonus than they would, a lot higher percentage of the bonus than they would in the linear system that you used for Rank Classic. Is that right?
I don't use a linear system in Rank Classic. I just picked numbers arbitrarily because I'm not a maths genius and I like to do things based on vibes and feel. But I think basically first place gets a lot more points than second, but not necessarily as many as in my system. I think
I
first
see.
gets like 150 or something. And yeah. I think it's more sort of 50-50 your score comes from rank and supply centers in this one, whereas mine is more leaning towards 60-40.
Got it. And what I took away from that is that you prefer arbitrary exercises of power to mathematical simplicity.
100%. Or should I say 101%?
There you go. Excellent. Excellent. All right. With that, why don't we head on over to the first game? And this is one we are going to cover in our rapid summary fashion. These game names were handed to me, and I don't know what they are, and no one explained them to me. So we're just going to, if you guys recognize any of them, like what this is, Unarimin, then please say so. In this game, we have Austria being played by Tristan Barrett, England by Arden Goff, France, Max North, Germany, Tianyu Sun, Italy, Peter McNamara, Russia, Connor Muirhead, and Turkey, Zoe Cameron. And McCallus, you got some intel about Max North that you would want to share with us. Is that right?
Max is another one of the up-and-coming wonder kids of the hobby. I know there's a couple in America. We got Liam Bennett. We have in Europe, we have Nathan Lester. And here in Australia, they have Max North. So someone to keep an eye on for many a year to come.
Good. Max is a really young guy, not even in high school, I believe, and playing with adults multiple times his age. So worth keeping in mind as we go through the game. And here are the orders. And you know what? Let me verify this is one that we're covering in rapid fashion. It is. Okay. All right, so here are the orders for spring of 1901, and we're going to figure out how to do this rapid fashion as we go. Let's see, why don't we flip through the game, and if you guys see something that you want to comment on, just shout it out. So here are the moves for spring of 01. Nothing stands out, so we'll move into fall of 01. And
Standard everywhere.
Yeah, here's how things end up in winter 1901. Yeah, nothing really stands out. So let's move on to spring of 1902.
I think the fleet build in Brest and nothing in London was exciting.
Yeah, I think it's clear where France is going, and
yeah,
it's being followed up here. Germany is for some reason in Bohemia to prop Austria up, which is a bit unusual.
And self-bouncing in Helgoland. Sweden to Bothnia is interesting. Let's see. It just goes right back. What do you got?
The convoy to Wales. That could have been blocked by that army in Yorkshire. So that's a little bit of a maybe a bummer if you're England, but a really great success for Max.
Yeah. Spain holding is interesting as well. And Max again is the young one. So spring of 1903, we see England guessing wrong with Yorkshire here.
Germany gets in on it, goes to North.
Peter McNamara rolling back the years to go adventuring with that Italian army up in Silesia. This is something from the late 90s and 2000s.
All right, winter 1903, we see England, picking the poison. Does Max North gives Belgium to Tianyu Sun, so that's why Max doesn't get a build here. And Tianyu builds an army, interestingly. Let's see how that works out.
I think that's probably what you want if you're Max at this point. Like, Germany doesn't need more armies, more fleets to finish England off.
Yeah, and with Italy and having two armies down there.
There's been some fighting over Bulgaria, but not a lot of other progress.
I mean, the East in this game is really doing a whole lot of nothing while the West cleans up, and that doesn't tend to end well for anyone who's in the East.
So Max moves into the south here, builds another fleet down there, and gets a fleet rebuild from Peter McNamara. So here we have one of the most accomplished player on the board being targeted by the youngest player on the board. Let's see how that works out.
Well, as we know, they all say in Australia that Peter's overrated. So you see here in 05, Peter being beaten tactically because he's overrated.
If only Peter knew how to do tactics.
Yeah. Well, we should point out Russia just convoyed into Ankara, which is quite significant. And is someone in the East has decided that actually they do want to do something, and that something is stay allied to FG and just go as full FGR, which fair enough. It'd be quite a fun alliance.
Army build in Moscow, interesting.
Matt's building Fleet Marseille is a little dangerous here. There's nothing that stops Tianyu walking to Paris. Tianyu has a very big stab if he wants it.
Let's see if Tianyu does not want it currently. And what happens here around Constantinople? Austria.
So it's because Greece gets cut by the French fleet, it doesn't brace, and Russia gets in and gets to backfill Bulgaria. So a very kind cut on Greece there from Matt, helping ensure Connor gets 2 builds in the east.
I think we missed also Ionian taking Naples, by the way, causing Peter to have to focus on blowing up that fleet. Katie, you were about to say something?
I'm just wondering where those German fleets are going.
Yeah, I'd be wondering that if I'm Connor or Matt, to be honest, because they can go either way.
But here's the thing, Connor is getting 2 builds here. So
yep. South Coast. Oh.
Yeah, seriously. Not even a fleet. Come on, Connor.
No, he's got a good position.
Yeah.
I like Max going back to Gaston here. This is very smart. He's seen the danger from Tianyu, and now that danger is not really there. So good play.
And picking up Naples and Greece, if you can hold on to them.
I mean, I like that too, but those moves are just nice, and everyone will see the 2 shiny dots. But I actually think covering Gaston is maybe more important than either of them.
So everyone can see that, Katie. You're not helpful. Great. Heard.
These games are year limited, by the way. What's that?
I just said focus on Destiny. It's clearly the key move. Nothing else matters.
So these games are year limited, by the way, although the year ends up changing for each what do you call it, for each round, and it's announced at the beginning of the round. So I believe that it was 1908 for this round. So the players would know that this game is possibly coming to a close either here or in the next year. So, oh goodness. Katie, talk us through what happens to Max North here.
I think the only thing that matters is Gascony goes to Marseille, right? No, so he gets supported into Bulgaria and does backfill Greece and keeps Naples. So I think this is Tristan saying, you know what, Connor, I don't appreciate you fighting me all game. I'm going to help Max top this board and not you.
Yep.
I suspect this was also... They might have been getting a little bit scared of the Russian position on this board. If Russia kept Bulgaria and Austria was in a mood to punish people who've been attacking him, it's not impossible you can put 18 dots together there in 1 year.
All right, well, in winter 1907, so the game does continue through 1908. So Connor's not totally done yet, actually. Picks up Serbia here, but loses Sweden. And we also have in the north, Tianyu Sun making a move on Max. So Max, who took the lead there,
This looks a lot like an 11-11-11-1.
It's a Fogel. What is the implication
in honor of our host?
Wow. Okay, so this is how it ends. It's not hard to find opportunities for a different result here. Like Tianyu, had Tianyu not gone to Clyde here, could have taken Norway, or just could have taken Liverpool as well. How do you guys feel about this result, real quick?
I mean, it's the
round
first
1
round
and
of a
4-round tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the first round of the tournament. You're having a good game with your allies, and there's no large reason to stab based on the score. It actually does make a lot of sense.
All right, that is the first game. No one gets a congratulations here, so we'll just move right on. Round 1, board 2 finds Casey McAllister in Austria, Stephen Kumar in England, Robert Chatterton in France, Shane Armstrong in Germany, Cooper Lake in Italy, Soham Shindi in Russia, and Wesley Chan in Turkey. All right, here is how this game begins. Spring of 1901. Give you a second to get acquainted with these moves.
Actual bounce in Piedmont, which seems to be becoming more of a thing nowadays, and I really, really hate it if I'm France, because one of these days Italy isn't going to put the bounce in, and France is going to look like a complete idiot.
But it's fun to have that in the out in the air, isn't it, as a possibility?
This may well be why I'm bringing it up.
Indeed.
Go on, someone do it. Follow it through.
Fall of 1901.
I think that's a bit more standard. Although it
everyone's
does look like Italy is actually going west.
Well, probably because everyone in the East is like, guys, it's going to be Western Triple.
And
Valid.
everybody in the West wants England to have Belgium for now.
Now,
All right.
Those are not Western Triple builds from England.
yeah, nice. Good for you, Stephen.
I think, yeah, this isn't looking great for France. This looks like a full-on EGI against them.
Yeah.
Moving along, fall of 1902.
Oof.
Oh, good.
A quick on
yeah.
Italy's part, I didn't actually notice Cooper sneaking into Marseille, and then the follow into Spain is just really brutal. And what a great start for how often is that kind of move west like rewarded for Italy like that? Like that's pretty impressive. Like that's really fast.
Yeah, and it's not just the getting of the dot, it's the position as well. It's Piedmont, Lyon, Western Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm.
Although for their trouble, France does not disband North Africa.
And the problem with doing this, of going everything west, is you're just leaving Austria to deal with RT. And if RT are together and Austria loses that fight because RT are together, then you can end up with a very big Turkey who you've not made any sort of friends with, a pissed off Austria who you've made not really any sort of friends with, and your eastern border can be quite problematic. But at the moment, it looks like AT are still fighting each other, although convoy to Sev could be the change there.
Yeah, I will say, even if Austria's not getting killed, if I'm supposed to be allied with somebody, they're not helping me at all. Like that's a pretty frustrating situation. You don't really build any kind of loyalty with that.
It's a lot easier to convince Austria to become the tip of the spear in that sort of argument where you're like, well, what's Italy done to help you?
Mm-hmm.
So we do have Sevastopol moving out into Burgundy, to Romania. Goodness. So that was presumably, the convoy was presumably to cover Sevastopol from a unit slipping in there.
Potential hostile support on Tunis. France supports Austria in, which could have been arranged. Could be France suspecting that the two of them were going to bounce there.
Yeah, so Italy's down one, right? Loses Spain, but gains Marseille and loses Tunis. So, all right, you can see early quick success, but no guarantees of anything.
And we also had England supporting Spain into Western Mediterranean, so we have a Janissary situation now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's looking like Turkey will be the big player from the east in this game.
All right, we'll keep moving forward here now that the alliance structure appears to be straightforward. We
can't leave Portugal.
You'd rather keep Portugal here?
It probably doesn't matter since it's an army, but yeah, I feel like in general, if you're in Portugal, just keep it, just stay there, because it's really hard to take. Like you have to put 2 units next to it that can be tapped from anywhere. I don't know. You have more options with Spain, I feel like.
The amount of times we've covered games where people have passed up on Portugal and it's come back to bite them is quite a lot on this channel, and a lot of the time it's been in really big games. As Katie says, with an army this time, maybe not as significant. It's not as out of the way to put the army in later, whereas putting a fleet in, you really it costs you so much momentum if you're doing it a year or two down the line.
So here we have just the alliances moving forward. Austria and Italy have obviously fallen apart here, and now Austria just seems to be getting sandwiched. Nice little convoy from England, but it's EGI against something in the east. I'm sorry, EG with France as the Janissary. All right, so at this point, we have in spring of 1906, Germany and England are the dominant force on the board. Germany's at 9, England's at 8, but has Portugal in hand if they want it.
It's interesting that neither England or Germany's have really gone out of their way to try and put armies to pressure Russia. Germany's finally doing it now, putting 2 next to Warsaw, but there's been no attempt by England to go and get a convoy over to St. Petersburg, and no real attempt to convoy to Livonia either.
England drops 3 units down here. I guess one of them was a rebuild, or maybe a wave from previous. We didn't see that. Picks up 2 units, is now taking the lead, and so now it's first round of the tournament. Is there going to be an arranged draw between the 2 of them so that they tie?
I think not pressuring Russia makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, Turkey's the one who will gain the most. I think you can spend all your units trying to take Warsaw.
They flipped Russia, so they earned Russian loyalty by not doing it, right? Russia just put Germany into Trieste and has gone and taken Ankara.
And so that enables England and Germany to finish the game tied at 10 apiece. How do you guys feel about that result?
It's a pretty nice EG.
Yeah,
I like it.
Nice EG. First round of the tournament, you've probably not made any real enemies. You managed to, even the person you attacked at the start of the game, you ended up convincing to be on your side as a Janissary, so you've probably not upset anyone.
All right, but you've also ended up with, what's probably a mediocre score. So we will not congratulate Stephen and Shane for tying, but we will turn to round 1, game 4, which we will also cover in rapid fashion now that we're in the mood for it. We'll just keep on going with it. This finds Lin Chia in Austria, Victor Tan in England, both of whom are new to the database, by the way. Stuart Barton in France, Alan Thompson in Germany, that guy Darcy Morris in Italy, Aito Stukas, hopefully I'm saying that name correctly, also new to the database, and in Turkey we have Alex Cunning. All right, let's dive right into this one and see how it goes. Here is spring of 1901. Anything jump out that you guys want to mention?
I've got to mention my obligatory catchphrase when I see Vienna to Budapest, that it's got the highest Austrian top share and the highest Austrian elimination rate. It either works or it goes horribly wrong.
All right. Well, they've gotten away with Galicia and Trieste both being unoccupied. Fall of 1901. France picks up 3, and we have the hardcore England.
This looks like a Western triple. Those are very Western triple moves from England.
Yeah.
And Germany bouncing Sweden as well.
Yeah.
All right.
France hasn't committed, but the other 2 have.
And France got 3 builds out of that, right? So if you can be in a Western triple as France with 3 builds in 01, that's not too bad.
France is still not committing.
And
that'll be what?
I mean,
Stuart.
I think you can't say that France didn't commit here.
France has not. I mean, I think England and Germany possibly should have sensed this was coming. Like, if France is going into the med in a Western triple, the thing they're not going to do is give Italy time to go and kill Turkey first. And given that that's what France was essentially permitting, that should set some warning bells going off in your head that they're probably not actually going to go into the med.
I mean, Germany building a fleet here makes you think that maybe they're on board with attacking England. A little late to the party, but if they really wanted to stick on England's side, they probably would have built an army. I also want to say I like the nerve that Darcy had to keep going east in the face of what did look like a Western triple in the first year. Just the trust that he had with the French player obviously allowed him to do that, and he picked up Greece, and he's on the Italian, the 5th center for Italy, and we'll see where he goes.
I will also say that Fleet Edinburgh as the English build there is an interesting decision.
Oh, yeah.
maybe didn't notice the fleets and
Yeah. Didn't notice any of the French. I mean, it's obviously a diplomatic pitch. It's look, it's fine. You can pull it back. I don't think it will work.
No, why should it?
Mid-Atlantic staying put is interesting. Let's keep going, see how it works.
Ooh,
Worked out just fine.
did, and a convoy right into Smyrna. Who needs the Lepanto when you can just
Just
you
go
don't
right
need to
in.
go to Syria. Just go right in.
Why
Yeah,
is the fleet
Turkey.
still,
It's just Turkey's on 2 fleets, and one of them's in Ankara. That's why their position is so hopeless defensively.
all right, let's push forward here. So pretty clear. Well, I was going to say pretty clear FG, but maybe just F.
Maybe just F.
But it's 1908 game. Are you really going to pull those fleets now to go down into the Med? Now that Italy's bigger than they were when you first chose not to go into the Med? I don't think
Yeah,
so.
no. All your dots are in the north.
Yeah.
I don't know. Germany is in the lead currently, at least in terms of number of centers.
Hmm?
All right, so
I'm sure Piedmont is going to do well. Okay, Piedmont's going to get Venice as Austria's stabbing Italy. Fair enough. Didn't see that one coming.
It looks like Italy hit Austria in the spring, though in a curious
Although
way.
the supportive move to Tyrolia, I think it may have been both were stabbing each other, right?
So it's definitely not FG versus AI, though it still appears to be FG. And that's how the game ends. Wow.
Since
Yeah, wow.
It makes sense. Say a word about that.
I don't think we've seen it so far in each of the games we covered. Like for the first round, people don't want to stab their ally. FG have been working together. You're getting a pretty good score from this. I mean, like the stab gets you maybe 35, 40 more points, but not a huge amount more. Carry the goodwill, get the banker score. And for Italy and Austria have stabbed each other, but neither of them are getting anything from it, right?
Yeah, from Darcy's perspective in particular, I think it's tricky because you're not going to get Iberia, so there's really no point in doing that. But like stabbing Austria, you have 4 fleets, and the Austrian centers are not takeable by those fleets. It's just like a sort of a no-win situation, and the ability of Austria to support France into Venice is just kind of like the nail in the coffin.
All right. Well, I think a question we're going to have to address later is whether the players at the top taking these draws are making problems for themselves for later in the tournament. But that is an eternal question that we can address later. For now, we're going to keep moving on over to board number 3, which finds Peter McNamara in Austria, Nancy Jin in England, Max Wanji Banks in France, Joshua Crowther in Germany, Andrew Goff in Italy. In Russia, we have Kai Schwemperlin. I hope I'm saying that right. That is
Schwemperlin.
I
will leave you guys to try and pronounce that.
Kai Schwemperlin. That's our best guess. Please let us know, Kai, if we are not saying your name correctly and if we should pronounce it.
We're not.
In Turkey, there's always the chance. There's a puncher's chance. In Turkey, we have Charlie Murphy. And so this is a game where the diplomacy gods have given us Peter McNamara and Andrew Goff in Austria and Italy. So
this means Peter was multi-boarding, right? Because we definitely already seen him once.
That's right. Peter was playing 2 boards, got eliminated on the other one, I believe, by Max North, in fact. All right, so here are spring of 1901 orders, and we'll do McCallus. You'll take the play-by-play for 01, and then Katie will have you give some commentary, and then we'll reverse.
All right. So France is doing the send everything south strategy, wanting to go and take Iberia. This could be quite a good starting set of orders if you're planning on doing a Western triple, where you can go straight into the Med whilst taking Iberia. Elsewhere, nothing especially noteworthy. Turkey does the sort of old-fashioned Smyrna to Constantinople, which is maybe a little surprising when you have Andrew Goff on this board, who was probably the first person to popularize not doing that as Turkey.
Fall of 1901.
fall of 1901, and Italy has walked into Munich, which isn't something you see too often nowadays. England has done the Western triple moves, goes to Norway, goes to Barents. One way to counter a Western triple is to take Munich in 01, so I don't hate this from Goffey. Beyond that, Turkey pulls their fleet out. We see Sevastopol to Romania, which, as I've said before, when it's in an Australian game, could well be a sign of a RT. Nonetheless, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's AR cooperation.
Katie, any thoughts on 1901?
No, I think Max's his little detour into Gascony and then back to Ruhr is a little strange, but I suppose he knew Andrew was going after Munich, and he's going to be on board with fighting against Germany.
All right, Winter 1901 finds a bunch of new units on the board. The ones that seem interesting are we have Fleet Marseille, Fleet Edinburgh, 2 armies from Joshua Croucher. So if we had a question about whether Munich was welcome or not, I think we know the answer. Yeah, lots of armies down on the board. Only 2 fleets out of all of the units placed.
Yeah, and Fleet Marseille doesn't make any sense. Like, are you working with Italy? I guess not.
I think it was they wanted to be in Burgundy to block off an Italian retreat. I think this is just full Western triple, right?
Well, I mean, look, he was faced with
No.
a fleet in Tuscany, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm sorry. So they did not put Andrew Goff's builds down, which are clearly 2 fleets in
Yeah.
Rome and
Tuscany,
Naples.
Turenne,
Yep.
yeah. Just a bad
That
stab
makes,
error.
that makes more sense.
Yep. Although, so, you know, he must have had some inkling that Andrew might be putting down 2 fleets here. So anyway, here's how things stand at the end of spring of 1902. Katie, tell us about it.
Kind of brutal for Russia. They're losing St. Pete with an army, and I expect to see armies continuing coming their way from Germany. Yeah, it's just it's the East for the most part trying to get ahead of the Western Triple, I think.
All right.
I don't know. What did you laugh at? Did I miss something? I don't know.
You might be imagining the laughter. It's the laughter in your head, Katie.
Yeah, the cackle. I just always hear you cackling in the back of my head.
Like that. You're welcome for that, by the way.
Great, thanks. Okay, so in the fall we have Russia not taking back St. Pete, but does get Sweden, so they will not have to disband this year. And then Germany does keep Munich against the attack from Italy and Austria. But Italy makes it into Gulf of Lyon. I don't think it's that dire because Paris is down in Gascony. There's a lot of units there for defense. I feel like this game is going to do what happens in Western triples, and it's just going to lock up and be a little boring, but maybe somebody will slip through somewhere and make something happen. Let's hope for that.
And the important thing for Italy isn't so much like taking Lyon gives them a defensive position against France, but it really ends France's offensive position against them. Like, that's just gone now. Yeah, Italy's got a disband, but you just pull Silesia. And now you hope that the sort of Western triple versus Eastern quadruple, the Western triple breaks, and you can have a game, which Italy has a lot more chance of that happening if they're not stuck around in their own home centres with people surrounding them. So Andrew has kept the danger further adrift and gives himself a bit more initiative to do stuff in future game years.
Self-bounce is interesting here. Also interesting is this. Romania tries to go to Budapest instead of taking 2 Peter McNamara supports into Bulgaria.
Oh, that was surely a misorder. They're writing this, right? So they're writing down Budapest instead of Bulgaria. I bet they wrote BUD instead of BUL.
Yep. And I think
because Charlie's trying to leave, right? Like, that was all planned for them to get another build.
Yeah, that's fair. It's brutal. It's a brutal misorder at that time.
Yeah.
So, all right, winter 1902 finds the prediction was Silesia coming off the board. With Max, do you just put that fleet back in Marseille, or do you put it in Brest in order to protect Mid-Atlantic? What'd you guys do?
Brest.
You can also go north if you put it in Brest. So.
Marseille, it's just trapped there. It's going nowhere.
Yeah. All right. We do have the fleet in Brest. Let's push forward here. Spring of 1903. Back to you, McCallus.
No, Max. No.
Well, the Western Triple is sort of breaking. It seems like it might be Germany that's doing the breaking of it by going into Burgundy here, maybe. Which is an interesting decision at this stage of the game when England's not coming in with you. England is focusing on kicking Russia out of Scandinavia, and Russia's getting to go and sit in the Baltic Sea because that's a fun place to be when you're a Russian player. It does look like the East is now on the same page of let's go kill Turkey, which is unfortunate for Charlie, but probably the correct decision when there's a Western Triple. You don't really want the Turks sitting behind you. They're usually the country that benefits in the East from a Western Triple.
Is there an argument? Go ahead.
No, I don't want to.
No, please.
I'm just saying, if you're France and you just walked into Ionian and backfilled, I mean, you convoy into Liverpool in the fall and you're on. And I don't know what all this English units moving to Skagerrak is. I guess you're making an argument that it's to protect Germany or something. But it's weird. It's like England is stabbing Russia or is stabbing Germany, Germany's stabbing France, and France should be stabbing England, because if they were, then I think they'd be on top of it. But
France should be stabbing England here. Collis, how do you feel about that?
If you know that the Italian fleets are still coming west, you probably shouldn't be going north with your fleets.
Yeah, but you can talk to people in this game. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that you. Maybe Max did talk to Andrew, and maybe they were unable to come to some sort of agreement.
I love the dastardliness of it, Katie. Like, you know, turning on the only person who isn't doing anything against you, also isn't doing anything to help you. But
yeah, I was just hoping for something to happen.
Yeah, fair.
It's certainly a more fun game if France went north there. I'm not sure it'd be a better game for France if they did, though.
Is there an argument here that Munich to Burgundy is actually defensive and helps set up the line, and maybe for the moment ignore that Holland also goes to Belgium?
If you're trying to set up the line, maybe be in Silesia. That might be a better thing that's sort of on the line.
Fair. Okay, let's push forward here and see what happens. Does Burgundy take a swipe at Paris here? Well, no, but
but even worse, it helps Italy take Marseille.
It's actually
so. I mean, Matt will be very relieved that what he's not done is go north and attack England. But beyond that, it's not looking great for Max. Russia having a very good year, getting Bulgaria. Yeah, they've lost Sweden, but they don't have to disband. That's quite nice. Peter is cleaning the Austrian dots up and won't be sharing them with Italy, so that's nice for Peter. And Andrew at least gets a build, so is a little less vulnerable to Peter. But I don't know. Austria's finishing Turkey off, and Italy is now heavily committed west. So Peter's going to have a lot more power in that relationship than Andrew is at this stage.
I'm very annoyed if I'm Max. Why is Joshua attacking me when Italy attacked you from the start? I put my pieces in the stupid way that you wanted me to in this Western Triple, and this is how I'm getting repaid. I would be so frustrated if I were France here.
Joshua is known as the Beast in Australia, and Matt has somehow invoked the Beast's wrath.
The Beast because he takes revenge? Is that it?
I have no idea. He's just always referred to as the Beast. So there we go.
All right. Winter 1903 finds yet more armies on the board. This board does not like fleets. I think that has been made perfectly clear. Spring of 1904. Let's keep it going, Katie.
Yeah, so here's Nancy coming down to help. Awful. But I mean, it makes sense, right? Like you are either there to help against Italy or you're gonna get in on it. I think Denmark was agreed, so I think, right? Is Sweden supporting it? So
Sweden is, yeah.
So they're still on side with Germany and whomever else. They're making a lot of progress in the east. Germany takes Warsaw and England and moves the army into Moscow, follows the fleet into St. Pete, which isn't ideal for continued progress. But I mean, it's still a dot, and it's not a great year for Russia, even though Russia does have a really nice convoy across the Black Sea. We love to see it. And I think this is going to be the end of Turkey, because Austria also takes Smyrna.
I don't really understand Russia with this self bounce on Sweden. Like, not covering Moscow, self bouncing Sweden. This is all very optimistic that things were going to work out nicely, and they haven't.
Possible Kai is a first-time player. Fall of 1904. Katie.
So Austria manages to keep Smyrna, but still moves the fleet towards the east, which is, sorry, towards the west, which is great because they're also sneaking into Venice. So I think Peter said, well, I got what I could out of Turkey, and now it's your turn, Andrew Goff. It's not going to be easy because Andrew gets Spain, so he's not disbanding. But he's going to have to pull back from Iberia, I think. I don't know. We'll see. He probably will find something better to do than whatever I said. And then Germany gets into Paris. I think that's the only other change in centers. Yeah.
Michalis, how do you feel about Tyrolia to Venice here?
I like it. I think it's a pretty sensible next move. Like, you've got a Russian ally who is very weak and indebted to you. Great. Love it. Let's go after the person who is probably a bit scarier. Kick them while they're down, right? If you let Andrew have another year on another build, he can fix that position. I'll be Venice, I'll be Rome, or something like that. And you don't have this good a stab ever again. So
it's a pretty great stab, isn't it? You've got Rome in pocket, you've got Ionian in pocket.
Especially if you build Fleet Trieste.
Yeah, the only quibble I'd make here is that Trieste goes to Albania here, presumably to open up Trieste for the build. But I think you would rather have that army up in Tyrolia here. Might have.
Maybe they weren't sure what Germany was going to do. If they were worried Germany might bounce them out, possibly.
Yeah, fair enough. So it's a conservative, tactically conservative play. Katie, what were you going to say?
Piedmont could have covered Venice too. And then Peter's still getting the build in that case. He's still getting one build, so I don't know.
All right, winter 1904. Do we get that Fleet Trieste? The answer is yes. We do a game reset here. We've got Joshua Crowder in Germany at 8. Peter McNamara also at 8 in Austria, having just made a big move on his ally. And we have Nancy Jin with 7 in England, putting down 2 fleets here. So really interesting moment for the game here. Who would you want to be? Katie, first to you.
Yeah, it's hard to not say Peter. I think I'll say England. I probably will say England because I think if the EG holds, your fleets can take the centers that you need, and Germany is not any threat to you, really. I mean, I guess they could take Denmark maybe, but it's fine. I think I like England because I think Italy is turning around.
McCallus?
I think Peter has the most pliant ally in Russia, but I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to be enough to win in the game. Yeah, I was also preparing to pick England here. But if not England, I do prefer Austria to Germany, I think. The dots Germany needs to win are not very obvious. Most of them seem to be held by their ally, and I don't really rate their chances of beating that ally in a straight fight. So I don't see an easier path for the Beast as I do for even Nancy or Peter.
All right, spring of 1905. Back to you, McCallus, for the play-by-play.
Okay, so England gets into Brest with German support, which is a massive win for Nancy. France is now dead. Matt says, screw this, I'm out of here, doesn't bother retreating. I'm going to go have a drink. I've had enough of this game. Fair enough. Goff gets into Portugal as well. Peter now has to try and make this stab work, which is not necessarily that easy. What he does still have is that very pliant Russian ally who is now convoying away up to Sev and putting pressure on both England and Germany around Warsaw, Moscow, which is really, really good if you're Austria and racing England and Germany for the top. So that is good news for Peter, but EG making a lot of progress in the West.
I have a question for you, McCallus, because tactics and whatever. Why doesn't he take Rome now? Like, he could have is it that bad really if Germany's in Tyrolia? I mean, Albania could have gone up to Trieste. Like, why not just take Rome?
Yeah, it's a good point. You really don't want Italy to actually get a build this year, and Italy probably can get a build now. So, yeah, I think I prefer doing what you said, going straight into Rome. I guess the problem is you're not backfilling Venice, and then Rome's not guaranteed if Piedmont had walked into Venice and there'd been a bounce into Rolia.
It's certainly more tactically conservative, I think. I think he's clearly going to support Ionian here and convoy over to Apulia. So it's kind of like a slow burn, and he can support himself in Tyrolia again here. So at least keep it vacant.
The trick will be whether he can negotiate Ankara out of Russia, being like, I'm going to cut Warsaw. You'll be guaranteed Moscow. Let me have Ankara. I really need this build for the Italy fight.
Well, he can take Warsaw too, right? I mean,
it's not guaranteed.
He might brace.
Warsaw is very hard to guarantee, yeah. Whereas Moscow is very easy to guarantee, and like Russia doesn't have any room for a build, so it's a fairly potent argument.
Let's see if he has made it and won it, and the answer is
just Rome anyway. Wow. 4.
Well, we didn't consider all the other possibility, which is that they don't coordinate at all, and yet it works out anyway. Michalis, tell us about all of the things that just happened.
Lots of things just happened, which are not particularly explainable. So obviously, I think Peter had the conversation with Russia, and Russia probably didn't like it, and Peter sensed they didn't like it, and this is probably the result. Peter also, by going for both Naples and Rome, was guaranteed one of them because people didn't go to Venice. That's slightly weird move set there. Andrew outguessed there, but also England seems to stab Germany for Sweden, which potentially was agreed, but also wasn't, because Germany hasn't backfilled Denmark. But this doesn't look like England's really lining up a stab on Germany, because the one unit that was next to Germany is moving further away from Germany. But then England loses Moscow because Germany forgets to support it. So that support is Moscow on Warsaw, but not Warsaw on Moscow. So, yeah. What a turn for Peter. England, it's worked out quite nicely for. Moscow is not necessarily a very holdable centre anyway. It's not the end of the world that it's taken and blown up. Pretty bad year for Germany, I'd say, and not great for Italy.
Katie, Peter McNamara in Austria is gaining 4, losing 1, which is a +3. Yep. You like that turn for Peter?
Yeah, I'll change my mind. I'll go back to Peter. I want to be Peter. I didn't see the stab in Russia happening this quickly, but I mean it is good timing, right? Because if Germany is coming at you, you do want to take those centers so that the dots that are defending are your dots before the opportunity is gone. So I mean, obviously, really well done.
Yes, by somebody who has played this game before.
Just once or twice.
We get another fleet Trieste. That is interesting in a game that can go a max of 3 more years.
I think the one downside for Peter is Russia actually getting into Moscow. I think Peter would have really been hoping to see 2 Russian disbands here, at which point resistance is essentially over. But because there's 3 units still on the board that are Russian, it's hard to see Peter being able to go and take Warsaw-Moscow area.
Does maybe having the German on his side? I guess that's a question for the for whether there's a question here whether England and Germany are fighting or not.
I don't think so.
We'll find that out. Spring of 06.
I don't think so, but I just don't understand the moves. I think it was just inefficient.
Yeah, with a mistake. Moscow not supporting Warsaw, or the other way around. Sorry. Okay, let's continue forward here. Katie, back to you for the play-by-play. Tell us what you see.
So we've got England continuing to make progress. Completely skips Iberia and goes to NAF. I'm sure they're working closely with Andrew at this moment, and then we'll see if they're able to snatch up those Italian centers before the game is over. I do think there's still English and German cooperation. Nancy in North is really nice because it's just a nice place to be, gives you options. But Germany is moving armies east. Nice little convoy to Prussia. Oh, Peter retreats. Peter retreats into Berlin, and I don't know what the units look like, but it is possible that they won't be able to take back Berlin without him retreating to Kiel, which would be really funny. or Munich. I don't know. We'll have to see next turn.
Yeah. He can cover
Ruhr can
Oh,
cover
it's
it.
fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's,
okay.
Baltic too.
There's too many arrows. I couldn't tell where the units were.
but
Yeah,
it's just ties up so many German units if that's what they have to do now, is spend half of their units retaking Berlin, wasting a turn.
The
Yeah,
best defense is a good offense.
So you like that retreat, McCallus?
Yeah. But at the end of the day, it gets blown up, you rebuild it in Vienna. What's the difference to having retreated to Bohemia?
The movement in the south here, getting that fleet quarantined in Ankara is quite nice for Peter here.
That's a huge win. Yeah.
Doesn't have to worry about Smyrna. Does have to worry about Greece, however, from Ionian here. So I suppose that's one of the utilities of having the fleet in Albania. All right. Is it clear that does anyone have an advantage here in the tactical situation in the south?
Peter does, but to really put it into effect, he has to take. He probably has to cut Sevastopol to stop the brace, which means Romania is potentially hanging. So it's whether Germany and Russia see that and work together to take Romania. That's the vulnerable spot in his army.
All right, let's find out if it matters. And the answer is no. Katie.
That's weird. That's odd. I'm not sure why Khan. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was preventing against, because it wouldn't have prevented. I'm not sure. I guess he just guessed wrong, but I'm not sure what he was guessing against. But it doesn't matter, because this is what Kai did, and Kai will keep Ankara, and Peter will keep Khan, and it'll just take another year to clean, at least another year to clean that up. And then against Italy, so Andrew does not go for Greece. He defends Tunis against Nancy, and that still does not give. And
I presume it's an arranged bounce, right? Like they were worried Peter was going to go into Tunis. Yeah.
Yeah, Tyrrhenian's there. Yeah, so I think just a whole lot of everything's holding in the south, and then in the north, yeah. So Joshua does take back Berlin. Okay.
Yeah. Basically, nothing's changed through the year. It's just trades of position, and Peter has wasted a turn of momentum from Germany, and also a bit of the momentum of England and Italy, with forcing them to do that bounce in Tunis.
Getting the army into Venice does seem really beneficial, though.
Yeah. I mean, Peter's position is much better than it was at the start of the year, and now that he can build in Budapest, he can. Or
not
Vienna.
Budapest.
I thought he'd build in Budapest, then you can defend Romania while taking Ankara, but maybe you don't want to do that in spring anyway.
Yeah, he's looking at Bohemia here. And gets in. Wow.
Gets in at the cost of Galicia, which I don't think is a very good trade. So Germany's now in Galicia. Peter's in Ukraine, which means he can take Sevastopol, but is potentially going to lose a home centre in the process. Meanwhile, he's blown up an Italian unit, which is a gigantic win in this position by piffing Tuscany. England has made their move to go and take the dots, and Italy has seen it coming, so that's not a great win for Nancy. Does get into Tunis, but yeah, Peter is kicked out of Naples, has a retreat. Andrew is kicked out of Tuscany, doesn't have a retreat. That is fundamentally game set match Peter in that war between them.
I have to wonder if Germany just was running out of time or something, because you think that's not what they intended, right?
Not covering Bohemia, like Munich not moving, Berlin not moving.
They held a lot of stuff. Yeah, yeah, it just surprises me.
It's possible they just didn't bother entering the supports on the backstabber. Like if it's the last person's orders being read out and you can see nothing matters, you just don't always put it in the sandbox.
Yeah, but they moved Warsaw in, supported it. I think, I don't know, it doesn't matter.
It looks like some sort of miscue here. That's what you're pointing out.
Yeah.
All right, let's push forward. Fall of 1907. And McCallus, we're still with you.
Peter now takes Ankara and Sevastopol because he can. Does lose Budapest, which is walked into by the Germans. This was the cost of Bohemia, which is a bit of a problem. He's got to now spend the final year hunting that down, covering Serbia. Yeah, he's going to be building. He's only building one, though, because he's also lost Naples and not taken Rome, which is not a good turn, actually.
Yeah, why didn't he? He could have taken both.
Yeah, so losing Budapest and only building one is a real problem, actually. The question is really, can anyone else, like, even if Peter struggles to hunt that unit down, can someone else catch up? And in the case of the German, the answer is they're what, 5, 6? No, only 4 centers behind. 8, 12.
Yeah, it was
Probably not, but maybe.
only
The
one year
English
left.
have a fair few potential dots at their disposal, so the English are the ones to watch, though.
Yeah, Peter's not building here, by the way. Up to, down to.
Oh yeah, obviously Budapest as well. Yeah, that's a problem. England's definitely in range to steal the top.
Lyon is so weird. Why do you want to be in Lyon? You're not going to get Iberian centers. Why not keep going after the boot?
All right. One possibility here is that he thought that he had turned Andrew Goff and was supporting Andrew into Tyrrhenian Sea here. So maybe he was trying to exploit possible conflict.
Yeah, because
I think that is over ambitious.
Well, it's possible. You know, we looked at this convoy as a possible good guess by Andrew Goff, but maybe that was arranged just to make it look like they were fighting. That is the sort of thing that Andrew Goff would do. And that is where the game ends. It ends in spring of excuse me. It ends in spring of 1908. This is a game that had some backstabber issues. So they do actually hold the vote in the spring. Okay, but so this game ends with a lone board top, our first one of the evening. That's Peter McNamara triumphing over the rest of the board, which included his early game ally, Andrew Goff, in Italy. What do you guys think that Peter did well in order to win? McCall, we'll start with you.
Stabbing at the right time, right? Like perfectly timed stab on Italy, perfectly timed stab on Russia. In both cases, got the maximum that he could out of the stab at the time, and put in a position where neither of them were really able to fight him. And also, he's done well to convince England to take this draw. So well done. Katie,
your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. No, the timing of the stab is really good. I don't understand a lot of these moves at the end, but I think some of what you guys said is probably right. So it feels a little anticlimactic because I feel like he could have had, what would he have, 11? He could have had 14, but still obviously a great result and the only lone top we've seen. So it's probably winning the tournament at the moment.
Although he's only 35 points ahead at the 10-10s, this was my point in that this scoring system doesn't necessarily, unless you get a lot more centers, your lone top isn't actually worth that much.
That's interesting. Let's see. We can compare what we've seen so far. Here are the standings as we have seen them. Peter was on 2 boards only, so I guess he got a small score from the other one. Yeah, and then we have the 3 in the Fogel at 226, and then two 10-center board tops, shared board tops, I should say, at 235. Yeah, you're right. There's not a huge bonus here for having the lone board top, and I'll be honest, that makes me a little sad.
Does it make you more sad than the Fogel?
Fogels always make me happy. All right, with that, we have one more game to cover.
On a t-shirt.
What's that?
Put that on a t-shirt.
There's always room for Fogel. All right, we have another commentator joining us. That is Patrick Jacobson. Patrick, welcome to the stream.
Hey guys, I would have been on for the last game, except I forgot to log out of Brandon's StreamYard account, so he didn't see me. And this is a great feat of tech savvy that I'm sure bodes well for any games that I host in the future, now that he's taught me to use Dipcast.
You don't have to log out. You should, yeah, it shouldn't be an issue. No, you're just late, and we're jamming together. So
well, that's true too.
All right, but you are with us, and we are going to cover one more game in round 1 in our long fashion, although I'm going to speed us up a little bit just to keep the things moving. So why don't we give you the first here? We'll see you in a little bit. All right, so Katie and Patrick, let's dive back in here. This is game number 5 on round 1. Here are the players. In Austria, we have Dan Austin. In England, Antranig Sarian. Please tell us how to pronounce your name. I am assuming that was not correct. But Antranig is a new player in our database. In France, we have Alex Batt. Germany, Claire Bradbury. Italy, Jude Connor, Russia, Alan Thompson, and Turkey, some guy named Jamal Bagarli. All right, let's dive into this game. Here is the map. And Katie, we are going to start you off in spring of 1901 with the orders. And hopefully I can make them appear.
Yeah, you're a little laggy.
Yeah.
FYI. I think
Yeah.
Patrick ruined everything somehow.
What?
That was the change, right?
Listen, all I know, Katie, is that you and I are pretty close to each other, but Brandon's way far out in Chicago, so clearly it's his connection that's just getting a much higher ping.
Definitely not the Brit. Okay, spring 01 of round 4. Round 1, board 5. We have Jamal opening very anti-Russian, bouncing Black Sea, but moving up to Armenia. I've been Russia, and he's tried to sell this as somehow being for us before, so I don't actually think this necessarily means he's going to attack Russia. I will say, Alan, it's got to be a misorder, right? Moscow to Galicia and Warsaw to Ukraine, I think. An unfortunate misorder that gets Brandon into Galicia, which
it's just
we'll
a fun Australianism. This looks like a broken DMZ.
Maybe, I don't know. I think it's pretty weird. Either way, in the east or in the west, we've got everything pretty standard, pretty boring. More France going down to Gascony. Last time we saw that, it was big Western triple vibes, so we will see if that's what we see again.
All right, fall of 1901. Here we go.
Or are we doing spring fall? Sorry.
No, Katie, do you?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we have another, not another, but we have an AT here. We've got Brandon supporting Jamal into Sev while he takes black. So this is a really great start for Turkey. And at the same time, Jude is taking Trieste, surely without permission because Brandon's not going after. You know what? I don't know. Maybe they're doing like an AIT, so I'm going to stop predicting what they're doing. But I will say that Jude walks into Trieste and is going to have 2 builds, while Brandon has also 2 builds because Serbia was left open. In the West, we've got Alex in France picking up 2 in the way that lets him continue easily into Italy, and England picking up Norway with the convoy and continuing against Russia. So if there's one person I don't want to be on this board, it is Russia. This is bleak.
Yeah, I think this is the 3rd game out of 5 in the first round where we've seen this aggressive northern opening from Russia. Patrick, your thoughts on 1901?
Well, it wouldn't be an Australian tournament if there wasn't at least 1 or 2 triple versus triple games. Hopefully it doesn't last that way for too long.
All right, here are the builds for winter 1901. Lots of fleets now. 2 from Italy, 2 from France. We got a northern fleet, St. Petersburg from Alan Thompson, and Claire in Germany puts down fleet in Kiel, which could go either way. All right, let's move forward here and see how it works out. Spring of 1902, and we'll get the play-by-play from you, Patrick, for 1902.
Yeah, if these are all agreed upon builds on the part of the Western Triple, it seems like a very, very trusting Western Triple because, of course, when I'm France or Germany, I usually would like England to build an army in 1901 and preferably just keep building armies after that. But either way, it looks like everything's on the level with everybody. Germany's going into Baltic Sea, England's lining up more units on Scandinavia, and France is heading into the Med, and the AIT is responding in kind, although it looks like they've got Russia vaguely on side as well, bouncing Germany out of the key border province of Silesia and getting some action on Norway, contesting it to make sure it's not backfilled after the move to Finland, which means Sweden, I mean, it's still going to get taken by Germany this turn, but at least you're delaying the fall of St. Petersburg a bit if the Turkish army in Moscow supports St. Pete, which I assume it will, because these moves look more coordinated with AIT than with EFG for sure. And then just some safety bounces in the Balkans, of course. They don't need Serbia yet. They can keep it neutral through 1902 because that's a completely normal way to balance the alliance. I've seen this plenty of times before. And then Aegean, that is unironically quite standard for this position where the Austrian fleet really doesn't have much to do.
To be clear to our viewers, Patrick was being ironic about Serbia, not so about Aegean. Fall of 1902. Patrick, take us forward.
All right. Oh, so St. Petersburg is not protected. However, it looks like England and Russia have struck a deal here. So Antranig has supported Alan into Denmark against Germany, in exchange for presumably Allen letting him take St. Petersburg, but also Germany got into Sweden anyway, so they're not actually losing a dot off of this stab. I don't like assuming that someone's a new player based on me not recognizing their name, but this does look like a kind of new player stab where maybe they didn't fully account for the ramifications of removing that unit from Sweden to put it into Denmark. And if that's the case, then unfortunate. But it's still, it's still a net gain to the English position this turn with the build from St. Pete. So not a bad situation at all compared to what some of the other people on the board are dealing with. I don't think France and Italy have a very good position, that's for sure, because Germany's lining up in Ruhr, so that's going to be a little bit of a concern, even if it is to defend Munich in the short term. And of course, the Italian units are continuing to be pests. It is all arranged for now, but with the bounce in West that Tyrrhenian could have supported but didn't. But that unwanted support into Marseille from Jude is pretty painful, and that's going to really hamper Alex's attempts to actually press an attack if he ends up wanting to do that in future turns.
Katie, your thoughts on 1902?
Yeah, I like the unwanted support a lot, and I like the convoy into Gascony even more. It is kind of a weird position. I think Patrick's right. None of them have a lot going for them. That Russian fleet making it to Denmark was really not something I expected at all. It's very odd. It's very odd. It's exciting. It's fun. It's different. I also have no idea why Jamal left Moscow. Like, surely just supporting St. Pete is better. You get a build. England doesn't get a build. It's odd.
Yeah, maybe Jamal wants England to do well. We'll find out. Winter of 1902. We find Jamal waved in 01. I guess we didn't clock that, but waves again in 02. I think this is something that Jamal likes to make a point of doing. In winter 1902, we find England building a fleet in London here. All right, let's move forward, see how it goes. Spring of 1903. Back to you, Katie.
Yeah, so England is going after, I don't know if they're going after Germany. They really can do whatever they want. They're moving to Skagerrak. They're going to have play on Denmark and Sweden, so they can sort of pick their sides as they will. And meanwhile, France is moving up to NAO, which I think is just great. Jude is moving east, so Italy and France deciding to split up, I think is very smart, very good. I like that a lot for both of them. And then we do have Jamal finally taking Serbia, but at the same time, Brandon takes Bulgaria, and who knows if those things are agreed or not. I expect to see Jude and Brandon taking back Serbia in the fall.
Yeah, first of all, I just love turns where everyone stabs everyone, which is kind of what this is, but also really well done by Jude here to quickly repair that trust with Alex and just observe that because Austria isn't sticking up for themselves and taking Serbia, and because Russia is pretty much a janissary, she knows that in the long term, Jamal's the only one that's going to really benefit from an AIT, and she needs to go back now. So either Brandon pitched her on a plan to do that, or she pitched Brandon on a plan to do that, and either way, it's the right move for both of them, and I salute both of them for creating the circumstances that are necessary to make that work.
And here's how things stand in fall of 1903. Going after Jamal is, it was a tricky business. Lots of people try to do it. Lots of people don't succeed.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see how it works out for Jude and Brandon in fall of 1903. Katie, back to you.
Okay, so this is a rough year for Brandon. He does get into Serbia. Jude, I like Jude. I don't know what their deal is. They're getting everything that they can. So they're supporting Turkey into Greece while taking Vienna, but they're also sneaking into Smyrna. They're just picking up stuff. I think it's fun. I think it's exciting, and I don't know if they're gonna have the units to support anything that they've gotten and to keep it, but if they can talk their way out of it, I think that'll be really cool. In the West, we have a really beautiful convoy straight into Liverpool from Gascony by the French. I like that move a lot, and I also I think moving up to Picardy is I understand why. I think it's a little risky. I would be worried about Germany moving in towards your centers, but they're going to get a build. So if they put down an army, then they'll be pretty secure, and I think that they'll be in a really, really nice position. England, meanwhile, takes Sweden. Germany stays in Denmark, so I think Germany is neutral this year. and Russia's going to be down to 2.
I really don't buy the idea that Smyrna is a stab here from Jude. She is not the type of player, in my experience, who is aggressive enough to stab 2 different neighbors at once and just expect to go it on her own this early. But Jamal is exactly the type of player who might expect to have the mental fortitude to loan a home center and still feel like an equal partner in an alliance. So my guess is that he is giving this up in order to make this turnabout happen, to make it feel like that it's worth it for Jude and that she's going to be an equal partner in the alliance if she gets those 2 builds now. And I don't necessarily disagree with her if that's the perspective on it. I think I mentioned last turn how the long-term structure of the board would benefit Jamal almost exclusively. And now it does look like the prospects are more even, especially with France enmeshing themselves in conflict in the north. It could give Jude a nice secondary growth path later on if that's where she wants to go.
It's a really interesting strategic decision on Jude's part. It's hard for me not to look at Army Tuscany holding here and wondering if that's the best idea here. If you're going to go after Austria, you need some land power. But Jude does have 2 armies, or I'm sorry, 2 builds to put down. So let's have a look and see what they are. 2 armies in Venice and Naples, and
exactly what she needs.
That's just fun. Jamal puts down 2 armies as well, which I suppose you'd expect in an IT. McCallus is probably offline, having thoughts about all of those builds. Spring of 1904. Back to you, Patrick. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, and the great thing about the double army build there is that it's exactly what you'd build if you were in an IT, but it's also exactly what you'd build if you're really annoyed about Smyrna and want to take that back. I guess Fleet Con is arguable. But either way, it means that Jude can argue to Alex, for instance, that there is no IT and that she's now committed to open war with France, which means France might feel okay not asking for a bounce in Piedmont or Lyon, which might enable a play like this. So all of a sudden, Jude not only has great position in the Balkans, but also a guarantee on Marseille, and I think that is just swell for her. She's playing this position really, really wonderfully right now. And of course, Jamal is still growing, gets into Romania, has Smyrna in pocket now, gets Warsaw. But again, the alliance feels like it's on much more equal footing now because Jude got Smyrna when she did, and Jamal's okay with it. So really well done from her on that. And then if we look at the north, France continues the war against England. They get the free walk into Eddie, so you would expect them you'd expect Alex to take that. And now Germany getting involved as well. Russia tapping Sweden doesn't really do much, but it is interesting that they're choosing to involve themselves in that on Germany's side with the last unit they have. And yeah, just the position unraveling really quickly for Antranig. This is what can often happen to an England who thinks they're allied with France, but kind of takes the France-Italy conflict for granted when it becomes stagnant. If France isn't actively pushing further into the Med at any given time, it means their position is more flexible than you probably think it is, and that's what he's fallen victim to here, unfortunately.
Now, in the South, does Jude have an AT problem? Has the stab come, early enough that Brandon is mad and wants revenge here, and Jamal's the one in position to take advantage of that?
Depends on what Bohemia is here for, actually. I didn't really note that move earlier, but that is very intriguing. And McCallus, again, fist pumping because he has a Diplomacy Briefing article about that. No, Diplomacy World article about that, which you should go read from last winter's issue. But that could be here to either make sure that Austria can't knock down Italy's position at the last moment, or to make sure that Italy doesn't get out of hand because of this jump they've gotten on France.
Can you give us just a quick synopsis of the thesis of that article?
Yeah, I can, because I agree with a lot of it. So essentially, moving a German army to Bohemia, it's the only way for Germany to get involved in the East in a way that they can sort of pitch as friendly to any of A, I, or R, right? Tyrolia is especially annoying to Austria and Italy. Silesia is only really anti-Russian. Whereas Bohemia, if you can pitch it the right way, then you can use it to help either Austria or Russia contest Galicia or Silesia, or you can act as a lever around Vienna and use it as a way to get into a center in the Balkans as well. So it's, even though Bohemia has the fewest tactical options of any inroad for Germany into the East, it is arguably the best diplomatic one for you to have as many options as possible long term, and for you to have a lasting presence there.
All right, let's see how that works out for Claire. Here are the moves for fall of 1904. And Patrick, we're back to you.
And it was there to help Italy. And with that, I'm afraid we are saying goodbye to our defending champion, Brandon Austin. So Serbia is taken by the Turks, along with Romania, and Budapest goes to Italy. And they're going to want Budapest, because now all of a sudden France is counterattacking. They do lose Marseille, but they also jump into Western Med. So clearly Alex is not going to take this one lying down. He's even, it looks like. So no Army Paris build to help reinforce Gascony and take Marseille back. But I don't think he's really, I don't think he's really going to need it just to get the dot back in his hands. He probably can't do much of a counterattack from here, especially with Italy growing. But maybe there's a pitch that he can make to Jamal. Jamal, meanwhile, doesn't take Smyrna back. So clearly he's perfectly happy for that to stay his as long as he's growing elsewhere, which makes sense. I mean, he's still +3. Holy crud. He's +3 because he didn't take his home center back, and now he can only build 2 of them. That's a pretty Jamal thing to do, honestly, to loan a home center to an ally and then grow an absolute ton, but not be able to build it all because you loan that home center. Great example of how he's both very friendly, but also very good at securing every path for himself that he can possibly find for growth. If we go back to the north, I'm not spending as much time on it because it's not as interesting, but there's still stuff to talk about. England does get back into North Sea this time with French support, although interestingly, it goes from Skagerrak rather than Norway, which, if you're following an anti-German plan, is a little strange. And I don't see why you would do this unless you had anti-German aspirations long-term. But then again, you can't really commit to that as long as Italy's doing what they're doing. And then Russia, as their last gasp of this game, chooses to convoy Germany to Livonia, which is just fun and can go in all sorts of different directions, much like Bohemia. So once again, great flexible move from Claire.
Katie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that England is moving from Skagerrak because France and Germany are together. So
wait, no, France supported Germany. That's my bad. Yeah, and then Denmark got cut. So that makes a lot more sense. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, so I think they're trying to hold on to Norway and just take north and try to, turtle up as much as they can. I also really want to highlight holding Lyon. I guess knowing France's moves, it would have been nicer if Lyon moved to Western Med, but it's kind of subtle, but not bouncing Spain is what let them walk into Marseille, and I just think that's a really clever just like thinking through of the moves. Like you're pretty sure that you're going to cover Spain with Marseille, and so you don't bounce it. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess they could have supported it too. So
yeah, sometimes the support gets written, but it doesn't go in the sandbox because it didn't matter. Like that has happened quite a few times, so I wouldn't put that past being the case as well.
So we say goodbye to Brandon Austin, who, by the way, is not the defending champ. That's Tianyu's son. But Brandon has won other tournaments.
There's too many darn Australian tournaments, I tell you.
Exactly. Brandon's a champion in our hearts, for sure. Russia also bows out here. Alan Thompson, thank you both for playing. And now we have Italy and Turkey tied for the lead at 9. I think this year demonstrates why Jamal is so hard to kill. As soon as the AI turned on him and looked like they had fantastic position, Jamal managed to get them to break apart and got Italy on his side, and now he's sitting pretty. Winter 1904. Yeah, go ahead.
I wonder if it ever was AI and it wasn't just IT like planning for it. I don't know.
I mean, a lot of Jamal's play style is being able to see someone that moves against them in a truly hostile way on a spring turn, and then being able to flip that on a fall turn with a really good pitch. So that could have been what happened as well.
Either way, we have Jamal now not having to wave, though he surely would had he had the home center open. But we have a bunch more armies here, plus a fleet in Naples. Let's keep on going here. Spring of 1905. Back to you, Katie.
We've got Jamal sort of moving. I don't know. It doesn't look very Italy friendly in some cases. In other ways, it is. It looks like a lot of nonsense, but probably agreed nonsense. As Jude just walks into Greece, and then in the west, we have Germany successfully taking North Sea, which retreats to Holland. It's not gonna. It might stay there because Belgium convoyed over to Wales, so there might be some chances for that fleet to stay alive on a center in the fall, which would be really fun. Is Barents convoying Eddie also?
Yeah.
So I think England is sort of taking a Janissary deal for Alex, but not for Claire because they're still tapping Denmark. Although it could be to save North, I don't really know.
It's very confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very confusing.
I mean, if Germany and France are at odds here about this convoy to St. Pete, then what does that say about what could happen in the fall with Wales? Because now that army's gone, opens up a stab for Belgium.
I mean, they could have been bouncing on purpose to keep Jamal out. I don't know.
Let's find out.
Seems like a waste of units. But anyway.
I mean, if they're not going to use the units for anything else, they might just want to do like a fun thing. I don't know.
And of course, if they're doing it to keep Jamal out, then Jamal's going to put one of them in to create tension. So there you go.
Yeah. So in the fall, Jamal supports Germany into St. Pete. Germany also walks into Norway and takes London. So this is a very does not take back Holland, so it's only up 2, but still good growth for Germany here. France might have asked for London if they knew that Germany was getting St. Pete, but that's not what happened. And in the east, Jamal does take back Smyrna, but Jude keeps Greece, so that was surely arranged. And Greece continues to make some progress with armies by moving into Gascony, Bohemia, Tyrolia, just moving armies to the west, which is pretty brave. I mean, if Jamal doesn't need to stab, he probably won't, but he's got Bulgaria and then play on the other Austrian centers basically whenever he wants, Greece whenever he wants. So this is definitely an alliance where Jamal has the upper hand and will probably continue to do so since Jude is moving away. And, you know, it's kind of what happens if you're in an alliance where you're in the middle and you're moving towards both of your enemy, but where's your ally going to go? Nowhere except maybe into you.
Not moving Kiel to Ruhr may have cost Claire the game here because, I mean, you're getting 3. Maybe you didn't know you were getting Norway, right? That's fair enough. But the fact that Claire can't put down all of her builds at this point, when there's clear signs that IT are going to the line right now, maybe England walks into Kiel if you do that, but then you're not losing anything by doing it. You're still just losing 1 dot to them. And if they don't walk into Kiel, then you can put down both your armies. So that would do wonders for Claire's defensibility here, and maybe again giving her a shot at contesting the top on equal footing. But yeah, that's not going to happen now. She might be ruining that one.
Is there an argument that Jude should have stabbed Jamal here, taken Serbia, say?
I think it depends on what the agreed moves were and what could have worked, because you can take Serbia, but like, where's your follow-up? I mean, you don't have, like, Jamal doesn't have anywhere else to use his units except against you, so he's going to have a pretty strong defense. And you do have French units, not necessarily super aggressive, like Lyon's not going to hurt you that much, but Marseille is quite vulnerable. Might be the kind of thing that needs to be negotiated, right? You sort of demand Serbia so that you can keep fighting France, and then you can do the thing where you grow more and Jamal falls in behind you, all with consent. But I don't know that, like, I didn't see a solid stab that was more than just Serbia, at least.
I wouldn't stab if I was Jude, because I think Jamal's someone you can trust to not stab you for just 1 or 2 extra dots or in a round 1 of a face-to-face tournament. I think his reputation is very solid on that. He doesn't stab people unless it wins him not just the game, really, but the tournament, ideally. So I get that from Jude's perspective. And on top of that, Jude also has a clear path forward here against France tactically. So it's fine. She's fine. We're good.
Got it. And Katie brought up the interesting idea that Jude could have asked to be the bigger partner here just because they have more to do. Let's move forward here. Winter 1905. We do see now Jamal putting down the unit. Be legitimate question about whether he needs it or not, but it is there. Spring of 1906. Back to you, Patrick.
Oh, yes, he most certainly needs it to go to Sev forthwith across the Black Sea, because that is what will please Katie, because Katie is the one true love in his life. Anyway, beyond that, Lyon is breached by the Italian fleet in Tuscany. Also prevents a move to Western Med. So moving further towards Spain, I don't think Jude is going to get it here because Piedmont can disrupt Marseille support, and English Channel is now in Mao. So maybe the front is going to start stalemating a little bit in the Med. It's a real shame because Lyon could have been popped here if Italy chose to backfill Piedmont with Tyrolia. But I get it. Tyrolia would be good to stay on the line. Maybe this is the argument she could have made to Jamal for taking Serbia to get an extra army in Venice to fill that gap. That would have actually helped her a lot here. So I'm starting to come around to Katie's point a bit on that. Beyond that, seems like England is still single-mindedly trying to sink Germany's position in whatever way possible, and fair enough, given what given what Claire has managed here to get off of that. So Holland is tapping Kiel, which means nothing is holdable in the German area. Berlin and Munich can fall if England keeps doing this, because Germany can't kick them out of those two centers without giving up something else by just automatically. So good job, Antronic. You're fulfilling your secondary motivations. Always love to see that.
Fall of 1906.
And sure enough, Germany does lose another center here. Actually, no. They take Sweden and they lose Kiel, so they break even because Italy chose not to attack Munich for reasons, I guess. I mean, they moved to Piedmont to prevent, I guess, to cut a potential support into Marseille, which is fair enough. That was vulnerable. They were vulnerable to that with their moves otherwise. And then Bohemia to Vienna, I guess, just because getting closer to the end of the game and she doesn't want to get kicked out of the Balkans, I guess. I don't know. I feel like this is a little bit low value compared to attacking Munich, but hey, it's not a bad move. It has a clear purpose behind it, so whatever. And then France is still kind of just moving more fleets into play right now with Mid-Atlantic to Brest, which nicely covers Brest and offers an extra support on Mid-Atlantic. So now the fleet in NAO is coming into play, which is just good repositioning from Alex.
All right, so Katie, this is mostly tactics this year. Any thoughts on your part?
Just tired. No, no. The one thought I had from last year, and I didn't say it at the time because I wasn't sure if it was a good thought or not. But I wonder if it might have made more sense for Germany to focus on, instead of taking Norway from north last fall, I think, to just get rid of the Holland unit then and there, because I think they could have used Hell to support it, and then you wouldn't have to worry about this sort of like pirate behind the lines, whereas you can get back Norway at a later time. It wasn't clear to me at the time how much France would be helping out anyway, so I don't know if it would have been a better move or not, but that fleet in Holland is certainly annoying, as is that fleet in Tuscany for Italy, because they're going to walk into Rome presumably in the spring, which means Jude's going to have to move units back to take it back and even cover Naples. Like, I think that those two units behind the, like, sort of in around the home centers are going to be a pain for both of those countries, I think.
Yeah, yikes. I mean, it's a trade-off, right? Because getting rid of the fleet in Holland compared to just making up for it with Norway, it would have been more unit intensive in the short term. But yeah, it would save her a lot of trouble here. So just a bit of a bad trade-off there for Claire.
I mean, I'd rather have Holland and Kiel than Sweden and Norway if I'm Germany.
Fair enough.
All right, winter 1906. Claire gets to put that unit down, and that brings us into 1907. And Katie, we're back to you.
Yeah, take back Holland and Kiel. So Jamal is backing off, so it's really not too much of a big deal, because Claire's able to use those units to take the English centers, which I think is honestly a little lucky for her, or points to good negotiating skills and the relationship she has with those Eastern powers, because there's really no reason she should be allowed to do this, right? Like, the IT should be, I mean, it's probably just an ITG now, right? Like, the three of them maybe are going to Fogel too. I don't know, because there's really no reason for Italy to move back, or for Turkey to move back like that if it's just IT. France does not take Rome, and instead moves to Lyon and loses Spain. I don't know. There's too many arrows. I don't know where units are. I don't know who's going to keep what. But I think it's just Germany, Italy, and Turkey together at this point.
You reminded me, Katie, what's the year limit on this game?
This is 8.
1908. Yep.
Okay.
So here are fall 1907 moves. Katie, back to
you. So regardless of the relationship that Claire may have with Jamal and Jude, she's not attacking France, at least at the moment. But Italy is continuing to press and is making good progress as an MAO. I think does not get Spain, but doesn't lose anything except for Greece, which I actually really hate a lot. I think this is really, really bad for Italy. Unless you're just going to draw the game now and let Jamal be on one ahead of you, like, if that's your goal, that's fine. But as it is, you really have no way to keep, like, if you're not making progress against France and Turkey is still taking dots off you, that's just, like, not a good alliance structure.
yeah, Jamal's going to go 3 ahead of Jude here, I believe. No, 2 ahead. Just gets the dot.
Right. Yeah, they'll just, right. Oh, 2 ahead. Yeah, you're right. So it's not great for an alliance, and it just makes you feel like you're doing all the work, and then Jamal's just taking your stuff from behind, which, is not great.
Not great for Jude.
Not great for Jude. It's great for Jamal, especially if Jude's okay with it. Then what else could you ask for?
It's Jamal negotiation voodoo magic. You know how it goes.
All right, let's finish this up. So there is this irony here, the retreat into an open London. Not sure why London is moving there, but surely it's now full of regret. Here's
I
how
actually don't
things...
hate that, because
Really?
if Claire got both centers there, I mean, she still can only put down one unit, right? So
Yeah.
maybe, I mean, the lone fleet in London can't really hurt your position at this point as long as it's not in North Sea. So maybe you can make a Janissary pitch while you put one of the units down. There's an argument. I wouldn't do it, but like there's an argument, especially from an Australian perspective.
All right. Well, here's how things stand at the end of 1907. Max of 1 year left. We do go into it, and that is with Jamal at 10, Claire at 9, and Jude at 8. Those are the three contenders. Spring of 1908, Patrick, to you.
No, there was no Claire making a Janissary pitch or anything. It looks like the move to Yorkshire was an accident because London is immediately ejected. So fair enough. Looks like this will be the end of Antrunig in this game unless Italy supports them to Liverpool somehow. Who knows? This game has been pretty fun so far, so maybe we can have a little epilogue with that. Jamal's just securing his position in the Balkans, making sure Serbia is safe. Italy will now have to... Actually, that's annoying. They'll have a guess between Budapest and Trieste. No, not a guess. Jamal guaranteed one of them. So if he wants to further solidify his top and scrape a few more points out, then he can do that. Although this scoring system doesn't really seem to reward big leads that much, so I feel like he wouldn't, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Italy gets into Burgundy, which is not really going to help them take anything, but they do have a guarantee on Spain now, which is great.
Yeah, as long as they do it correctly. There's a guess over Trieste and Budapest. There's nothing guaranteed there, by the way.
Romania is empty. Yeah, I didn't see that.
But guess is right.
Yep. So Jamal guesses right, and they take St. Petersburg because Norway didn't support it. That's got to be a misorder. Okay, there's no Jamal negotiation voodoo magic that could possibly convince Claire to do that. That's just a misorder. We're gonna leave it at that. So Jamal takes St. Pete. Jamal takes Trieste because of course he does, and Italy actually sneaks into Liverpool on top of Spain. So great job, Jude, except for the Trieste part. Was there a better way for France to do this? No, they didn't have to dislodge the English fleet for any reason, really.
The guess against a brace. Thought maybe
I guess, but
Wales
you could
would
get
be
London
the
involved in that too, and now Germany's taking Eddie off you, and that's a messy last turn. Oh well. And good on Claire as well for sneaking into Brest. So a bit of good end of game growth there for Claire. Actually, hold on, would she have topped if she protected St. Pete? She would have.
Yep.
She would have topped over Jamal if she just entered that order correctly. Oh,
yep. 12-11.
Oh, no.
That is a 60-point miscue.
Oh, wow.
The game ends in spring of 09 by year limit with Jamal Bukarli with a lone top of 12, 280 points. Claire Bradbury in second with 11 points. Katie, how do you feel about the ending of that game?
Yeah, the same P thing is a lot. I think Patrick reacted enough for both of us, but I agree with him. I think the Italy position is really tough for me because I understand why these alliances are successful, and I understand wanting to work with people and make it happen. I think if you're Italy, you have to be more assertive than Turkey in your negotiations. I think you have to really stick up for yourself. You have to really demand, in this position at least, how this game went, you have to really demand comfort and centers and security. And I don't think Jude did that. And Jamal is very persuasive, sort of like I don't know what a good analogy is, but he will he will advocate for himself so hard, and you have to be willing and able to do the same thing so that you don't end up in this position where you're just kind of helpless. So I think that maybe Jude could learn to do a little bit of that more, and then would probably be able to turn this position into something a little more equal. I think that'd be nice.
Learning experience, we'll call it.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to leave it there. That brings to a close our coverage of round one. That took a bit longer than I wanted, so I am going to push us to move a little faster in round two. I'm going to bring McCallus back to the stage. Katie, we're going to give you a break. We'll see you in a little bit, Katie. So welcome back, McCallus. And we are going to dive right into round two. We're going to do if I can get it in the right place. We're going to do a little speed work here. Go back to our fast movement. And here is.
Are we doing the interview?
Oh, I didn't load it up. Let's go through this game first, and then I'll bring about the interview from round one. In Austria, we have Alex Batten. In England, we have Charlie Murphy. France, Peter McNamara. Germany, Casey McAllister. Italy, Shane Armstrong. Russia, George Bath. And in Turkey, we have Alan Thompson. I'm going to switch you guys up here. Patrick, you are in pole position here. So the way that we did this, I don't know if you saw us doing the first coverage, but I'm just going to flip through the map, and when anything looks interesting, just call it out.
Yep, sounds good. So let's just quickly highlight that Black Sea was given up freely to Georgia and Russia here. We don't know if that's broken DMZ or not, but in Australia, again, it is a bit more common to be more trusting around the Black Sea with stuff like Sev to Rome openings. So we'll see how that pans out.
Here's fall of 1901.
Yeah. RT continuing to look likely with their bounce in Greece and move to Aegean, and Italy might be in on it as well. So I would not want to be Alex on this board at the moment.
All right. Winter of 1901 gives us a nice North Coast fleet from Russia. Always like to see that. Here's spring of 1902.
I really like the Army Anchor build after going out to Aegean in 01 as Turkey. I think more people should do that outside of Gunboat.
Italy sending those armies north on a big long crawl, but it is in fact just to take Vienna.
And the move to Adriatic. We have French moving north. So it looks like we have FG and something in the east, maybe an IRT to start out.
Direct Russia-Italy cooperation in 1902 is pretty rare to have it at that early, so it bodes well for potential RI in the long term here.
All right, so possible wintergreen.
All right,
keep going here.
France is lining up on England.
Austria is dead, so now it's moment of truth. What is the real alliance in the east? There's no more Austrian dots to take.
And oh look, we have another German in Bohemia, which tries to attack Vienna and fails. So looks like maybe GR against everybody in the south. IT aren't really that well organized at the moment to push an attack on Russia, so it seems like it could be plausible, but that is about to change with Turkey building.
Yeah, Turkey could build fleet anchor here and double down on the Black Sea.
And it's worth saying that attack on Vienna would have worked had Serbia not cut Budapest there. All right, spring of 1904. Let's keep it going.
This is now a free fleet Turkey in an IT, which is playing a little bit with fire when you're Italy, but for the moment, Turkey is doing what you need, and that's great if you can keep them doing it. I'm not entirely sure what the point of Trieste to Albania is, though. That's a bit of a weird move.
Fall of 04.
Of course, it's to blow that army up and rebuild it as another fleet. Sure.
All right, so we do have IRT here, or is Russia maybe not on board here, given the Turkish moves?
An IT is workable with 3 Turkish fleets, when one of them's in black, one's in Armenia, one's in Smyrna, but not when you're actively removing Italian armies from the Balkans. That's just asking for trouble now that Turkey conveniently has 2 next to Trieste, because Serbia being the mover to Albania wasn't negotiated.
All right. We do have continued Turkish on Russia violence.
Self-bounce in Tyrrhenian is odd. I guess it's just Italy not wanting to commit to a long-term war, but they have the right to be in Tyrrhenian here. So it's a little puzzling. Sev falls, Denmark falls, so Russia making progress in the north to make up for setbacks in the south, as often happens when they're only allies in the north.
Sev falls to a fleet, which is not really good news for Italy. Turkey is building 2 and has one of their obvious paths forward somewhat capped. The one good new thing is that Germany and Russia are fighting, which might convince Turkey to carry on fighting Russia, which is what Italy really needs.
Right.
And Peter McNamara here has chosen sides here, switched to Russia. So is that a power move, you guys' opinion? It's a question.
I think that's Peter seeing that Russia is the one in the who's going to be going down in the east, so therefore Peter would like a pliant ally. That's what Peter liked.
Yep, Peter has fewer outside problems to worry about that would get in the way of him actually growing from the German spoils. So great move.
And has growth path now. Yep, here we go.
North Sea, great place for a French fleet. And Germany's down to 1, as kind of expected. but no further progress made against Russia. So he actually gets to build in St. Pete, and that's going to help his stability even further. There is an army in Sev now. Italy builds fleet in Naples. So, I mean, IT aren't really in that good of a position to fight each other because they've demilitarized their border fairly well, but they're also, as Mikhail said, not in a great position to push further into Russia. So that's going to be something they'll both have to navigate.
I mean, like, Turkey is getting in a position to sort of keep the pressure up on Russia, but they're also up into Serbia, which looks more like a wraparound on Italy than it does on on Russia at this point. I don't really see Turkey getting more Russian. Russia's built the Warsaw Moscow Ukraine line, and it's 1907. Do we know what year this round ends in, Brandon?
Let me see.
Are they different each time?
Yes, each round is different. Announced at the beginning, so 08 for this one as well.
Okay, yeah. So you're not getting any more Russian dots. Like, it's too late. You won't get the more Russian dots. So it's a question of, can Italy convince Turkey not to take Italian dots?
So should Turkey have taken those Italian dots here? That's a question.
Yeah, because you're in a race with France, and you're going to lose that race.
So France is, and there's no question about whether France would take the Russian dots.
Yep. Denmark, Eddie, Norway. Goodbye.
Ends up with 2 of them, which is pretty good. And that's good for a 12 center board top.
Classic Peter.
80 points.
Just making the exact right strategic pivots at exactly the right time and executing them perfectly.
Yeah, it's basically it here, right? Turned on his ally, found another ally that was, better positioned to help him without hindering his future growth. Is it any more to it than
that? Russia wouldn't be able to bolster the north because Russia had too many problems in the south. So safe to work with them.
All right. Strategic acumen by an acknowledged expert of strategic acumen. That is board 1 of round 2. Let's head on over to board number 2 of round 2. Here are the players. Darcy Morris in Austria, Connor Muirhead in England, Nancy Jin in France, Zoe Cameron in Germany, Soham Shindi in Italy, Cooper Lake in Russia, and Jude Connor in Turkey. So no one here had a really good first round, so probably looking for some scores. Connor was, I think, part of that Fogel. Here is the map, and let's dive right in here. Spring of 1901. Just shout out if anything looks good.
We've got the move from Sev to Rum again from Russia, but nothing else moving even slightly south. So that might come back to bite them, but Turkey seems friendly for now. And the French move straight into the channel. So you got to wonder if Zoe's in on that. We could have a little girls' alliance here, which would be quite effective.
And this is your favorite.
Livonia.
The
balance in Trieste it's hard to read. Like, it could well be arranged. It's spring. This is a good thing to be doing if you're DMZing Galicia, though. So maybe Darcy saw a stab coming.
Follow 1.
I think Darcy and Italy are at war. And Darcy has walked out of Serbia expecting a bounce and not getting
Serbia neutral? Oh god!
I assume he was expecting to bounce and didn't bounce, and his position is horrendous. But the fact that Russia has committed all of their units to attacking Germany, because Germany bounced Sweden, which is the correct move when Russia opens to Livonia, Darcy may get away with it.
I guess if everyone in the East is disadvantaging themselves with being way too committal, no one is, because they're all doing it.
Yeah, and Turkey's building the fleets and doing the AT moves, and Russia certainly can't charge into that vacuum because they're in an all-out war with Germany.
Yep, and France puts the nail into Italy with these lining up on Tunis. So, sorry, Soham, it's been decided that you're surplus to requirements in this game.
And great turn actually for Zoe. As a negotiated Belgium because France is getting Portugal, but also guesses correctly on defending Berlin and defending Denmark. So. Really, really nice for Zoe. And you don't actually want to get into Berlin there because you wouldn't have been able to build the unit. So bracing Berlin is actually more of a win than getting in.
All right, that allows another army. We get another army from Darcy and a fleet in Edinburgh. Let's keep moving forward here. Spring of 03.
A bit of gridlock still in the new EG war, but the move to Norwegian should allow for a move to Helgoland later to backfill it. So some long-term progress being set up for. And France is out of the channel, so that's more good news for England. And France is into Tunis and is working with Italy to slow down the East. So even more good news for France as well.
And Russia's in Bohemia and Galicia, which is not good news for Darcy.
Yeah, probably not. And they lose Venice. Oh, yikes. And France is an Ionian in 1903, because that's a completely normal thing to have happen in any game. And that why are we been talking about it? Not noteworthy. Not at all. And still no progress really in the EG war. It doesn't even look like a war at this point. Seems more like just security bounces while they figure out what else to do. Which is, I guess, fair enough.
Turkey's gone to Armenia, which is relevant. Turkey's chosen a side in the AR fight, and it is the Austrian side.
It's not too committal, especially with no build for Black Sea.
All right, Winter 03 gives us a couple more armies. Here are Spring of 1904 moves.
I'd say that's quite committal. Turkey is following into Russia. England is charging into Russia. Russia's game is falling apart. Austria's game isn't going much better because Italy is just vengeant and is supporting Germany down. Because why wouldn't Italy be vengeant? Yeah, great news for FG. Not too bad for Turkey.
Follow 04.
More of the same, really. This time Germany decides to push up to Bohemia, though. So deciding to pull out of the attack on Italy, or whatever that plan with Tyrolia was, and instead is going to go all out in Russia.
And Winter 04.
I think that's what you'd expect, right?
Spring of 05.
By the way, kudos to Jude last year for not taking 7 immediately to keep all 3 Russian armies on the board. It's a really smart play. But yeah, still Russia's kind of screwed with Germany and Austria and Turkey, all closing in on them. France has decided to drop the hammer on Italy now that the Eastern alliances are all kind of broken up. But Austria takes advantage by getting into Venice and Turkey by getting into Ionian. So they have a bit more forward progress again, more growth prospects, which is great for them. Germany moves Kiel back to Holland, which is a little bit cagey against both their neighbors. They still don't have a whole lot going on except for Warsaw, which is not guaranteed this year. But maybe Austria is helping them, judging by that support to Galicia.
I mean, this is sort of just a Western triple pushing through the board. It's just that it's been FG fighting England for half of the time that this Western triple's been going.
It's a Western triple with Austrian help, apparently. So I would think Austria is under the impression that Germany is going to use this build as a catalyst for some kind of move, even though Germany is not very well positioned to do that.
Well, Austrian help and Turkish help. And Austria has also stabbed Turkey for rum and ball, which is ambitious from Darcy.
He's shooting
a 3 build a year from Darcy Morris.
I give Darcy a lot of hate for bad stabs, but honestly, yeah, Turkey can't really hurt them back that much here. And the Western Triple, with only 3 years left in the game, the Western Triple can't really hurt them that much with so many armies choking up the way there.
Well, the armies have to go south to fight Turkey, though. That's the problem. If the German armies do exactly this and don't go away, then everybody is going to collapse on Darcy, and Darcy's going to implode. And this is step 1 on how to implode as Austria.
Oh, dear. I guess it didn't work out well after all. And the support from Greece. Oh, that's just insult to injury. But, Austria does flip Germany. They support them into Seb, so that does relieve some pressure as well. See, Darcy still has diplomatic options. No problem. Please ignore that French armies are lining up on Venice.
Yeah, flips Germany, but Germany is in Tyrolia, Bohemia, and trying to take Galicia. So I don't know how much of this is flipping Germany, and so much as Germany just doesn't want England to build, because it's never really been a Western
I'm right. Yes,
triple.
Germany. Yes, Darcy's a genius for. Yep, there you go. Yep, got it. Yep.
Are the armies going to turn around though? Because it's never really been an alliance with England. It's been a FG that they gave up on fighting England in.
Oh dear, they're still going to tap Trieste so France can take Venice and ally with them against England. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Darcy's not a genius.
And in fact, we're just letting England take Sevastopol as we daisy chain everything forward.
All right then.
Yeah.
So Tyrolia supports Venice here. That's worth pointing out.
This is true. Although it is a spring turn, so
yeah.
While also taking Galicia. Fascinating.
Germany can't have any expectation of that staying Austrian. Yeah, and there you go. So tapping Trieste to cut it.
And this is the implosion. Loses Rome, loses Venice, and death soon awaits. Fortunately, there's only 1 more year, so he might manage to survive on a center.
The one time I don't roast you for making a stab, Darcy. The one time.
Spring of 08, we have some backtracking on France's part. Doesn't matter. Darcy does take Munich.
Nifty support by France there. I think that gets them. That secures the top for them. along
This
with Vienna.
Believe so. No,
yeah,
England got
July.
it's a two-way shared top.
Oh, yeah.
Germany got a bit screwed at the end.
Yeah.
This was quite a den of vipers. This game, just lots and lots of back and forth, different backstabbing. Interesting. It ends with Nancy Jin and Connor Muirhead tied at 11, which nets them each 245 points. Which again, right, is not, I think we were seeing the 11 center lone board top being 270, so not a huge, not a huge bonus. But I can't say well done to the two of you because neither of you won. So we're going to move on forward. We'll just keep it going here with our quick summaries. We're in a groove here. Over to game number 4. Here are the players. And if I can get it up. All right. This is fine. This game finds Stuart Barton in Austria, Wesley Chan in England, Arden Goff in France, Kai Tremperlin, hopefully we're saying your name in some approximation of correct, in Germany, Tristan Barrett in Italy, Andrew Goff in Russia, and Antranig Sarian in Turkey. All right, let's dive in here and tell us what looks interesting. Spring of 1901, anything stand out?
Well, we've got another opening to Livonia. We'll see whether Germany makes the correct reaction and bounces Sweden this time. And Austria's done the Vienna to Budapest. So will it work out or will it go horribly?
Fall of 1901.
So far, so good for them. Once again, we're seeing Turkey push straight into the med. And England's doing the Western triple moves.
Germany and France not doing them, though.
No, not yet.
Arden?
We have Arden waving 3, or maybe these units will show up in the next. One of them does. So wave 2 units, built Army Paris.
Okay.
Waved the other 2. Elsewhere, just lots of movement, except for Andrew Goff in the north, who takes Norway.
It is an FG, yeah. So it looks like with the move to Barents, Wesley got sold the dummy on a Western Triple, which is now being revealed as the true FGR that it is. So great bit of treachery there from France and Germany. And then AI versus RT, where Budapest doesn't support Serbia for some reason. So AI could be winning this. They usually do when they got their tactics straight and they trust each other, but they didn't get their tactics straight. So it's a bit of a mess.
I think Serbia moved to Bulgaria, right? So I think that
That's right.
they thought it was an air, and in fact, it's not.
Yeah, I guess so.
Winter 1902. Not too many adjustments here. We do have Arden Goff continuing to wave, however. And that takes us into spring of 1903.
Continuing to wave while still shuffling the fleets up to kill poor Wesley.
Uh,
Is that a complete NMR from Austria? Oh dear.
Looks like it.
It does look that way, yeah.
No,
And
Greece.
Italy,
Greece. No, Greece does not have a support order. Okay.
yeah, no. Italy also blew edging up rather than retreating it, so maybe is trying to make some sort of deal here. They're playing with fire, though. This is not really what I would like to be ITing in.
Yeah. Great guess with the Convoy to Yorkshire by Germany, by the way. Really good read.
Nice.
Yep.
Spring of 4. More great tactics from the FG. London Falls, Liverpool Falls. Great stuff. Love to see the efficiency there. Austria NMRs again. So, Stuart, I don't know what caused these, but if there was something going on that was preventing you from entering orders every turn, sorry to hear that. Hope it's better next time. And it looks like you will be dead. Goodbye.
And so much for the IT. That was briefly mentioned.
Yes. Interesting, though, Russia did support Italy into Trieste, and now there's some very weird things happening.
Yeah.
What
did Serbia do?
Venice.
Supported Venice to Trieste.
Okay.
I mean, you'd prefer Albania to go to Trieste, right? Because then you only have one on Serbia. So,
Right.
I guess it's all coordinated for now, so no one's really shown their hand yet, especially with Fleet Con instead of Fleet Smyrna.
But that one on Serbia is obviously designed so that you can let that one walk into Serbia and do a big daisy chain where Italy walks into your dots for reasons.
Germany, Germany going to Tyrolia and Russia holding every army in the Balkans could certainly change the calculus of whatever the heck is going on in the East. I don't really know what the heck's going on in the East anymore, except for Tunis falling.
I mean, yeah, FG are coming, and
Yeah, I
maybe
think
Turkey has decided I need to fight that, but Russia isn't fighting that.
Russia's not
Yeah.
moving anything. Oh
Yeah.
dear. Is this a moment where we see Andrew Goff, make a big move? The answer is no.
No.
Why does he need to make a big move? He's already topping the board.
Yeah. And 250 is a decent score from what we've seen. So,
Yeah.
10 points per center is all you have to gain by getting bigger, unless you lose that board top.
That was enough to lead the tournament after round 1. So,
all right. So Andrew Goff manages to top this board. And congratulations to Andrew Goff. All right. That takes us. So I do have the interview from the board leader, the tournament leader, after round 1. I'm going to play that right now. It's about 4 minutes long, and that leader is Jamal Bukharli. Here he goes.
all right.
Hello, and welcome to the Melbourne Open 2026. It is currently day 2. I'm sitting here with the winner of last night's round.
I did use that word a little bit hesitantly, but sure.
Sure, but did you or did you not have the highest center count coming out of round 1?
I had the highest center count coming out of round 1. I did not win that game.
Sure. Tell us about it.
To be very clear, Claire won that game fair and
Mhm.
square, but misordered a crucial support in the final turn, which put me on 12 instead of her on 12.
Mhm.
And yeah, it was a very hard fought game, and Claire did an amazing job and had, by all rights, won that bar a misorder. So that was how it went.
Fair enough. Was there any moment like in that game outside of the very end with the potential misorder which you think really defined your game?
Yeah, look, I think I had a position very early on that was very, very good. I think around
Mhm.
1905 or 1906. I was Turkey. I was out of the box. I had Italy, who decided they wanted to work with me, which was great, and moving away towards the line. And in that position, if somebody wants to stab for a very big score, it's available there. I think I'm probably looking at 15 or 16. But I didn't want to. I was not how I wanted to play. I had worked really well with Jude or game. I broadly want to play to have fun and enjoy myself. And, sometimes it's enjoyable to stab and go for a score, but sometimes it's not. And sometimes it's just the enjoyable thing to do is to have a fun game with an ally. So I decided not to. I moved myself out of position for any kind of stab, which then really defined the rest of the game, because suddenly I was sandwiched between 2 allies when Claire cut herself in on the deal. And I was like, okay, well, my pieces literally have to be somewhere. I have to have position on someone. And so then a lot of the discussion for the rest of the game became, which position would I be in to try and mitigate kind of the threat of a stab and all that kind of thing.
So a little bit of a benevolent streak potentially coming out
I
with
mean,
that same Jamal edge.
I would like to say I've always had a benevolent streak. It's just sometimes hiding.
Sure.
But yes, no,
Yeah.
I look. I mean, at the end of the day, we're playing a game. Like, what's the point of the game if not to have fun? And some games warrant a bit of a cutthroaty, let's have a go. This is how this game is fun. And some games don't warrant that. And I mean, I like to play the game in front of me, not what I think I should have to do.
Sure.
Yeah.
And if you want to talk about the Australian diplomacy scene to our international viewers and give them the pitch for why they should come to the next Australian tournament, what would it be? What's the thing that sets us apart?
I mean, I think what sets apart the Australian tournaments is that, well, there are 2 things, right? Number one, we have some of the best players in the world, right? Hands down. I mean, look at the 2025 DBNI. It was, 40% Australians, and we have...
I think 50% in the end.
50% Australians, and we have 25 million people in this country. So I mean, rest of the world, what are you doing, right? Like, catch up. So, if you want to come and play against half of the best players in the world, come to Australia, number one. But number two, I mean, it's not about that here, right? Like, we have half of the best players in the world, but nobody thinks about that. Nobody cares about that. What we care about is having a good time with great people and friends, like yourself, Casey, who we want to have fun, right? This is a game. This is an event. We're all, we're all out of pocket and out of time, bringing ourselves here to play diplomacy and enjoy ourselves. And I think this is one of those places where you can have a great time no matter what happens. And the tournament directors do a great job. Some of the community organizers and leaders, in particular Andrew Goff and Shane Armstrong, Zoe, Brandon, all these people, they make such a great effort and do such a great job of facilitating everybody having a wonderful time irrespective of the results. And that allows us to compete hard for results, but still go get a beer afterwards and enjoy ourselves. So, I mean, I've played diplomacy tournaments all over the world, and if I could only play one more diplomacy tournament in my life, it would absolutely be in Australia. So you should come and do it.
Well, there you go, people. Come to Australia and get a beer after.
Brandon, you're muted.
Jamal Bukhari throwing the gauntlet down for the rest of the world. Half of all the best players are in Australia. What's the rest of the world doing?
I'm going to grumble and nitpick about that because the number 1 seed in the DBNI rankings this year was an American player, David Miller. He just didn't play that virtual game. So there are other factors. You guys can lay claim to like 47% of the best players in the world. Is that fair? Is that good? Okay.
Worth pointing out, the top seed was European. The DBNI champion was also European. Carlos,
how many of those Australians made that top board? Something food for thought.
By the way, I've never seen what Casey actually looks like before, and that is a great beard. So I want to shout that out as well.
That was Casey McAllister doing the interview. All right, let's bring Katie Gray back to the stage. Welcome back, Katie Gray. Here you are. We're going to give Patrick a break now. So Patrick, we'll see you in a little bit.
Goodbye.
All right, I am going to call an audible here. I'm going to, we're just going to do one of the remaining 2 games in round 1 in the long form. We're going to do the next one in our summary form. Here are the players for board 5, round 2. In Austria, we have Robert Chatterton. In England, we have Lynn Chia. In France, we have Aito Stukas. In Germany, we have Max Wanjiro Banks. Italy, Brandan Austin. Russia, Jamila J, also new to our database. Turkey, Max North. The youngster who is definitely having a good time so far. All right, let's dive right in here and call out some moves. If I can get the map to cooperate. Let's turn off.
It's interesting in that we have Max and Brandon, 2 big names who had terrible first rounds. And so if they want to have a good tournament, their drop round's already burnt. They need to have a good game.
And they are in Germany and Italy, so not necessarily directly opposed to each other, but can certainly have an influence. All right, spring of 1901. Lots of Galicias being DMZ, McCallus. Very, very interesting. All right, here's fall of 1901. Just call out if anything looks interesting to you.
Turkey, so they're now shuffling the fleet forward, but the problem with doing that in full with having done Smyrna to Colne, this is why that old-fashioned Turkish opening went out of fashion. You can't build fleet Smyrna. And if your plan is to go into the Med, this is a problem. If your plan is not to go into the Med, or is maybe I'm going to Aegean, but I'm working with Italy or something, it can be okay.
Winter 1901. Lots of units in the north. Does not look very Western Tripoli at this moment.
Never say never when it's the Australians, though. Well, Turkey has decided to go against Russia. Unfortunately, AI have gone against Turkey, so this is not a great turn for Max. AI also sort of lining up on the line against Munich, maybe expecting Russia to have come in as well, but Russia has held almost all of their units whilst sliding into Norway, and we might see another FGR against England, which is also quite a common alliance at this tournament.
Fall of 1902.
Yeah, but then Germany said no. Yeah,
Germany takes Sweden. Yeah.
And France does take the channel, but not going to make a ton of progress by themselves probably at this position. Brandon tried to do what Darcy did, skip the Lepanto and go straight to Smyrna, and it didn't work.
Didn't work this time.
This is maybe why you should have Lepantoed. There we go. Spring of 03, an actual Lepanto convoy seen in the flesh in 2026. So treasure this moment, folks. It doesn't happen very often anymore. Take a screenshot. They are still possible.
Send
and France is coming into the Med to punish it.
Yes, France drops into the Western Med. That's hilarious.
But also to Irish.
Yeah. This is a great double whammy by Aito.
Yeah.
Doesn't cover breast and gets away with it. How lovely is that?
That's really, really great.
They're in Liverpool and Tyrrhenian Sea with an English fleet in Mao. That's unusual. This game has started to go a bit weird.
I like it.
Yeah.
Brandon did get Smyrna.
Yeah.
And Italy got Romania, but lost Greece.
And Turkey got Greece as well, which is interesting.
So it's I would say it's a classic dipsy doodle, but it's not, because Russia actually is the loser there, and Italy gains one.
Yeah, essentially it's the normal 1903 transfer of a Russian dot to the Italian player.
Yeah.
Happens all the time. Spring of 04. England's back on the Western Triple to go against Russia, and FG have immediately punished them for it again. So once bitten, twice shy. Turkey gets into Romania now to get that centre from the Austrian, while Austria's retaken Greece, and AI have failed to take any more Turkish dots. And England is, of course, in this position putting France into Tunis, because that's what you do when France is in Liverpool and London, is you help them take Tunis from the Italian. Well diplomed Aito to make that one happen.
Yeah, this is quite a game by Aito so far.
Yeah, Brandon just had to disband that Smyrna unit, but then it's still going after Greece. So you have to kind of play defense and kind of fight Austria when Austria's walking into Venice.
Yeah, but now supporting them in the fall. What is going on?
Maybe the Greece was agreed upon, like given that Austria's in Venice.
Yeah.
Fiesta?
I think Mats is having a much better game than Brandon is out of the big names of this one. And Mats, I think we've missed it, but Mats, I believe, has stabbed France there, right?
Is that right?
He's +1. Yeah, he's walked into Liverpool.
Taking Liverpool, yeah. But has not moved in any other way, right? Like could have gone to Channel here.
Yeah.
Max North.
Belgium, though.
Yeah, had Belgium. Max North in Turkey has now gone +2 from having that difficult second year. Now
did a comeback.
That's 6.
France loses Tunis to an Italian walk because of the disband, which is quite a problem. The East is very messy, and Mats Banks is indeed pushing further into Germany in a kind of half-hearted manner, because it goes to Burgundy with no real plausible path to further progress, but maybe just be buying time until that third fleet can get somewhere useful.
Well, I wonder if that was intended to be a bounce and it wasn't communicated well, or Aito may be a newer player and didn't get the message right. But it does seem like Max is getting in position for something, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, that's something might just be Norway and St. Petersburg, right? And Russia has got a build by walking into Budapest, which is fun and cool for them. Austria is somehow still alive, despite having all of their centres being taken by different people. So it feels like they're just sort of trading places constantly.
What is Brandon doing in Lyon? Nothing.
Why would he be doing anything? He's got 3 units. One of them is easily a spare unit.
Oh, that's great. Who needs Ionian?
Yeah, you don't need to worry about the Turk going to Ionian. You can send everything western to France. Who needs home dots? And now Mats Banks takes Vienna and Budapest as Germany in 07, because you can. Also takes London and also takes Norway. So wow. Mats Banks is saying, I'm topping this board, come and get me. And nobody is coming and getting him.
You have to give Max credit here, right? Like topping the board alone at 9 with a 3-center lead. No one's coming after him. In fact, he's just picking everything up. So jumps up to 13.
Great. Coolest guy in the world.
Now we're regretting, I think, that this is not a wave system that gives a bonus for an extra bonus for the distance between first and second. But yeah, now just takes Trieste, right? The game ends by year limit with 14. So this is easily the biggest board top, biggest score we've seen so far. How would you say that Max did this, Katie?
I think he just had his units in convenient places, which is a really basic thing to say, but it can be kind of hard to do. I mean, talking France into sort of going south and then not having to do a stab immediately, but just sort of being around and being ready. He got into Burgundy, I think it was an accident. He walked back out immediately. He kept up the relationship, potentially even this whole game, right? I mean, he took London, but I think France walked out and he topped from Austrian center. So it wasn't even like he stabbed France really hard. I think he just found the growth and kept the people around him happy.
East also started off this game quite normal and then turned into utter chaos. And I'm sure Max would have had a strong hand in making sure that that carried on going. And you saw like Turkish being attacked first, but then Turkey coming back, stabs on Austria, stabs on Italy. And every time, who's the person who's really got up? Yeah, Turkey got some dots at the end, but Germany has all three Austrian home dots at the end of that. Germany is the one who's won the East effectively from all of those stabs, and Max has played that incredibly well.
Yeah, Germany ends up with all three Austrian home centers and all three English home centers. So taking and it has a bunch of neutrals, and that's it. You know, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good point spread. All right, let's move on from this game. Congratulations to Max Wanjiro Banks for a big board top, and head on over to the last game in round 2, board number 3. This finds Tianyu Sun, the defending champion in Austria, Joshua Krauter in England, Victor Tan in France, Stephen Kumar in Germany, Claire Bradbury in Italy, and tournament leader and defending champ from 2 years ago, Jamal Bakharli in Russia, and Brandon Austin playing 2 boards. Hopefully doing better on this one than the previous. We'll see. Let's dive right in here. We will do this one in a somewhat slower fashion, but I'm still going to try to keep the pace up if you guys don't mind. Spring of 1901. McCallus, take us through
it. Pretty standard stuff again. We see Russia doing Warsaw to Ukraine, Moscow to Tbilisi for the second time this tournament, and it's Jamal, so you would assume that that one's deliberate. St. Petersburg to Baltic is certainly a order you are allowed to write in spring of 01. Whether you should be allowed to write it is a different matter, but that is something that has also been written on a piece of paper.
That's hard to say about that.
It's hard to imagine that this is like an accident, right? Fall of 1901.
Fall of 1901. And the reward for that is to ensure that you get 0 builds as Russia, which is also perhaps a natural consequence of doing order sets like that. 80 bounce him out of Ram. Germany goes into Sweden, which doesn't bounce Russia because Russia's not next to Sweden. Germany does not get to go +3, which they were perhaps thinking and hoping, because England has convoyed to Denmark, which isn't necessarily a case of I'm going to actually fight Germany. It could just be I really don't want Germany to build Fleet Kiel here, which is now really nicely blocked. So this is a big win actually from Joshua Kraufar. I really like bouncing Denmark rather than anything else there.
Yeah.
Do you think Jamal outsmarted himself? I guess it's just hard to know whether that was a deliberate misorder or not.
Well, I don't think that he's patted himself on the back and going, job well done after that year.
Fair enough. Winter 1901 finds 0 builds for Russia. And another 3 build France. We're seeing this quite a lot in this round. And Turkey builds Brandon Austin, and Turkey builds Army Constantinople. So presumably that's an IAT coordination. Let's see.
Seems to be the pitch when you're already working together on Rum. See whether Italy is actually on board with it. So far, this is Katie's year, and I will not take over.
Thanks. Yeah, definitely is at least AT, right? I don't think going Tionian means that Claire is very invested in that trio. But Brandon does get Sev, and yeah, we've got Austria and Galicia and Romania, so definitely AT doing strong work against Russia. And then in the west or the north, Germany is also sort of moving against Russia, taking Denmark. I mean, I guess it could all be fake because it's a bounce, and not, North didn't support London to the Channel, so this could all be arranged. I really wouldn't be shocked, I guess, if it's just all agreed between the West.
Let's find out. Nope.
No, it's not. Great. Okay, so North does now support London to the Channel, and Victor in France gets up to NAO, but England very nicely still has the army in York, so we'll be able to defend Liverpool and is not sort of scrambling just yet, and I think is working with Germany. So without Germany's help, I don't know how much of England France is going to get from this position. So we might see not too much movement there in the short term. But in the east, Claire is taking Trieste. Of course, goes to Armenia because of course. Could be agreed because Austria's picking up Rome, so maybe we'll see a fleet build from Claire, and then
Man Warsaw.
Oh, and Warsaw, yes, yes. So I'm sure it's arranged then. Oh yeah, Trieste walked out. It's surely arranged, and then Brandon does keep Sev.
It's
He'll
it's
go
an
up one.
interesting decision from Stefan to help Russia die quicker here, given that you're probably not going to be taking any any Russian dots now. So usually what you'd want to do in this position is slow the East down. You prop the Russian up, let them hold that sort of line around Warsaw or Moscow, give yourself time to make up for it, as the West is certainly not resolved. The West is barely even starting to resolve. But instead, Germany's decided pedal to the metal, foot to the floor. Let's just kill Russia as quickly as possible. Hopefully I can turn it into a central triple, possibly. See what Brandon Austin has to say about that.
I really thought you were gonna make that rhyme. Pedal to the metal, foot to the floor. Let's kill Russia some more.
There we go.
I do just spit hot bars constantly, but sadly not this time.
It could
That was
also
good.
be. Thanks. It could also be a case of attack the tournament leader, right? Claire, we learned in that interview, Claire thought she had that game, probably would have had that game, should have had that game. So she's probably pitching hard for maybe not revenge, but trying to get some points back. And so there might be a lot of board pressure for people to attack Russia here.
Katie, I just want to drop some cred for you, some props for that rhyme you just you made.
Thanks.
I think you're our poet laureate.
Oh, great. Low bar.
Winter 1902 finds some more fleet power in the south and some army power in the center. And this McAulifce's proposal of a the quest for the central triple, whether that comes to bear or not for Stephen. Interested to find out. Here are the orders for spring of 1903. Tell us what you see, McAuliffe.
I do not see a central triple. I see Italy going the other way and Austria going towards the line, and there is no pressure really going on Turkey here, which would be good news for Brandon and probably not very good news for Stefan. I guess Stefan saw the writing on the wall because he does try and put Jamal back into Warsaw, but for his reward for that is an Austrian retreat to Prussia and more centres that he needs to cover. He is getting in a position to potentially take Norway, but actually North Sea can't be cut by France, so North Sea can defend Norway. So this is not great for Stefan at all, I think. I think Germany is in a bit of a problematic position. France has got a delightful convoy up to Clyde to kill England. Sadly, they will lose Marseille and the entire south for it.
Yeah.
Very good. Fall of 1903.
Oh, God. Tried to
wow.
convoy right back.
Wow.
I think at that point you gotta just take Liverpool.
Yeah, the south is gone. Just take Liverpool. This is an overreaction, possibly a bit of panic. Newer player, it happens. Weird stuff does happen in the east, though, right? So Austria retakes Trieste, which potentially that's reasonable. Like Italy was guaranteed a build. You don't need my home center anymore. But goes back and covers Vienna, which is a real sign of distrust. Doesn't cover Romania, which is a sign they probably should have distrusted that one. But does get into Moscow with Turkish support. So maybe Romania is actually agreed upon. And for some reason, Germany has somehow got Warsaw with Austrian support, which doesn't make a huge amount of sense. And if I'm Austria, I might have made that deal and then walked into Berlin, for example. But fair
wild
enough.
To not cover it. Wild. To not cover it.
Well,
you have Bohemia too, so it's a guess.
The big tragedy here for me, from Austria's perspective, is that they go up one, but they have no home center open for a build.
Bohemia to Vienna is quite an odd thing. Although I don't think they are up one, right? They're +2, -2.
Oh, they lost Warsaw. Correct. Well, that keeps them from going down one. They're probably worried about Trieste retreating to Vienna, or even just trying to snake it. All right, winter 1903 finds a couple armies. We got a rebuild from Jamal in the north, and it wouldn't surprise me if he had waived that, to be honest. Smyrna fleet in the south from Brandan. Let's keep on going here. Spring of 1904. Down to UK.
That's the first build Jamal's got in this game. He can't waive it.
Yeah, you waved all the other ones. That's funny. All right, so we've got Turkey making a lot of progress with the fleets. Armies are moving back as if to say, we're all good. Austria, you don't need to fear me. I'll just be moving around you. They're going after Italy together, it looks like, taking Ionian and Tyrolia. So they're going to not get anything at the moment. And see, this is why it's a little, everything's hindsight, right? But if France had kept Liverpool or had taken Liverpool, like, I don't think that would have changed whether or not Italy was stabbed. And so you might have had more momentum, more ability to keep playing in the north, whereas now you're really overreacted. You're really out of position. Like, yes, you can take Marseille back probably, but you've sort of lost your advantage in the north. And then we also have Russia and Germany, Germany and England sort of half-heartedly fighting each other. Austria walks into Warsaw, presumably, I don't know. It's a really clever little support and walks in. That's really fun. And because because Germany bounced in Silesia, is going to keep Warsaw. Very funny, very fun.
I assume the deal is I'll give you St. Petersburg if you give me Warsaw, and that's a reasonably plausible deal because Austria isn't going to expect to be able to take and hold St. Petersburg. It's interesting. England's been given a lease of life they probably shouldn't have been given, and the question is now going to be, what does Joshua do with it?
Yeah. Let's find out. Fall of 1904.
They're going to lose said lease of life. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So France goes to the Channel, and then meanwhile Germany does take Norway. Yeah, I guess it's very odd to like try to go. That's a very odd move set from England, like trying to take St. Pete. I mean, I assume that Jamal knew that it was bouncing, but like, I don't know. It's just a little odd. Why not just like support your own center with North? I don't know. It's a little weird. In the south, we've got France moving into west. Is there to prop up Italy until it's beneficial not to? Probably. I'm sure it's with permission. And then no more progress with the AT. I don't think they're pretty stagnant right now.
No, clear out guest AT everywhere there. Everything has been successfully blocked.
Yeah, covered Adriatic. Yeah.
Winter in 1904, just a couple adjustments. Austria.
What's that? I guess. No, I guess it was Apulia. It doesn't matter. Sorry.
And Joshua in England pulls Norwegian off the board. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring of 1905. Back to you, McCallus.
Blair once again. Well, I guess this time you can only make correct guesses because France is also covering Tyrrhenian Sea for you. So 80's chance of progress is essentially gone. They're not going to get anywhere anytime soon. They can try shuffling up to Albania to force Adriatic and stuff like that, but it's going to be a very slow game. And in a 1908 game, is that really going to be what they do? Or is Brandon going to go, well, I'm not making any progress there. Maybe I need to look at the other options for progress. Elsewhere, England now gets into Holland with French support. So France, having lost and refused to support England in, decides, actually, I'm going to support them in now, and tries to leave Channel. Doesn't do it because they're bounced. Perhaps by arrangement, probably not by arrangement. I think it's hard to predict which one Turkey would have plumped for out of all of those places it tried to move to. But yeah.
I don't know why I'm so France stabbing England tonight, but I just can't help but see, like, what if you went up to Irish and you get them off of the island? Like, you could do so much. For some reason, it's like in my head that tonight France should be attacking England. I don't know why.
Like convoy, yeah, support them into Holland. So
yeah, and then you're ready to convoy in the fall right into Liverpool. Like, I don't know.
I think it's a reasonable. There you go. I think it's a reasonable question, though.
It's a turn too late.
Yeah, if you're attacking Germany, what are you getting? Like, you're helping England take Germany. You're not even next to Munich. You can't take Munich, so
right.
Why attack them?
But see, it's too late now because England defends Holland, and they're going to get a build, and they're probably going to put an army in Liverpool, and you're too late. And you walk out of Marseille.
Yeah, this had no hope of succeeding. Belgium to Ruhr, like North was there, unless. Yeah, it just had no hope of succeeding. So
well, unless they thought they would be a sneak, right? I don't know. Like they thought. I don't know. Joshua sniffed
Even
it out.
if it is, all that happens is it gets rebuilt in Liverpool, right? So it's not like this was a winning order
Yeah.
set.
Yeah,
I think
true.
this is
It's probably a
Victor probably just got convinced of something in spring and then went, "Why did I do that?" And then got convinced to do the opposite in fall.
Just the timing's slightly off.
Yeah,
Which
this is one of the things in that once you've committed to something, even if it isn't going great, sometimes you do need to just see it through. And Victor's like gone in one direction and pulled back a couple of times now. It doesn't always work out as well as you hoped, but maybe it's better to just take some stuff and not just keep going back. Because if you just go back and forth, you end up going nowhere.
This very well may be Victor's first tournament, and so
Yeah.
there's a lot of learning experiences. I think this is a great game to learn from if you're a newer player. I know that when I played my first tournament, it was actually the Worlds in Chicago in 2016, and I had terrible results, and I learned a ton, and that was a really good experience. So perhaps it'll work that way for Victor. Winter 1905 finds some German units coming off the board, and Austria and England putting down armies.
Those are some interesting choices of disbands, actually. To keep Livonia and pull both the Scandinavian units, keep Burgundy. Yeah,
That's
okay.
Like, it's almost kind of suicide, right? Like, it's sort of giving up.
But
You're giving up.
if there was 1 year left, maybe you're hoping you can make some like correct guesses or whatever. But with 3 years to go, that's not going to go well.
Well, let's find out. Spring of 1906.
They take back Munich, but they didn't need Burgundy or Liverpool to do that. Or, sorry, Livonia to do that. And in fact, Livonia is disbanded anyway. And
Livonia's been piffed for their troubles, and
they're
even
gonna
if they,
lose at least Norway. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, and their home centers are going to be covered as well, right?
Yeah, odd choice. Yeah, Victor's backing out of Irish again. Hey, Brendan, have you ever been in a game where you're England and like France just kept like half-heartedly attacking you and backing off and doing it again over and over again? Like, does that sound familiar at all?
I think gosh, it's like I have this vague. It's a little bit of deja vu, as if I had this experience in the past that was so traumatic that I have repressed it completely. But there's something about the tenor of your voice as well that is making me feel like something happened, but I can't quite place it. So let's just move on.
No, I mean, if you don't get the timing right, it's not going to work. You do sort of flip flop like this, and it's unfortunate. It's quite surprising to just not take back Marseille. Like, I mean, you can you can make the argument that Italy needs to defend, but the game is coming to a close. Like, how much they really need Adriatic, I don't know.
What are you getting for helping prop Italy up? And in this case, at the moment, that's also nothing. And yeah.
And Brandon's finding other ways to grow. Brandon doesn't need Italian dots. I mean, he's going to get St. Pete.
Well, Tianyu,
right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Austria is.
Tianyu's been doing quite a good job of growing, but up until now, Brandon had not.
No, I meant Austria. Sorry.
Fall of 1906. Katie, take it away.
Oh, I'm sorry if I talked over McCullough the last time. I thought it was mine. Okay, well, yeah, so Austria does take St. Pete and takes back Munich because France is helping. And also because Germany put in strange order. Was covering Berlin. So Austria keeps Munich, loses Greece, probably arranged because they're getting St. Pete, and is still on 8, and Turkey's up on 7. Yeah, so France gets into Ionian, which again, fun, great, but it even makes Italy having an extra unit even less necessary, I think. But that's what they're doing. And England takes Denmark instead of going for Norway. So Jamal will live to see at least one more year. That's all I got.
This might be one of the very, very rare edge cases where convoying the army to Denmark was the correct move. Like, yeah, you think you have to keep it back because the French might come in, but actually you're just getting a build out of Denmark. So if the convoy goes through, it doesn't matter. You're going to be building anyway. You don't need to care if the France comes up for the 20 millionth time and goes towards Liverpool.
And what do you want an army in Denmark?
Because you want to take Scandinavia. That's sort of your path for the rest of this game, right?
You could do it with fleets.
Or you want to take teal, and if you take teal, you want it with the other. Like whatever you're doing with, if you're staying in North Sea, you've got more pressure on Norway. You've got the same pressure on Sweden. You've got the same pressure on teal, and the ability to channel more units over there. Like there's only 2 more years after this. Do you need fleets going and taking Baltic? Probably not.
Fine.
Yeah, the key there is that you stay in North, whereas now you need to waste a turn retaking it, presumably with the fleet that you've just built in Edinburgh. We have a wave from Brandon Austin in Turkey. We'll see if that is a backstabber error. It is not. So
it is not, but if it was designed to lull Austria into a sense of security, that sense of security was rather false. Brandon walks into Serbia, doesn't really care about Ionian Sea anymore, and moves up to Ukraine and Sevastopol to threaten Warsaw, threaten Moscow. Yeah, Austria does get into Berlin, so not completely lost for them yet, but this is looking like Brandon's going to get the upper hand. And Joshua is in Baltic Sea, has decided, actually, I do need to be in Baltic Sea. One might question what he's doing in Baltic Sea, but at the moment he is there, and he's also got to walk into Kiel, which is exciting.
Yeah. Germany now making the sort of last play in Scandinavia is funny, considering they dissolved those fleets before, but I don't think anything moved. Is the only
Brandon doesn't follow through.
Yeah, it's
so
just Galicia and then Finland back to Sweden. I think those are the only black arrows.
Maybe the promise was you get St. Petersburg, but Stefan sniffed out that Brandon wasn't going to be cutting Moscow. Maybe this was fear to play between them, because it is just Austria +1 and Turkey +1. So they've evened it out.
Galicia moving back is probably the only potential fly in that the ointment of that interpretation. That puts Austria and Turkey at 8 apiece. Brandon waves both builds. One was in pocket, one was additional. Fascinating. Let's see how this goes in spring of 1908. And Katie, back to you.
Okay, so he walks into Moscow with permission from Tianu, surely given the move sets. Tianu also moves to Tyrolia, but they're not going to get Venice. It's sort of the same thing everywhere. Maybe Victor will now go to Marseille, but it seems unlikely, just based on history. And now we do have a convoy to Denmark, which I suppose makes sense because you have the 2 armies and yeah, whatever. But he gets Norway, and I guess it's a possibility he can't lose it, so he'll be keeping Norway. And I think he'll be getting Sweden. So he'll be up 2 more.
He also got Berlin by what looks like a very unfortunate misorder. If you go back, I believe Munich support held Bell instead of Bur, which is the only reason England gets into Berlin there. That is pretty devastating for TRU.
Really
tragic.
tragic. All right, does the Beast score a triple here?
Yeah.
But loses Holland.
Oh, loses Holland.
Yeah.
Loses Holland, and also I think Tionu, perhaps reacting to that screw up in spring, goes, I can't top anymore, Brandon, have my dots. And walks.
Wow.
Just implosion. Oh, that's rough. I know it's the end of the game, but that's rough.
But this is going to get Brandon a clear board top, right? +3 takes him to 11. Joshua Croucher only gets up to 8. And this is the final score, 11-8. We get the winter, so they don't even go. Wow, Australia goes -5 in the final year. That's not how you want to do it. But we do have a clear board topper in Brandon Austin, who makes up for a difficult first round and also an elimination on his other board this round with a nice score of 270 points. You want to put the bow on this game? Katie, we'll start with you.
This is one of the more fun games that I feel like we've seen. There was a lot of changes, a lot of back and forth. We had some shifting alliances, some feints. I don't know. It just was kind of a fun game, and I think Brandon played all of that sort of chaos really well and was patient. He waved a lot of builds, and if you're going to be somebody waving builds, might as well be Turkey. And he just made his ally comfortable and played well, and he got a well-deserved top.
I think Brandon did very well, but I want to give a shout out to Joshua Crowther as well. Like I said, sort of the midpoint in the game, he'd been given a lease of life that he shouldn't really have been given. And would he put it to good use? Yeah, he put it to very good use. Came up second, 190 points is a pretty good score. It's only sort of 30, 40 less than some of the shared tops we've seen. And he came back and he took pretty much the maximum he was going to get. Yeah, he lost Holland at the end, but he managed to get Berlin instead of it. So I think that's a really nice little comeback from the beast there. Well done.
All right. Well, after 2 rounds now, this is how the standings look. We have in first place Peter McNamara, second place Connor Muirhead, and third place Nancy Jin. I have an interview here, which I'm not sure. I have not actually watched it. So let's see what happens.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Melbourne Open 2026. We're here at the end of round 2, with the best performer from this round being with Max Robanks.
Yeah, thank you.
How'd you go? What happened in your game? What made it your game?
I've been told it was the best performance of round 2, so I think I did pretty well. I think I went pretty well because I'm quite amicable, and the East wasn't able to resolve, and Max North is a real fighter is Turkey. I really appreciated that. And once I could start pushing on the East, I could start picking up their stuff. And I always seem to be on amicable relations with Russia and England, even as they took their stuff. Yeah. That's
Taking everything with a smile on your face.
Yeah. I didn't complain too much. The risk of more things being taken.
Benevolent dictator you are. Was there any individual turn where you were like, oh, this is it. This is going to be a good game for me?
I think it was probably the turn I thought it was good. I think it was would have been 1903 or 1904 when France went into the Med, because I knew then that Italy had to pull back from Turkey, and it was going to be a real dog's breakfast down there, which was much to my own benefit. And then I felt more comfortable pushing into Bohemia and such. And even though I'd taken Sweden from Russia and helped them lose Norway, they were more angry at Austria than they were angry at me after they lost Romania.
That is impressive.
I'm
sorry. It took me a moment to process how that might have happened over the board, and the reality is probably just your charismatic aura that did it.
Thank you.
Now, I personally don't know this story, although others might. But how did you actually get into diplomacy? What was your in?
What was my in? I was, a long time ago when I was in high school, I saw some YouTube videos of an old English board game bloke, and he just was talking about it, and I always wanted to play it, but I could, coming from a rural country town in Tassie, I could never find 6 other people to play it with me. And then one day in Canberra, after playing cards and losing in the finals, I saw these old people just wearing these sashes that hold all the flags on them, all the country names, and turns out they were all the countries in diplomacy, and I said I wanted to play. And I think, a guy called Jamal Bacladi said, come along next month, let's do it. So I came along, got my teeth kicked in, and I've been hooked ever since.
Perfect. Right, our last question. If you had to sell Australian diplomacy to all our international players who didn't show up to the tournament, if you're trying to get them to come to the next tournament, what is your one pitch about Australian diplomacy?
I'm playing Australian diplomacy.
Thank you, Max. That is the end of round 2. That's fucking wild. I did not know you grew.
All right. Welcome back to the stage, Katie and McCallus. Okay, so those interviews are not with the tournament leaders. Those are with whoever performed best in that round, which makes more sense now. All right. We are going to bring back to the stream Mr. Patrick. Patrick, welcome back, sir.
Hey, everyone. Good games. Good
We're
games.
going to bring back robotic Brandon.
Oh, dear.
Excuse me.
How about now? Are any better?
It's good.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I thought you were calling me robotic. Sorry.
I think maybe
His connection's
McCallus-
fine. His connection's fine to me. Yeah.
Maybe it's McCallus.
No, it's every time you have Patrick, your internet dies.
Maybe it's the one non-American on the stream of 3 Americans that's being hosted by an American. Yeah.
I don't.
Just for you.
Let's not do USA propaganda right now.
Yeah. Actually, Kind of fair.
Katie, what I took away from that little interchange is that it's either McCallus or Patrick that is the harbinger of doom. Neither of us.
Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree.
All right, McCallus, we're going to give you a break here. We'll see you in a little bit. Enjoy the time off. And the three of us are going to dive right back into this tournament and into round 3. And again, here's where things stand after 2 rounds. That's Peter McNamara, Connor Muirhead, Nancy Jin in the win, place, and show. And lots of other places still with good scores here. Hard not to look down there at Claire Bradbury in 8th with 350 and just kind of mentally add 60 more points to her score.
Oof.
Only gets her up a few places, but we keep her in closer shot of the leader. So this tournament does have a drop round. The top 3 scores are the ones that count. We say drop round, but really these players are playing multiple boards per round, so they could have as many as 5 or even 6 if they were so bold boards by the end of this. But only the top 3 will count. So Peter McNamara has a little bit of an edge here because has a 3rd score in there. Even though it was an elimination, I think he still got some points for it. All right, let's head on over to round 3, and we will, let's see, what are the ones? All right, we're going to dive into board number 2 here, and that is this one. In Austria, we have Arden Goff. In England, Zoe Cameron. In France, Wesley Chan. Germany, Victor Tan. Italy, Stuart Barton. In Russia, Brandon Austin. And in Turkey, Peter McNamara. So the tournament leader and some other nice names. Victor Tan had that back and forth France. So this is the second round on the Saturday. There was 1 round on Friday, 2 rounds on Saturday. So hopefully Victor is coming to this with a little bit of hard-won experience. All right, we're going to cover this in our fast fashion. Here are the orders for spring of 1901. Just shout out if something of interest strikes you. Well, it's hard not to look at that Bounce in the English Channel and not want to talk about it, isn't it?
Exciting.
All right, here's how it plays out in fall of 1901, which is another bounce.
That wasn't a broken DMZ in Galicia. It was just Brandon putting an extra unit on rum. Totally harmless. This is a strip.
All right, winter 1901. Here is how 1901 ends. We have fleets in Brest and Marseille, just maybe not in the way you might have expected.
And a fleet in Ankara. So maybe Peter was under the impression that it was supposed to be a broken DMZ in Galicia, but Brandon didn't use it that way. So we'll see how he approaches that.
All right, that's pretty cool, actually, that you get the fleet out into the Aegean, but just letting Russia know exactly where your next fleet is going.
Peter's not the kind of guy to expose himself in general. You can help it. And there's Bounce in Black Sea. It looks like Warsaw to Silesia. That's probably going to flank. No, it's not going to flank down to Bohemia because, gosh, why would Bull tap rum without? I guess they're expecting Austrian support, and Austria's lining up on Venice. So Austria's attacking Italy, but we don't really know what role Russia and Turkey are playing. They're still kind of undecided and kind of half fighting each other, half fighting Austria, half not.
No,
really.
I think it's an AT.
It's an AT, but then
they're just kind of going both directions.
They're not going to Armenia. Yeah, I think it's a bit unsure from Peter at this stage. He wants to keep his options open to some extent. And then, of course, EG in the West with the taking of Belgium and the move to Channel and the move to Now. And France is retaliating with the move to Irish. And that's the most annoying thing in the world when you're England and an EG. When you allow a fleet up north there that you have to cover from, all of a sudden, yuck. England does get into Sweden, but at the cost of Norway. So it's actually Russia benefiting from this. Oh, it's a stab. Oh, I see. So England has no ally in the north, seemingly, because I can't imagine Norway was arranged. Why would he let that happen this early? And he's got a French fleet and Irish, and he's got a German who's mad at him. So I wouldn't want to be Zoe right now. She can talk herself out of that if anyone can, but I still wouldn't want
Honestly, to. Zoe's played this very strange. Eddie was a weird, convoying to Norway and building fleet. Eddie is a really weird thing to do if you're bouncing an English channel and it's hostile. Yeah. It's very.
I think it's safe to say South Coast is anti-English when Sweden is owned by England. So, yikes.
It's kind of always anti-English in the long run.
Yeah, but more immediately so. And yet, Russia takes Sweden. They try to get Sweden into Denmark, but a brace with German help ensures that the GR alliance is solidified. Don't say that very often after a South Coast build goes down, but hey, common interest, war makes strange bedfellows and all that. And then Germany goes back out of Tyrolia because they decided, you know what, I should probably cover Munich. That's kind of important. I don't have that many armies right now, which is fair enough. And it means Austria gets back into Tyrolia. and also in the Mediterranean Sea. So more progress being made against Italy as well, and still nothing in the way of resolution between R and T.
This is great. You got Turkey and Tunis. Just great. Italy retakes Venice. So not as great for Austria, but good for Turkey. And then there's still a lot of like conflict between just that north. It just looks pretty chaotic. People are just trying to hold on.
I get the intention of that move set from Arden to try and open up Trieste for a fleet build, but it was just too unit intensive here, and he loses Venice as a result to a pretty easy guess ultimately from Stuart. So big setback for Austria, and maybe, who knows, that could spur RT to get along a little better. Or not. Let's see. English army into Belgium. Liverpool's not really being responded to in the short term, but it's okay because England has a guarantee on Brest, so he'll be able to repay that in kind. Oh, no, because France is building, so he'll build Army Paris, and everything will suck for both of them. Really. Who does this board not suck for? I guess Turkey?
Russia.
I mean,
you're facing
classic
an
mid-game collapse and all that. Turkey
you're facing an AT where Turkey has parked that army in Syria and gone after Tunis. Like,
it's not an AT. If it's an AT, then why is Romania so rough?
They're working together. I'm just saying, Brandon has no enemies.
I think Peter's his enemy. He's just not getting the assistance he needs.
He just built a fleet in Smyrna. Brandon is fine.
It's going to shuffle over to Khan. Just watch. Okay, maybe not now, but later. Just you wait.
I would be so scared if I was Brandon. He's getting Kiel. Oh, no.
Oh, poo. Anyway, well, Turkey's going to get Rome, so this is fine for him. Or not, because he has to defend Tunis.
Now, finally, Patrick, we get Smyrna to Armenia.
Yeah,
Is
about darn time,
right?
Peter. It took you long enough. Anyway, and Stuart is not dead, actually, despite losing the boot, because he sneaks into Marseille. So such are the perils of choosing to convoy to Tunis across Western Med instead of just going there with the fleet. Wesley, again, because I don't recognize your name, I feel like you may be a new player. Not going to assume fully, but maybe. And if so, learning moment. Don't put an army in Africa if you can help it. And you could help it here.
So
he didn't put the army in Africa, so good job.
Yeah.
He tried to. Don't try to do it. That's what I should have
said. Zoe in England gets build up to 5 for the first time.
Who needs Liverpool?
Ardengoff in Austria, who's had a real whirlwind of a game, is now +3, only has 2 home centers open for the build, but is able to put a fleet down.
That fleet Trieste is a big vote of confidence in Russia all of a sudden. Maybe? Bulgaria goes to Greece. I don't know. Maybe Turkey approved of the second Austrian fleet build because Peter doesn't have another fleet to put down right now, and they kind of need one to defend against it. Because they kind of need it. There aren't allowed ATs with 2 Austrian fleets, to be fair, Katie. Meanwhile, in the north, Germany's dying, and Germany is fully dead, actually. So thanks for playing, Victor. That's rough, getting Munich walked into. Maybe they're just done with the game. Maybe they got a promise from Austria that was not followed through on. Who knows?
All right. So after 6 years of play, Brandon is leading the board in Russia at 9, Ardengoff in second place at 8, and their seeming ally, Peter McNamara, at 6. Also tournament leader, Peter McNamara, it's worth saying. All right. So what happens here?
This is the most dysfunctional rat I've maybe ever seen, but it's still working somehow.
You feel like it shouldn't be doing as well as it is.
I feel like it shouldn't even be a rat at all, given how much RT tension there's been. And there we go. Okay, something logical happened in the Balkans finally. Sorry, Arden. This was logical for both of them. So
there's been no RT tension. Peter has been threatening nobody except Tunis.
If you're still bouncing in the Black Sea in 1907, that is tension, and you cannot convince me otherwise. If you actually think you can have a good RT relationship while bouncing Black Sea for that long, then I'm sorry to say
bouncing Black Sea,
you may be a dinosaur.
No, Patrick, slow down. They're bouncing RT, but they're taking Budapest and Serbia at the same time. They are obviously working together.
Yeah, Nick, so we can't shuffle 7 to Romania in the meantime, so Ukraine can go to Warsaw and go after Munich, so they don't have to bounce Black Sea anymore.
You don't have to have every unit going against someone else to have a stable and successful relationship. You can have units that are there for protection, that are there for security. You don't have to be maximum efficiency in the name of fully trusting your partner.
Agree to disagree.
Winter 1907. A couple more armies down in the RT. Interesting. Is that tension or no?
No, it's just within me right
Fighting
now.
Austria, you need armies to fight Austria. Not that deep, guys.
Spring of 1908. Does feel like Brandon has the advantage here, yeah? Advancing
Well,
in the
yeah, but
north.
Turkey's
Yeah.
gonna get all of Italy, right?
Hmm.
I don't know.
No, Russia's not
both
going to
there.
get all of Italy.
I said Turkey's gonna get all of Italy, my friend.
You said Brandon. One of you said. Okay. Brandon got Norway, so he's fine. Yeah, he's fine. He's in Munich, so he's extra fine.
So Brandon goes up to. So does Peter, except Peter loses Tunis here, so only +1. So Brandon has opened up a 4-center lead here, and I think this is a 9-year round. Let's see. No, 10-year. So this can go. This game can go to 1910. I'm sorry, 1911. 11 years. There we go. Okay.
I really
So-
like the Fleet North Coast build in an 11-year game. That's really nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
So possible 3 more years. And yeah, Peter McNamara builds in Khan, not Smyrna. So will we see a supported move to black here? The game
No.
ends.
Wow.
I mean, it's the evening game, right? And Russia has a commanding lead. Like,
Yeah.
let them have it. Everyone go home, get some sleep. This is great. That was fun.
Peter doesn't need to push for the biggest possible score here because it's not a center-based system. It's more about the rank. So yeah, he's probably still going to be leading the tournament or close to lead of the tournament, even with that.
Yeah, 190 is a pretty good third score, we think, depending on what else happens. All right, so that is
The question
board
is, do you
number-
keep going as France? I don't know. You're not in contention to win, I guess, so it doesn't matter too much.
All right, we'll leave this game here. Jump over to board number 4. Here are the players on board number 4. Nancy Jin in Austria, Jamal Blakarli in England, Joshua Croucher in France, Antranig Sarian in Germany, Casey McAllister in Italy, whose face we now know, Tristan Barrett in Russia, and George Bath in Turkey. All right, let's have a look at some orders. And here they are.
Just a quick one, Brandon.
Yeah. Oh, yes, it is. Sorry, we're gonna do
Okay.
we're gonna do 4 quick ones and then a long one. So
War channel. Yes. Blood. EF blood in the water immediately. Wait, why is Jamal? No, wait, hold on. Jamal, if Jamal's going to the English channel, the only reason he's doing that is to convoy a French army to Norway. Sorry. So let's see it. Come on. Yep. Bingo. This is how he likes to do a Western triple now, apparently.
Oh man, that is wild.
Yeah. That's a thing, Katie. I know, but yeah,
Katie, wait, do you have
he
feelings?
likes it.
Do you have feelings about this?
But I'm not a world champion, so I won't say anything else.
So Jamal, opened St. Petersburg to Baltic last game. So for the second game in a row, gets no builds in 1901. Let's see how it works out. Joshua Croucher, by the way, the beast, waved a build here in 01 and didn't build a fleet, right? So
Yeah, you love to see that as Jamal.
Well, clearly
so.
this means Norway's going to go to Finland and Brest is going to backfill Norway.
No, England backfills
Ugh.
Norway. It's good. It's quite good for England. It is really good. It's just
yeah.
Is it good for Germany, though? Why is Germany agreeing to move away like this when they don't know what those armies are doing? Oh, dear.
it's a Western triple.
I guess they're resigned to losing Belgium immediately. Fair enough.
We also have an AIR coming right to the line. So yeah. And then
Oh, boy.
France supports Italy into
And he walks out of Sweden? Huh? Into Skagerrak? Not even Denmark? Oh, my gosh. Trenig has been sold several bridges here.
yeah, this is a rough one. Meanwhile, Jamal Bukarli at 5 in 1902, which is something that not all England's get to, even if they build in 01.
And
So-
Casey, hold on. I love this Italian position. Gosh darn. Six units at the end of 02 with a clean Eastern Med fleet, Army Naples build if you want to go after Turkey next with Austria. And France only has 1 fleet, and you've got a garrison unit specifically to bounce it. So what more could you want right now? Munich is maybe not holdable, but maybe is because Germany's so weak and getting piled on from every direction. So, gosh, good job, Casey.
I think France building an army is a big mistake. Like he's
Yeah.
Portugal is doing nothing and will not do anything as long as Spain is bouncing in west. He's got 2 units that are basically doing nothing for him, and I think he's going to feel stuck.
Maybe the pitch here is England, France, Italy triple, but that usually makes France feel quite stuck eventually.
Yeah.
All right. Seems like we've got 2 triples working against each other. While AIR rather is trying to clean up Turkey. They get the convoy. Although we now have, we have England coming in against Germany. Yep.
Was that a convoy into Smyrna from Rome? Can't be. Oh,
From
Puglia.
Yep.
I was like, where was Turnian Sea? Pretty nice.
And he gets Berlin too.
Mm-hmm.
And France into Kiel. So everyone is actually growing in this EFI, if that's what it is, except it's actually not because Italy's moving full west now. So a pretty well-timed move, honestly.
Good.
If AR is still together,
no
Munich is not holdable. Yep, there you go. Western Med is off. Now we have 0 fleets. 0 is better than 1 because it doesn't even give you a shred of hope.
There we go.
Okay,
now
there
we
you
get
go.
some fleets down.
Yeah.
All right, so we bid adieu to Germany. Never really had an ally. I said triple, but it was really EF against the Eastern triple. All right, so moving forward here.
Italy into Mao, which was guaranteed, but Marseille holds for some reason instead of bouncing Piedmont or Lyon. I guess that was a misorder. That's going to be rough because now the war is going fully in Italy's favor. Like that was the coup de grace. If Italy's getting into Mao, you have to keep them at arm's reach pretty much everywhere else to not lose dots. And now, Italy takes Trieste as well after 2 Austrian sports in Munich. So he's going for it here. Casey's going for it.
I think it's agreed. I think it's agreed too. Because
then why are Silesia and Bohemia supporting Tyrolia to Munich? So he's negotiated Austria out of Caen as well. So Ankh can threaten Caen all of a sudden, and Black is tied up. And yeah, I think he's just making sure to stamp his authority on the board top here. I mean, I'm not sure if it's a good idea at this stage because Berlin's still so exposed, but
I mean, Austria's getting Warsaw and Sev. If it's not agreed, then I actually really hate it because I think it's really nice if it's agreed because Trieste is like kind of touchy. I feel like for a lot of Austrians, they give it to Italy temporarily, and it can be really really hard to get it back. But these 2 are in a position where they can actually use it like Belgium as a sort of flip-flop around to sort of even things out in the alliance. So I really hope it's agreed, and I really like it if it's agreed.
I guess it's possible that Silesia and Bohemia are left over from an old order set, but if so, that sucks because you could have at least tried to get a pot shot at Munich here. What do you take?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of with Katie here because with the moveset, Berlin could be tapping Kiel here. And if Tyrolia is going to Munich with 3, then Burgundy has to choose between Munich and Marseille. So you're guaranteed to get one of them if you're Italy. So I think I'm with you. If this isn't agreed, if the taking of Trieste isn't agreed, then it just benefits Jamal basically.
Army Venice is not encouraging.
Yep. And
I don't like it. I don't like it, Casey. Bad move.
Never said it was good, but it seems to be the intention. And now, in fairness, Berlin, he's at least carving out a use for that stranded unit in Berlin because France is supporting it to Silesia. So that's something I was worried that would just get left out to die for nothing. So now Greece is going to be guaranteed. He has to spend units kicking Serbia out. Yeah, Italy can still win this war. It's just a matter of
not guaranteed. He could lose. This is really weird. He had still growth in France. Like, this is really odd to me.
Yeah, that is weird to me, actually. Yeah, because why don't you just support yourself with Portugal and Marseille here? That guarantees one of them.
He's leaving as if he was stabbed, but he didn't have to do this.
yeah, that's where my thoughts here really diverge with what Casey should be doing.
Oof. And then a misorder here over
the misorder tree. Oh,
that's brutal.
And total collapse. Kablooey. That's
right. So Austria now takes the lead. Jamal, however, seems to be in good position. Yeah, doesn't really have too much threatening him and has opportunity.
Yeah, all this hubbub allowed him to get into Mao with France's blessing, and now I don't think he's really going to relinquish that advantage. So
yeah, so now he has clear growth. The Austria and Italy are fighting each other.
Yep.
So
no one's going to fight him as hard as they are fighting each other.
Yeah, so that just ends up being a clean board top for Jamal. Did he leave dots on the table? Probably, had Paris in pocket. Might have been able to take Portugal and Spain, but might
it's
also
a repayment to Josh for being compliant and loyal the whole way.
Yep.
Fair enough.
All right, so that is board number 4. Congratulations to Jamal Bakharli for another board top. And we have now looked at boards 2 and 4. Let's head over to board number 3. Here are the players from board number 3. In Austria, we find Claire Bradbury. In England, Robert Chatterton. In France, Andrew Goff. Germany, Darcy Morris. Italy, Alan Thompson. Russia, Jude Connor. And Turkey, Cooper Lake. All right, let's dive in and see how this one works out. Spring of 1901. Anything worthy of comment?
None at all. The
Yeah.
MZs of Black Sea are not notable here.
We got a bounce in Galicia. That's different
I guess it kind of is. Yeah.
for tonight.
Also,
All
York, Liverpool holds, but
Oof.
it doesn't really matter for the moveset England goes with. That's the worst feeling is Germany. Like the worst feeling possible when you bounce Sweden at the same time as England bounces you in Holland. Because you just know, oh, you've got no friends now, truly.
All right, that brings 1901 to a close. And lots of armies. Boy, France, again, waving here. No army bill.
I think obviously this French player does not know what they're doing. I just said it was bad. It's always bad. This player must not know how to play.
Very naive. I wonder if this is his first tournament or not.
Maybe he's one of the newer players that Patrick was talking about earlier.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, manages to keep English Channel empty through diplomacy.
This is the first pretty normal-looking AAR we've seen all tournament, I think. Or at least I've seen.
Very fast moving.
Yeah, Russia sneaking into black in the fall of 01 is pretty detrimental.
Yeah, not getting Munich is rough though for Italy because now they're kind of they're going to be permanently behind. That could snowball, especially with France not really a present threat in the Med.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It sort of feels like Western Triple versus AAR, except that Andrew Goff in France just parked the fleet in Portugal and waved again. So
He said, I can't help you. I don't have any fleets, so how could I go after Italy? It's not possible.
Yeah. Russia and Austria bounce each other in con? Okay, there we go. And Russia gets con, and Italy is still getting bupkis. So
yeah, this shouldn't
I don't like
happen,
it.
right? They should have.
Alan.
Yeah, the AIR should have taken Turkey out here. Yeah. All right, winter of 03. Now we get the fleet from Andrew Goff, and it's in Brest, not Marseille. So if Robert Chatterton was wondering where the loyalties were, Robert now knows. Except Andrew doesn't do anything with it.
Simple range bounce. Yep. Now England's lining up on Moscow, and if Germany's still compliant, which they will be, yep, they take it in exchange for Sweden. I'm going to assume Sweden's arranged until we see otherwise. But Holland, that might be less range.
Probably
We'll
not.
I mean, if anyone can negotiate it again, Andrew Goff up there. But
yeah, well, now it gets to
He
put
said,
down
I
a
need
fleet.
to build a fleet so I can do something. He said,
Yeah.
Darcy, if I only have armies, the only person I can attack is Germany. So you need to give me your stuff so I can build some fleets.
yeah, I get it, Darcy. You're annoyed at me that I didn't do anything, but now I have to make up for lost time by doing even more, which means I need
Give
more
me some
units.
stuff.
Not my fault.
Oh god.
And North goes into channel this time with Brest conveniently doing something else, so it can't bounce. Presumably this is just to support Brest him out, but it's a nice positional gain for Robert nonetheless. Russia goes to Sev to try and shore up their dying position. Probably not going to be too effective. And sure enough, Warsaw falls in the fall. And nice convoy to Tuscany, France. Andrew, yeah, Goffy's pretty good at tactics as well. I think that's an underrated part of his game. He doesn't really talk about much.
Yeah, now has an English fleet in the mid-Atlantic, which I guess is, something.
It'll go to North Africa. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Or Western Med. All good. Completely friendly.
Yeah, I mean, and now suddenly like a vulnerability has become a strength with England now spread out. I'm sorry, for France, I should say. That English fleet is now in a place where it can really only do things for Andrew Goff. It's certainly not against him. Fall of 1906.
Ooh, Austria decides that Italy is perhaps surplus to requirements now, and no, Rome supports Trieste, Venice, Romania walks out. So presumably this is just Russia and Italy giving Austria the builds that they can't use, at least in Russia's case. I don't really get why. I guess you have to. Yeah, you have to, because it's the only way to defend against France.
She can only build one. But she can only build one, and Galicia was piffed. So she's
they were hoping Venice would be bounced. I think. Like that would be the best.
How could
case
it be
scenario
bounced? They
here.
put
From Piedmont.
If Munich cuts Tyrolia.
They put 3 on it though. Like at least just do 2.
Eh.
If you really want it to be balanced, don't put 3.
It's a lose-lose situation. Like the West has such a massive advantage here tactically.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when France gets out really early in a Western triple and sleds fleets into the Med.
He only had one fleet like 2 minutes ago. It's ridiculous.
Well, one thing we've learned here is that Western Med is where English fleets go to die.
Yeah.
We will submit that to Shaban for approval.
You know what? If Robert wanted to change things up, it's actually great for him.
It's
rebuild
much
close to home, it's actually very nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, spring of 1907. Nothing is changing up. It's just a tactical battle here, and nothing really happens.
Yawn.
Yep. Spring of 1908.
More
nothing
yawn.
really happens. This game is quickly constipated.
Not how I would have put it, but yeah, kind of true.
Well, we saw one of these in with Andrew Goff in the DBNI, the last chance round.
Actually, Tyrolia is significant because Trieste felt the need to go back to Serbia for some reason. So
they're just setting up. They're just setting up a line, basically.
Yeah.
Sorry to bring up traumatic experiences, Katie.
Yeah, I guess I did bring up yours earlier. It's only fair.
That's fair.
There's no line, baby. No line. Only French Vienna. Let's go. The best center for our French army. Undisputed.
Yeah, it was a curious way to try to set up the line. But now I think we're probably
Draw.
There we go.
There we go.
Everyone held
Hey.
and fall. Okay. All right. So this game does finally draw here with Andrew Goff. Somehow
Darcy was happy not having Holland back, I guess.
That's amazing. When I first started playing diplomacy, I got really obsessed with reading articles and reading other games, trying to learn about stuff. And I've gotten so lazy in the past few years. If I ever go back to that, I'm gonna bookmark this game because how in the world did Andrew pull this off? It's incredible.
Yeah.
It is totally against convention. And I guess that's I don't know that much about how he plays, but it seems in line with what I think of how he plays, and he just did it so well.
He wants to do nothing just long enough that he sort of leaves your peripheral vision, and then all of a sudden he's on your doorstep with 4 fleets and overwhelming superiority and the loyalty of everyone around him. So
it's pretty cool.
I mean, that's kind of like his MO now, right?
Yep.
I mean, did he do anything
Not a
really
single thing.
positive this game?
Oh, this
he had a
game, sorry.
single fleet parked in Portugal, and that's it for several years. Remember that. That's what he built this position from.
I don't know. Crazy.
All right, congratulations to Andrew Goff for the board top. All right, we've got 2 more games in round 2. We're going to go with another one in fast format, and that is this board: Stephen Kumar in Austria, Darcy Morris in England, Connor Muirhead in France, Max North in Germany, Charlie Murphy in Italy, Shane Armstrong in Russia, and Kai Tremperlin, hopefully we're saying that name correctly, in Turkey. All right, so we have 3 players in the top 6 here. Connor, Max, who's having a real fun tournament back and forth here, and Shane Armstrong. So let's dive in here and see how this game goes.
I think this will be a fun West.
And all right, let's get the reveal going. Here we go. Yes, tell us what jumps out at you, if anything does.
Wow, that's standard even by North American standards.
Yeah. Even had the bounce in Galicia, bounce in black, DMZ and English Channel. All right, what about fall of 1901?
Yeah, Darcy
hello.
blocking out Holland.
That's an EF.
Well, Darcy sure hopes so.
Kind of true, actually. Hold on a minute. Yeah, Connor has all the power here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 3 abilities, France. Darcy broke off goodwill with Max. Attacking a child, Darcy, that's just rude. All right. Next.
Winter 1901. Lots of fleets this time, pretty much everywhere you look, including Germany with just the one build.
Yeah, it doesn't look very EFE.
More AIR action, but with Russia getting Bulgaria, I kind of like that, not going to lie, especially if Russia is going to play the reserved game in the north. And it looks like Germany was the one who was right to have faith in France with those 2 fleet builds, because bouncing channel, aggression, everything going north.
Okay.
Wait, did Max North convince someone to go north?
Nice.
No, I'm sorry. This is so odd to me. I just want to call it out, and I don't want to say anything about it.
Okay.
But Denmark to hell, Kiel to Denmark, the fleet in Berlin to Kiel when you could have built a fleet in Kiel and not like this is so weird. This is screaming like AIR takes Munich right now.
Hear me out. What if Connor negotiated that Max doesn't support himself to Holland this turn to avoid the threat on Belgium in exchange for moving the fleets up? Like just as a bit of a positional play to keep his advantage in the alliance.
In what world do you want your army in Denmark and not Munich?
I don't know, but some people will agree to weird things, especially when they're at a disadvantage. So,
Fall of 1902. It's when you want your fleet in Holland. That is what you do.
You could still do that with your army in Munich.
Maybe you also wanted an army in Denmark just to show your undying friendship towards Shane Armstrong, which has been reciprocated so far with no attack on Norway. Very friendly.
Well, he can't, right? Like Shane is not the kind of person to like kill the odd one out in the north when it would just give them an advantage. Like he's going to.
I agree. England. I agree. When Austria is letting them have Bulgaria, it wouldn't be the best call.
All right, let's. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine.
All right. Winter 1902. Get another fleet in Kiel. Maybe we'll get a convoy from Denmark. A little switcheroo between Denmark and Kiel. And we have a northern fleet from Shane Armstrong. All right, so definitely a declaration here on Shane's part. And that means spring of 1903.
I would not be shocked if he supports the Celtic Gag. I wouldn't be shocked. I'm not expecting it, but I wouldn't be shocked.
From Sweden or Norway?
Norway.
No, presumably Norway.
Like walking out of Norway?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
I'm done. That's my one call.
Very prescient. What was your logic there?
Because I just think I've seen him play. He's very steady and like he's not a balanced player in the terms of like he'll just stab someone for getting big, but he's not going to jump in on killing Darcy when all he gets out of it is Norway. Like he's just very I think he's less greedy than that. He plays the long game. He's patient.
Yeah, and also like I'm going to keep banging the Bulgaria drum because it is very unique, and I think people should understand why this happens, and it's sometimes a good idea. If Austria is putting you into Bulgaria to give you the early guarantee build against Turkey, you're doing that because you're doing something with that build that Austria really likes. And in this case, Austria really doesn't like Germany making further progress against England and getting more builds. So this makes a lot of sense from that perspective as well. And as a result, look at the stalemate line push.
Yep, and they have Munich. They'll have it because there's no builds for
This
Germany,
is why you don't put armies in Denmark. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So presumably we're going to see movement to the line. We do. And good news. That's good news for Darcy Morris in England, who can now push forward. All right. Fall of 1904. We have Turkey annihilating themselves.
We say goodbye to Kai.
So choose to Schweinperlin.
I love that. I just love going out in a blaze of glory like that, you know?
Yeah, it's like, bye.
Really
I'm done.
It's really fun. All right. Winter of 1904. We get another North Coast fleet. Is it possible that this North Coast fleet, this one, is not anti-English?
They need something else to fill Skagerrak with, man.
Katie,
North Sea's busy.
Is there any? How do I view this one as not? I understood the other one was like a feint.
Yeah.
Listen, does it give Shane way more anti-English opportunities later? Absolutely, obviously, but he doesn't have to use it for that now. It has use. It has a short-term use against Denmark.
I think it's very hard to sell this as not anti-English. This one I would be a lot less happy about if I were Darcy.
Is Darcy really going to put up that much of a fight over it though? When he's got the German mad at him and he's got French fleets all over the place.
Just because he's not going to put up a fight doesn't mean it's not bad. like I'm not saying that it's a bad move for Shane, and I'm not saying he's not going to get something out of it. I'm just saying it seems less likely that he's going to help Darcy from here.
Well, it's okay. We have the moment of truth. Does he walk through again? All right, wait, do either of you want to vote?
I don't think he's going to, but I don't feel as strongly as before. So
I think he will.
Okay.
If he walks out from here, he's going to Norwegian.
Okay. And
Possible.
the answer is no.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, so
it makes sense because if he's trading con, then he needs to make sure he's still building to keep the momentum.
Well, he's
going.
Also got Denmark. It's just a very, very good Northern Russian.
That wasn't guaranteed.
Very good.
Well, so he's +1 in any case overall. and had one in pocket as well. So Shane has been carrying a build now for quite a while. So he's leading this board. Is a 3-center gap, built a 4th Northern Fleet.
Great,
Um,
great.
Completely open in the south.
Great.
Will he get away with it?
I hope so.
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah,
Completely.
why not?
He's going to trade Bulgaria
He's a team
because Bulgaria
player.
was never holdable, and that's okay. That's okay.
He's a team
Austria lended it to him for the alliance. Now he's taking it back to keep his end of the alliance up. That's totally fine. And then
He's
Russia
at
gets
Kiel.
into Kiel. Yep.
But I was about to say goes back to Sevastopol, leaves black, but bingo bango.
And the key point here is that England and France don't have enough trust with each other. They're still poking at each other's stuff. And it's just going to hand the game to the AR even more.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. And then, hold on a minute. Khan and Smyrna, those fleets moving back. They didn't need to move back. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Are they just getting more sustainable borders? I don't think...
I thought
Yeah.
you thought that's not possible, Patrick. You said you're not allowed to do that. If you're allied, you have to have all your units fighting somebody else. That's what you said.
Yeah, so I guess, this looks like it could be infighting very easily because Venice tries to go to Trieste as well, and Austria decides no. So was there a loan that was backed out on? I don't.
If
I don't
this
get
is if this is infighting, it's possible. But if I'm Italy and I'm actually worried about Austria, I'm not fighting over Turkey because unless you know you have like a winter green coming up, like Austria's going to win this fight every time, I think.
And then Black Sea complicates things as well. Let's just see builds. It's going to tell us a lot.
Well, this game got interesting, right? So if you're Shane Armstrong, I think the thing that you absolutely don't want to see happen here is AI team up against you.
Yeah,
for sure.
So you're probably delighted to see what looks like tension between them.
Yeah, and there's enough of a buffer between you and on the border and them on the border at this point that like they can't really fight that effectively anyway. Because one of the key things that lets AI attack Russia after Turkey's dead is usually getting a fleet that can have play on Black Sea, and there's nothing like that right now. Russia's securely in Black Sea, and now Smyrna's locked out by the army in Khan if they're going to be fighting. So Shane's done a really good job of managing this border, even disregarding the tension.
All right, winter 1906, we get a southern fleet from
Fully?
Shane Armstrong. Wow.
This is AR. 100%. This is AR. And
Either
I
it's
think
AR
Charlie
or Shane thinks it's
Charlie
AR and
needs
he's
to
about to
back
be disabused of that notion. We'll see.
Charlie needs to give up on Turkey and back up, I think.
Did not see that coming. What? So that looks like AR because it means that the fleet can't be used against Russia or Austria very well. That's
the only reason you build that over Army Sev is because it's more effective in the Med long term against Italy.
Yep.
Well, it means you're not worried about Austrian armies, right?
I mean, you just build Army Sev.
Yeah.
I'm saying it goes both ways. You can't hurt Austria. You're not worried about Austria hurting you.
Yeah.
I mean, you could take Khan, but like not even really, and that's not going to help you. So
Austria could still stab for them if they really wanted to, but they don't. They want to get Venice, which is fair enough.
Yeah, I was about to say the downside here is that that fleet can't help against help take Smyrna, but you know what you can do is just convoy that army directly. So
this is really nice.
I love it. I really like it.
This is one of the most fun Russian games I've seen in so long. I really like this.
Very good.
And it's great.
And now what they
Austria,
can
too.
do, and what they can do is have Ankara support Khan to Smyrna now with Greece tapping Aegean, and then have Black backfill Khan with Bull support, which means they'll start to rotate those Russian fleets out, and that is even more devastating to the Italian position. So very smart tactics from AR. I love good AR tactics. There are so many people who think the ARs are bad because they don't execute the tactics for it to the extent that they needed to be, precise. Because you need to manage your fleet so precisely as AR because you have so few.
Okay,
but this
I
is
totally.
Yeah.
I'm on board with what you say. I think we shouldn't get too distracted by AR to lose sight of the fact that Russia's also in North Sea. So, it's just a minor tactical advantage up there, too.
Minor inconvenience for the English, yes.
Well, here's a question for you guys. At what point does anyone on this board start thinking 18 for Russia?
Hopefully Shane's already thinking about it. Hopefully Shane's
I don't think
there.
England's ever going to think about it. If they're not thinking about it right now, they're not thinking about it. So
Katie,
be all he needs.
If Shane is thinking about 18, where are they?
I mean, I think he. Okay, well, I'm pretty bad at this. I think it's England. It's at least Eddie in London and maybe Holland. But I think he's gonna have. I think he would have to stab Austria to do it because Austria's not going to have the ability to grow alongside of him. In a place where then Russia could outrace him. But if he has another like three build year or something, and he can put an army in Seb and Warsaw and sort of, if Austria's going to keep moving away, right, like Vienna to Tyrolia, I mean, it could be possible.
I feel like if he's thinking about a solo, though, especially in a time-limited game like this, like you want to take the small positional benefits like Sev to Romania, which will make sure Sev's open for build in the fall. Maybe gives you the option to stab for Bowl or Con if you think Italy will help you. Like that's not the aggressive positioning that would make me feel like he's going with that objective fully in mind. So we'll see how that changes in the next year or two.
All right. Here's fall 1907. Wow.
Yeah, or just get Austria to keep propping you up. You don't have to prop up Austria. Austria's got Venice. Austria's happy. Austria's fine. You're still in
so
North.
bad.
You're in Eddie. You're in Smyrna. You're in Ankh. You can take Khan with your fleet. You can. Okay.
This is such a disaster for Austria. Because why are you supporting the Russian army to Smyrna? No, you just bottled up the Russian fleets and lined up all of the stuff on Khan.
No, he's waving builds, Patrick. It's fine. It's fine. He's waving builds. He's still your friend. Don't worry about it.
I have waved builds the turn before making a solo push before. Like it's a thing you can do, and it is effective occasionally.
All right,
So we'll
Shane is at 13, needs 5 more dots. I think one problem for him now is that France has pulled back actually, and that complicates his advance in the north. But 5 dots, Khan, Bull, Vienna, Budapest, and Serbia, right? Or if he can get a
Munich is kind of vulnerable.
Yeah, if you can get a fleet
Holland.
out.
Yep,
Holland, very good.
That's
And
the
if you
elephant
get
in the room.
if you can get a fleet out into the Aegean, Greece is available as well. So there's lots of possibilities here to get to 18. Here's what happens in spring of 1908.
Oh, you got to bounce in New York. You got to make sure you're keeping up your momentum by bouncing in New York.
But this isn't even a full Yorkshire pudding. He's only got 2 units there, so it's like it's a Yorkshire.
What are you even doing?
It's a Yorkshire broth, I guess. A Yorkshire gruel.
Yeah,
One thing, if he's gonna make this push, I do think he needs to think about like Austria building, right? Because he's currently getting Austrian units away from him, but Austria is gonna get Rome, I think, right? So if he's gonna do this now, he takes back Smyrna, and he doesn't actually lose anything there, and Austria is not building, but he's gonna need to if he's gonna make a push now, I think he needs to be aggressive about it.
I feel like this was the turn, honestly, because now Austria is going to build, and sure. You can take Smyrna back, but it takes all the units you have down there, and they're going to rebuild. And Rum's going to be vulnerable after that because you haven't moved Warsaw, Moscow down. Yeah,
I mean, Austria might not build. He could take Munich, right? He could take Munich. He could take Smyrna.
I feel like France is going to do the sensible thing here and support it just in case. Because what else is it doing? What else is Burgundy doing?
Supporting Belgium.
From what?
That's what it did last time.
Okay, so if you're gonna make a move here on if you're Shane Armstrong, you retake Smyrna here with the army, or do you send the fleet over? Well, no, the problem is Ankara, right? You have to take.
You have to. Yeah. You have to take it with the army and yeah, but who cares? You're gonna build in Sev. He has at least one in pocket because he waived.
That move from Moscow to St. Petersburg feels like a pretty bad one if you want to do this, because that really ought to be coming down to Ukraine. You go to Galicia, you take Munich here, you're building 2 in that case, so you could put down 2 armies, one in Warsaw, one in
and the lack of a move to Helgoland as well, when Denmark is really not doing much else.
Yeah.
I don't think Shane's thinking 18 right now. This is not the move to someone.
What if he convoys into Bulgaria? Dang it. Okay,
no, he's going to convoy Bulgaria into Ankara.
Wow.
The exact opposite, and he's going to walk out of Khan. So that he's evening up the alliance as much as possible. I think he's disbanding one, actually. Hold on a minute. He's disbanding one for the sake of giving Austria.
No, he's not disbanding because he had builds in pocket.
Yeah.
He's not disbanding. But
he's losing 2. He had 1 build in pocket, and he's losing 2, not gaining anything. So he is pulling 1. That's crazy. Yeah.
He's certainly going down 2.
Let's look at the adjustments to be sure, but I'm pretty sure I did that math right.
And Austria is going up 3. So Austria. So Shane hasn't just given up the solo opportunity; he's given up the lead.
I think they're tied for the lead now.
No, Austria's up 1. Yep.
Yeah.
Dang.
Wow. And Connor Muirhead at 9 is actually within reach now. Okay. Well, now we say, okay, does Austria need Russia anymore?
No.
Wow. Wow.
But hey, Russia didn't need Austria a couple years ago either, and he decided to do what he did. So I don't think Austria is going to stab now. They're all good. Let Russia into Ionian. That's a fun place for it to be. It's a fulfilling place for him to be.
I don't think he's going to stab either. But I don't know. I mean,
London. Yeah, they're going to take London and then they're going to draw, or maybe Russia takes London and Holland and something else, and
Yeah, and then they're tied
Austria
at
gets Rome.
then they're tied at 13, and that is no, it doesn't take Holland here. So Austria is still going to be ahead.
Why? What if they left? No, Darcy died. Like, what if they Fogel?
I don't think they're going to Fogel with France. Yeah.
I mean, this is the third round of the tournament. This is the movement round.
They're gonna put Russia into Tunis.
Yep.
Oh, or not.
Okay, so
I'm disappointed in you.
Yeah.
Not because I'm not disappointed because you didn't stab. Like,
I am.
I don't think anything was.
Very.
I'm not. I don't think it was guaranteed.
Extremely.
But like, you did not have to let this happen. Like I don't know why you let this happen. Like, you had such a solid lead, and I think you could have kept it. And I'm not sure what made you not do that. That's all.
I just think coming into the second half of the tournament, which we are now in, this game is from that. It's well past the time to give Austria a sweetheart deal like that, especially one that loses you even the shared top. This is something culturally, I guess, with the Australian hobby. I don't get why they think murder is bad in diplomacy. Murder is great when you have a 2 or 3 dot stab that lets you secure the whole ring around the Black Sea and secure potentially a shot at the solo, and if not, like a 15, 16 center top. That's what you need to win the tournament, Shane. I mean,
he didn't even have to stab to solidly win this game.
Yeah. If you want to keep the trophy, from Bangkok and say someone else can have this one, then fine. But if you wanted to win, this was not how you won. So,
yeah, it's hard to understand the logic here unless there's just off the board considerations that we're not privy to. But he certainly had the lone top in the bag and had a legitimate solo opportunity as well, which as McCallus has explained to us, is prohibitively valuable, to the extent that it would have won him the tournament absent anyone else soloing. So it is not what is it? It is not ours to wonder why. It is ours to comment on DBN and feel perplexed. All right, let us bring back to the stage Mr. McCallus Kamarides. McCallus, welcome.
Hello.
Do you have any feelings about what you just saw?
I don't get it at all. I mean, I understand not necessarily going for the solo. I don't think the solo was at all guaranteed because France had done too well elsewhere. So as long as France and Austria were together, I think the solo should have been stopped. But giving up the top is just weird.
Well, we're gonna have to leave it there. And who gets the break now? Is it Patrick or Katie?
Katie.
All right,
Yeah.
Katie, enjoy. We'll see you in a bit. All right, so we have one game left in round 3. Let us hop on over to it. It is game number 5, and that finds Soham Shindi in Austria, Troy Adderley in England, Lin Chia in France, Jamal Bakharli in Germany, Tianyu Sun in Italy, Alex Batten in Russia, and Max Wanjiro Banks in Turkey. And I believe Jamal topped a board already in this round, so is playing. This is a second board for Jamal. All right, we are going to cover this one in our more elaborate form, but that's not permission to take forever. So here are the Spring 1901 moves. I believe, Patrick, we're going to have you go first here. Take 1901 for us.
So I want to shout out Soham, first of all, in Austria, because he is an excellent extended deadline and gunboat player who kind of got dogpiled last round. So I'm looking for him to bounce back here. Spring 1901 doesn't really say whether that will or will not happen, although the Russian moves seem very friendly to him between Sev Turum and Moscow to St. Petersburg, and the full Sunstrom as well from Turkey. So a very eventful East early on that kind of puts one of them at Austria's mercy. So actually a very good Spring 1901 for Soham now that I've looked at it. The bounce in Tyrolia between Italy and Germany, which is usually pretty inefficient, especially for Germany, but I think in some cases it can be better than letting an Italian army into Tyrolia. But not this case, because France isn't in Burgundy. France does go to the Channel, so that is somewhat pro-German, but they're not contesting Belgium. So this could go in a couple ways, actually. I feel like this is the French opening you play when you kind of want to hedge and you want to keep the option to move back to Mal for yourself, because you still have those two armies getting the builds in Iberia. So I don't know. We'll see what Lynn does with it.
Catastrophic Spring 01 for Russia to not bounce Black Sea when Turkey Sunstroms and do open North is about as bad as a Spring 01 can possibly go for Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could end up having a disband.
Yeah, this is the world where Russia loses Sev, loses Rum, gets bounced out of Sweden and bounced out of Norway, and yeah, this could go really, really badly.
Yeah, if Serbia helps take Romania here. And the answer is,
Goodbye, Sevastopol. I guess Alex decides that Sweden is a really important place to have an army right now, as opposed to like Moscow. I'm not going to pretend to know what the logic is there, but Turkey. All I know is that Turkey is going gangbusters, as I would expect from an elite player like Max is nowadays. Takes Sevastopol and supports the convoy into Greece, causing Michalis to burst into raptures and celebration. And on top of that, Austria got into Galicia this time because Russia moved to Silesia for other reasons. So I assume he's going to go for an anti-German plan here with the convoy to Sweden and that, but why? So really good position for IT already. And France also sneaks into London as England bounces Holland. So good position for France as well, because England has no friends and no builds.
Michalis, a truly, truly wild fall of 1901.
Yeah.
This is delightful. I mean, IT getting the jump on Austria like this is reasonably common. Doing it while also getting the jump on Russia and getting Austria to commit to attacking Russia. They're in Galicia where they don't want to be. Russia's in Silesia where they don't want to be. Everyone is in positions they don't want to be except IT and France, who has managed to get a free build France where they get London as well for reasons that are, again, like they've got a bounce in Holland whilst walking into London. This is beautiful. Like three players have played the turn of their lives in fall of 1901, and everyone else has just seen this turned on through and gone, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, it seemed like England had like an easy 5 build or 2 build 5 unit turn, and instead they're going to be at 3. All right. Winter 1901 finds 2 fleets and an army from France, which I think is the new Austrian meta. 2 armies from Max Wanjiru Bank. So I think they are taking a page out of Michaelis's IT book. And let's keep on going here. Spring of 1902. Michaelis.
IT keep going. They blow up the Russian fleet in Romania. Delightful to get that done already. Italy's into Serbia. Delightful to get that done already. Russia and Austria send units back to where they wish their units already were, but they're a day late and $1 short. The West, on the other hand, sort of turning a little more normal if you ignore the fact France is in Yorkshire. England's got back into London with a good little guess, and Germany is getting to walk into Belgium. May keep it, may not, but will probably get Holland either way. So Jamal is far from dead, and the West can sort their positions out a lot more than the East are going to be able to.
Alex's goals in this game are truly beyond our comprehension. I have no idea what that army in Bohemia is going to do, and I love it.
I think this is AR cooperation against IT, right? I'm not saying it's good cooperation, but it is
that as if Russia is still going to play like they have a holdable position, which they don't. Actually,
or it could join in. It could join in and take Vienna, of course. Why not?
This was actually a masterstroke by Russia the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, they got Vienna and they got Norway while holding Sweden. So Alex is building despite losing Rum. And because Rum was blown up, Alex is building too. So the positional turnaround for Russia, if you ignore everything that everyone else is doing, the positional turnaround is really, really strong.
I don't think I've ever seen a 1901 that bad followed by a 1902 that good for Russia.
There is some interesting stuff happening. Like Rum taps Serbia for reasons that are not immediately clear. Maybe this is some tension in the IT.
And Rum self bounces. So like maybe there was a rat plan where Budapest supports Rum to Serbia to get Turkey a build, but then he didn't follow through. Bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I mean, if you're really attacking though, you just support yourself in. So I don't know. There's something strange that's happened there. Maybe Bull was actually meant to do something else, and I don't know. But the West has turned into a pretty normal West. Germany is now up to 6, having got Belgium and Holland. France has lost their English dot, but is in North Sea. So the West is looking reasonably normal.
Well, for France's troubles, they now have 2 new fleets in Italy pointed in their direction, perhaps, along with that fleet already in Tunis. Russia puts down a fleet south coast, St. Petersburg, presumably anti-German, presumably. All right, let's move forward here. Find out. Spring of 1903.
Yeah, I mean, if one of the biggest weaknesses of an IT is that it can sometimes enable a really strong Germany in the West if they can move and solidify their position while IT is blowing through the East. So if Germany is perceived as the biggest threat on the board right now from the West by the IT, then this is a good way for Alex to remain useful to them. And diplomatically, it seems to be exactly what they wanted, because Sev is replaced by a fleet as Rum goes into Serbia. Don't know if that's arranged with Italy, given they're taking Budapest. We'll have to wait till the fall to find out, I guess. And of course, the Sport of Bohemia. So the rush to the line here against Munich is very quick, and it's not guaranteed to get Munich, but they are going to get some really good position due to Jamal's predictable moveset that he's being forced into as a result of that. Meanwhile, France and England are disentangling. France is going to go down to make sure that Italy can't mess with them too much. I'm surprised that Tianyu doesn't move a bit more forcefully towards France, but I guess he wants to keep his cards close to his chest in case Turkey does something fishy and just tries to go with Russia on their own. And England is going to line up on Norway now, presumably, to try and kick Russia out of Scandinavia, with Germany taking advantage of the fact that England is no longer everyone's enemy. It's now Russia that is Germany's enemy, and Italy that is France's.
All right, let's see if those army movements from the Turk are a harbinger of anti-Italian sentiment. And not now.
Nope, look pretty arranged. So Turkish armies shuffle up to Galicia. That is the exact place you want them to be if you're heading towards, if you're Italy. They keep Budapest, so Tianyu will be building. French and Italian fleets continue to line up on each other. That's exactly what you want to see if you're Turkey, especially when you have a build. So a bit of give and take there with the positional developments for IT. And Russia, we praised your 1902 and your recovery from 1901, but I don't know how you're going to recover after this 1903, because losing both Norway and Sweden when Sweden was preventable and nothing German was available yet, that is quite rough. And Baltic is nice, like it's going to help you get into Berlin, but do you really want to get into Berlin at the cost of all of your other northern holdings? I don't think so.
All right. Any thoughts on 1903, McCollins?
I see he decided to take their foot off the gas here to try and send Russia into the West. And what they've actually done, because Russia's lost the West, is just put themselves further back. Sometimes when your foot's on the gas, keep your foot on the gas. Just keep pushing. You had a great position. What difference does it make to you whether Russia or England or Germany own Scandinavia in this game? What matters to you is who owns Vienna, Warsaw, and Moscow. And it could have been you. You could have been up there. You could have been on the line against Germany at the same time. You could have been everywhere you wanted. And they took their foot off the gas, and the West has managed to pull together a coalition to go and hunt them and push them back. So, yeah, not great.
New armies across the board. Russia keeps the two northern fleets, however, which likely makes IT happy. Spring of 1904. Back to you, McCollins.
Spring 1904. Clever play here to make sure that Turkey does have a front that they're on. So they're in Bohemia and Lycia and will be pushing up to Silesia. This is a crucial part of the mid-game in an IT. You need Turkey to be sending the armies that they're putting down in this alliance somewhere. If they're just blocked by Italy everywhere, then the only option they have is stab. So you have to keep them pushing towards the line somewhere. Elsewhere, it's not going well for Italy in the Med, unfortunately. They do manage to go and cover Rome, but now they have problems in Western Med. Any chance of progression against France is basically gone, because I can't see Germany stabbing into Paris. Maybe you can get England to stab, but they're going to need to kill Russia off first. And this just goes back to my point of what Russia's really doing for you. Maybe they're sort of slowing the German down slightly.
Small detail, but it's a big faux pas for Mao to be the mover into Western Med, because now you have to cover Mao in the fall with Spain instead of just having Spain and Western Med covered by the other units. So that's a bit of that's a bit inefficient, but they still get into Tyrrhenian, so not a big deal.
Still get into Tyrrhenian. England does get into St. Petersburg. It is with an army, and guess what? Turkey doesn't even have an army to contest Moscow. So now the only person who can actually take Moscow is the English. So the foot off the gas is still not working great. Turkey belatedly realizing they should be in Armenia, but day late and a dollar short there. Italy will be building another fleet in Naples, presumably, to make up for the loss of Tyrrhenian Sea, because they have got Vienna, which means there's going to be more Russian disbands, which need to be replaced. But yeah, it's all very much the same. The question really is going to be whether England decides to stick in this sort of Western triple or not.
Yeah, England, who has now bounced back from a difficult position, building again up to 5, even with France, and that nets another army. Interesting. I mean,
I
it's
quite
used.
like that. We've seen a lot of France's stabbing for Irish Sea in this tournament to go up to take Liverpool. So
Absolutely.
Casey's not here to cheerlead that, but it means you can convoy Edinburgh safely whilst keeping one at home.
All right, we get another fleet in the Mediterranean basin from France. Meanwhile, Germany does not have a home center open for a build, which is often problematic. Winter or spring of 1905. Let's keep going.
Important turn for Germany as they finally kick Russia out of Baltic Sea. Unfortunately, this does come at the temporary cost of Berlin, which they cannot recapture without losing Munich. But I think the positional benefits long-term of just having those Russian units out of your hair makes it somewhat worth it, especially because Berlin wasn't holdable anyway, so might as well get some positioning there. Meanwhile, I don't think the walk to Moscow for England was a big problem for the IT because Turkey can just do this. They will have overwhelming force on Moscow no matter what, with Warsaw, with Ukraine, with Sev. So that's worked out just fine for Max. Things are working out just fine for Italy as well as they kick Piedmont out. They kick Tyrrhenian Sea out. Rome is there, but that's a trap that's going to get blown up now. So not a huge deal unless I'm missing something really big about their ability to do that without losing Tyrrhenian.
Let's talk
Not
about
in Tuscany doesn't guarantee it. I mean, I think the real move here, though, is St. Petersburg to Finland, right? Like, this is England is going off to Germany. They are not pushing to stick in this alliance and fight IT, and that means that Germany's kicking out of Baltic at the cost of Berlin is much more of a problem if they now have to struggle to defend Sweden, and probably will lose or see a hostile fleet in North Sea.
Yeah, I just noticed they arranged this in a way. I was going to say, well, St. Petersburg's at but I just noticed that they arranged it in a way where they can attack Sweden and convoy to St. Petersburg at the same time to keep the momentum. So that's actually really smart.
Well, you don't even need to convoy to St. Petersburg, right? You just put the Barents fleet in there. Go to
But
North
you want to
Sea.
get that unit on the front line, otherwise Turkey's going to be a problem. Anyway, this works out. It takes Sweden, backfills Norway, puts fleet into St. Pete. Fine for now, whatever. You want the army there eventually. And then France, not much happening. They do get back into Tyrrhenian, but they don't get Rome. So still a very messy situation there. Not quite as much resolution as I was expecting in terms of the lines that result from that. It's very weird that Piedmont didn't tap Lyon there. It looks like a misorder because Tyrrhenian did write the support for it. So presumably Tianyu meant to do that. But that's a bad turn to forget to order something or to order it wrongly. Because, it's just making everything more messy for no reason, for no unavoidable reason. And then Turkey gets Munich as Berlin is retaken. So good momentum there from Turkey while still getting the most out of that Russian fleet because Moscow and Warsaw are intact.
Double win as well.
Go ahead.
I was going to say double win as well, blowing Silesia up at the same time as doing this. Like Germany can't just pull fleets and say, "Well, I'm just going to not defend from England," because they've had a unit that, if they wanted to fight Turkey, is gone, and now they just have two armies, and it's in Burgundy and Kiel. There's just a massive great hole that is not easy to plug.
Probably not rebuilding.
Let's talk about that from a tactical perspective, McCallus. The fact that Turkey has an army in Munich and there's no way to keep it from advancing further. Is this something that Jamal, like how seriously does Jamal need to take this?
I think Jamal at this point can't care that much about Turkey anymore. I think England is the existential threat. If you've got to fight against England, it doesn't really matter what you're doing with Turkey here. He's like, "Oh, I'm holding back Turkey, and I can hold Berlin." It's if you've lost Denmark, Holland, and Belgium to the English, so what? So I think that really what you need to do is to somehow put pressure on England to either diplomatically get them to flip or tactically. And tactically, there's not a lot left to do because France can't stab England because there's two Italian fleets on bow.
All right. Winter of 1905. We get an army from Troy. Whoa. All right. I can see the argument for the other army. I can't see one for this.
I mean, he's still paranoid about France, maybe, but he has enough armies for the North. It might feel forced to him because of the threat of France and Italy making up and doing a backdoor, but it's not something you want to be doing.
I mean, North Sea is the critical thing here, isn't it?
Yeah, he can't guarantee entry into that. That doesn't help. But yeah,
All right.
Depends on his relationship with Russia. If him and Russia can work together on Denmark
Yeah.
or something, then maybe there's a way
He can
to.
shuffle. He can shuffle Finland, Norway, and St. Pete around to get support in the North Sea in the fall. But you are sacrificing crucial momentum. Yeah.
All right. Spring of 1906, and this is back to McCallus.
Well, it turns out that he should have been suspicious of France, and that army build is genius because, hey, look, France is in the Irish Sea, and England can't defend from it. So good job, Troy. You spotted it coming, and you also got North Sea anyway. So win-win. Great term for England, all things considered. Germany does get back into Munich. Unfortunately, that's at the expense of Berlin and a forward retreat into Ruhr, which out of the frying pan into the fryer. Yeah, this is okay for Italy. They've managed to finally get rid of the French fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea, which could have been retreated to Rome, and France has decided to pull it. So France is making a diplomatic play here, saying, go attack the Turk. I'm going to go north. I'm going to pull my fleet in the Med. We don't need to keep fighting. And the question will be, does Tianyu take that olive branch? Or does Tianyu decide, France is committed north and pull the fleet off the board. I'm going to go and take Spain and Iberia.
All right.
Well, what decision would you make as Italy, McCallus?
I probably do just go west. I think that what you're going to get out of fighting Turkey at this stage that you can't get trying to do that later. You're going to enmesh both yourselves and allow someone in the West to have a comeback. Like England becomes a real threat to the top if Italy and Turkey get into a stalemated war. Whereas if you go take Marseille, Spain, Portugal, I don't think France is going to be able to do anything about it.
Any concern if you're Italy with Turkey having an army on the other side of the stalemate line?
I mean, I think especially because of that army, like, if you're Italy, you cannot outrace Turkey at this point unless you turn around against Turkey. The question is, like, the question to decide whether you turn around against Turkey is, do you think you can actually not lose to them if you declare that war? And I would be questioning that right now as Tianyu, to be honest. So maybe the best move is to go west in light of that.
All right.
Yeah, it's what you have: an army in Vienna and an army in Venice and an army in Tuscany that can eventually get to the Balkans. You have tons of fleets that can't really do anything. The armies are what win you that war, and you don't have enough of them.
All right. So decision point for Tianyu's son, and we have our answer.
Westerly we go.
Yeah. And so Tianyu goes west, which will net him Marseille, Spain, Portugal, and especially as France has committed all in, they've gone, I trust Italy. I have full faith this is going to work out nicely. I've pulled that fleet. Look, we're all good. And Italy has gone, thank you very much. Russia gets into Kiel at Berlin, and Russia is building here because, of course, they are. Why wouldn't Russia be building at this point of the game? England gets into Denmark. Turkey gets into Belgium in 1906. Always a fun thing to be able to say. And yeah, the West is gone. Well, England isn't gone, but France and Germany, this is the death knell.
Yeah, Turkish Belgium is amazing. But how many times in this tournament from various people have we seen a Fleet Marseille hold when it could have moved somewhere to prevent Italian progress towards them and slowed them down a bit? The key, it's getting me so much. Like, is there something in the water in Melbourne that's making people forget that Marseille exists on occasion? Like, I don't get it.
I have a question.
That convoy is probably costs Paris as well, right, to the Turk in 07.
The German, you mean? Probably.
The German, yeah. Well,
I'm assuming the German disbands it, but maybe they don't.
The German keeps it. They walk into Paris, and then Belgium goes to Picardy and gets supported to Brest. Win-win.
And then Paris would be Turkish eventually in that scenario.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you guys. Turkey is now across the stalemate line, has armies in place to continue going across the stalemate line. At what point does Turkey start to think about 18?
Well, this is the part where McCallus waxes poetic about why IT is such a great alliance, again, for other reasons. So I'm going to preempt him on that and say I think Turkey needs to build fleets to keep Italy at bay to get 18, because Greece is an important dot, and you don't want him turning around against you with a free walks to Eastern Med and Aegean just whenever he feels like you're too much of a threat. So those builds would be very declarative. And at this point in the game, I do think they would declare that I'm going for 18. So I would want to think about it, but I would also want to try and lead Italy on for one more year if I possibly can, because by then his fleets will be truly committed to the West in Mao, in Spain, and everywhere else. And then you can walk into dots behind him during this year, so you can stab for Vienna and Budapest now and this year, and then put down the fleets next year.
McCallus, do you have any thoughts about how Turkey
I
gets
just
18?
don't see 18. Let's say you make an amazing, successful stab on Italy, and you beat them in the tactical fight. You make the guesses correct. You get Vienna, Budapest, Trieste, and Greece. That is 4 dots that takes you to 14.
Warsaw,
Whilst
that's
you're
fine.
doing that, okay, Warsaw takes you to 50. But whilst you're doing all of that, you're not holding on to Belgium. England's not going to sit there doing nothing. England's going to be taking Belgium, Holland, Kiel, Berlin. All of that area goes over to the English. You probably aren't going to hold Munich as a result either. So you're actually on 13 if you lose Belgium and Munich. Where are
England
these
and
other
France.
5 dots? Maybe you hold Munich. Where are the other 4 dots? You're not getting St. Petersburg ever. You're not going to really be able to get... maybe you get Berlin. You're certainly not getting Kiel and Holland and holding it with the armies there while fighting Italy. You don't have
Paris
the
and
units.
Brest are on the table. Venice could be on the table if you grind it out long enough. After building the fleets, I think
But if
England and France are
Belgium
each
and
other's
Munich are
throats.
going west,
Turkey's
how
the
are
only
you
person who hasn't
holding
attacked
Belgium
France.
and Munich?
I don't see the diplomatic cohesion here, at least not guaranteed, that would ensure that Turkey can be stopped. In a perfect world, yeah, there's no 18 here, but with the positions
Even
as
in a
out of whack
perfect
as they
world,
are,
I don't see the units to take 18. That's the real problem.
many solos have been won when there's not the units to take 18, but there's too much animosity for there to not be 18.
Yeah, so you guys are debating throwing down the gauntlet right now and going for 18 right now. And the other question is how do you try to influence how this game evolves in such a way that you have a clear shot at 18? Let's hold on to that and see how the game evolves now in 1907 and come back to it if it seems operative. So we do have Max Windura Banks putting down 2 armies here. And we have Russia getting that delicious build. We'll see how long it tastes good. And let's move forward. Spring of 1907. Back to you, Patrick.
This is not the moveset of someone who wants to set up for a solo push. It is the moveset of an alliance player, which Max loves to brand himself as when he can, when he's not actively stabbing somebody. So let's see. England goes into Moscow because apparently Ukraine didn't feel like backfilling. I feel like there was some partial NMRing here from Max with those armies in Galicia and Ukraine, because keeping them there doesn't really help you stab Italy later. Like you need to move Ukraine down to Rome if that's your plan. And if you're gonna set up on St. Pete to just tie those units down, then you move Ukraine to Moscow. So I don't quite get that. He's gonna retake it in the fall. It's fine, but it's a really unnecessary setback with those units in that really crucial Russian/German area. Meanwhile, England gets into Kiel with German support, interestingly. So he's got a bit of a Janissary, and Germany's choosing to spend the last of his strength not surviving, really. There's no way he survives this, but at least punishing Russia and making sure Russia doesn't survive. Because, well, he could, but is he going to? Because his main motivation here is clearly to just make sure Russia dies after Russia ruined his game by attacking him in 01 for no apparent reason. So who knows? Who knows? In the meantime, there's a brace on Liverpool. Makes sense if France is trying to still attack England, but it's really disappointing that France is still trying to attack England because Italy is just going to eat him now. Eat her now. There's no notes.
Is Italy not going to eat France either way? Is the argument here maybe I can try and survive on the English dots?
You can make them eat you more slowly until maybe Turkey stabs, and then they have to leave you alone so they can defend from 18. That's the idea.
Or you can Janissary for them and make a deal that way to survive.
That is a choice that you can legally make.
Fall of 1907, Patrick.
Turkish Kiel. 10 out of 10. Absolute cinema, no notes. Also, Liverpool gets in this time because English Channel guarantees that a brace is impossible. So if France's goal is to just kill England here and Janissary for the IT, then you have succeeded. Well done, Lynn. Italy goes through Marseille to Gascony while still taking Marseille, which is an excellent move, just making sure Brest and Paris are fully in your pocket. Really important. And Max also left Galicia, so great turn positionally for Italy, and it pretty much guarantees, I would say, that the IT will stay together until the end of the game.
The path is opening for Max now. The path wasn't really open before, but Tianyu has said more units west than like. What's Tyrrhenian Sea doing? What's Tyrolia doing? You don't need those units there.
But now he's going to build Army Venice for security and put it somewhere useful, and that's going to help.
Will Tianyu do that? That is the question.
And of course, Italy's cozy with France now, and France has play on Belgium and potentially Munich if he moves further west, if he moves further east. So that helps as well.
I mean, like I said before, like the big problem for Turkey on stabbing Italy and going for the solo was England. But if France is used as a janissary to screw England up, that's how you stop England being able to do anything about you soloing. So this is step one done. You got 4 years to try and push this a bit further, and you have to time it to perfection because
I would
you
like to
still
see
are
the English
holding.
disbands before we
Hopefully,
definitively say step one's done.
yeah.
England has 2 disbands. If they disband Barents and St. Petersburg, that opens up St. Petersburg for a possible Turkish dot.
I think regardless of the English disbands, though, it means England's not going to be going and putting the pressure on Belgium, Holland, Hill, Berlin. Like, let's say England pulls Yorkshire and Edinburgh. The pressure's gone either way.
So if you get Holland, Berlin, and Moscow, which seem like in hand almost, so that gets you to 14, and then you're just looking for 4 more. And
then there's the 4 Italian dots.
Yep.
You're still like the miracle thing that you have to do is try and hold Belgium in this game whilst making a solo push. And Army Rome is a good way to be given space for a solo push.
That doesn't do anything for you at all defensively, Mr. Sun. You don't need a 3rd army in France either, so I'm very disappointed in you, good sir. Are you going to convoy that thing all the way to Wales or something for London?
So
I would approve of that.
Keeping Barents in St. Petersburg, it locks up that area, right? So St. Petersburg is out of play here. But as we just said, St. Petersburg isn't really that necessary. And it keeps those units from being able to go after Holland.
If you're an Eastern power and you're counting on St. Petersburg as your 18th, then that's not the solo plan you should be going with anyway.
All right, spring of 1908. Back to you, McCullough.
Turkey gets to keep pushing armies. Italy is going to push those armies into France and move Tyrolia to Piedmont. Because the important thing is to be as far away from the Austrian dots as possible. That's the way to defend them. Is to say, look, I'm so far away. Those dots aren't really there. If you just look at where my armies are, you forget. Like, you remember this, they're not playing this online where they see nice green and yellow colored provinces. They're playing this on a board. And the way to do this is Tianyu hypnotizes Max into thinking he already owns the Austrian dots. Therefore, he doesn't have to take them.
All right, the psychological aspect. Fall of 1908.
Solo push. He's a Care Bear. Max Wanji Banks is a Care Bear on the basis of this one game alone.
Here's a problem, though. If Max is going to make the solo push, he has 3 years left to do it, 09, 10, and 11. Does he need to be taking some of those Russian dots right now?
Russia's
probably
building one, so yes, because Russia can't build that one. I suppose you couldn't have guaranteed Norway. There's a world where Sweden bounces Norway and Russia doesn't get into St. Petersburg, but I think you just support yourself to Moscow. If Russia doesn't get in this turn, then you get in. I think that one is a perfectly reasonable take.
And I think
backfilling Silesia when you're self-bouncing is...
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, it gets another army forward at the same time, so yeah.
All right, so Italy gets a build here. So there is a point at which Italy gets too big for you to be able to go after those centers. But
not if all their units are in France, they don't.
Why?
There are 6 Italian fleets in French provinces, or 6 Italian units in French provinces right now.
Okay, here's a question now. So if Max has 3 years left, I think it's clear that if he's going to make a push here, he's got to do it right now. And the 7 dots he needs are Holland, Berlin, Moscow, Vienna, Budapest, Trieste, and either Venice or Greece, correct?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, there's room for some maneuver, though, because Belgium is hard to hold. But now that Russia's in Norway, St. Petersburg is on the table. And then can you get someone to cut St. Petersburg so that Russia doesn't keep it? There's a few more options than there were before.
All right.
There's no solo push in Boxing Say. No.
You wouldn't do it in spring, though. I don't think that spring is the turn you do it. I think you
position
do it in
the spring, centers in the fall. He's not in position to take anything in the fall. He's not putting himself in that spot. So
Moscow, Berlin, Holland, right?
Yeah,
while Italy gets
there.
Paris, Spain, and Portugal to reinforce. Like, he's ran out of time. Period. There's no solo here.
Unless Italy doesn't put the units in the Austrian centers. All right.
If he builds triple fleets, I'm going to absolutely lose it.
And Italy's not taking those dots anyway.
Turkey now has St. Petersburg.
Turkey
Okay,
has
guys.
St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Holland.
Yep.
It's okay, guys. Turkey's trustworthy. He can't put all those bills down, so he's not threatening at all. It's fine. It's great.
Smyrna
Everything's
is-
wonderful.
Smyrna's occupied. So
Smyrna's
presumably-
occupied. So yeah, that's important actually, because I assume Tianyu has specifically negotiated for that army to stay in Smyrna, because it means if they want to build a fleet, they have to build it in Khan, which means they can't move an army in Khan into Bulgaria and a fleet in Smyrna into Aegean. So he
Yeah.
can't convoy to Romania and threaten Greece with two at the same time.
Why is Turkey building fleets? What does that fleet get them? You don't need
Because the-
fleets to solo.
Yeah.
The dots you need to take aren't accessed by fleets.
It's all
There's
armies.
no Italian fleet within 3 turns of Greece.
All right. So here is the moment, right? Presumably 2 armies go down, and question
And
is
nothing happens.
what does Tianyu? Tianyu does build an army. Okay, so that actually, assuming that army doesn't go to Piedmont here, but we're clear, right? This is the moment he has to do it.
Yeah, now it is now or never. Otherwise, you
does
run
it-
out of turns.
Does the wave here matter? It does.
Yes, it does, because now he can't go to Bulgaria, which means
You can
he can't
convoy.
threaten.
you can
Convoy to
to
Bulgaria.
You can convoy it, but then you can't.
If it gets you Venice not moving to Trieste, then it's genius. If it
Yep.
doesn't get you that, then it's dumb as hell, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, now Turkey's waited so long to actually stab and break through, and taken so much time to break through the north, that France has fully subsumed the English centers and can now play the same role around Scandinavia and Belgium and Holland and everything
Yeah,
that
that's
England would
Belgium.
have before
That's
he got
Belgium.
stabbed.
That-
So,
Not
All
not
right.
if Italy is about to take everything from them, though.
All right.
on the evidence of previous turns, maybe they're not.
Here it
Or
is.
France is okay with it.
We're agreed with 2 years left. This is the moment of truth, because he needs to pick up, say, Budapest and Greece here, which he can do, and probably Vienna as well. But then he's going to need one more.
It's the last of many moments of truth that have already happened, but yes.
All right. Nope.
There is no solo in Bossing Say. There is a convoy to Liverpool, though. That's nice. Nifty. I
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
He's going to get Eddie as well, potentially. Oh, I just saw. Okay. Picardy's convoying to Wales across the channel, while Brest convoys to Liverpool. That's
You
okay,
say
that's
there's no solo. At a
crazy
certain
efficient.
point, we have to stop looking at Turkish solos and start looking at Italian solos.
Yeah.
No, not going to happen. Like, Max still
Uh,
has the hammer he can drop on the
2, 3,
Balkans if
4.
he needs to last year.
It's got
There are
Portugal.
5 French dots in Tianyu's pocket and Belgium, which means you need one other dot somewhere.
Nah.
Yeah.
This could be a 17-17, but it's not a solo
It's
on either side.
yeah. It would be, what would the other dot be? Because it can't be. I mean, it could be Serbia, right? I mean, you build Venice, go in there, and just hope that.
Max isn't going to let that happen.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right, but we do have Tianyu going for it here. Picks up Paris, Portugal, Liverpool, and Edinburgh.
He's taken all 5 French dots in the same turn, and
It's
France has
not-
got Norway.
It's not every day that
And
you see
Turkey's
someone
got
take all
Denmark.
3 English home centers at the same time. That's
And France supports Max into Denmark here. So we have
Which actually pulls Max's units further away from Holland area.
so Tianyu is +5, can only build 3, obviously. Wow. So Tianyu has taken the lead here at 16. Max is at 15. Max has Berlin in pocket. Tianyu doesn't have anything else in pocket, but can take Belgium. Yeah, now this is a question of like who protects the who protects their dots. I think they can all
16-16-1-1, anybody?
I think they can protect them, yeah.
Yep. Belgium can't be protected, but Tianyu can't get the 18th. So it's
Yeah, I
fine.
was just looking in the Balkans. All the Balkan centers can be protected.
Oh, Tianyu is going to get Norwegian and North Sea, which does put 2 on Norway, 2 or potentially on Holland. There are things that can happen if Germany or Russia decide screw you, Max, or France. Any of them have the ability to say screw you, Max, and hand this solo to Italy.
Jamal will definitely not do that because Jamal's in contention to win this tournament with 2 good board tops. So that would hand the tournament to somebody else. But Len, who knows? All right, spring of 1911. Does either Italy or Turkey get themselves in position to do some damage, or at least secure the board top?
This is a 17-17.
So Max is oh right. So Max could guarantee Sweden. Gets Berlin by acclamation, although had all the units to support it. So that puts Max at 17, and Tianyu's in position to also get 17 with Norway and 18 with Belgium. Yeah.
Tianyu's not getting Norway unless France specifically decides to throw it, and I don't see why that would happen at this point. It's clear that they were okay with Tianyu doing what they did earlier, just grabbing the other stuff, as long as they stayed alive. And I think that's going to lead to the result either of a 17-16-1 or just straight 17-17.
McCallis, what do you want to see here?
I think it's a 17-17, and as I am a huge fan of 17-17s, that's what I actually want to see. I think that Italy has a potential solo. I don't think Turkey does. I think that there is a world where, like, Lin has been Italy's Janissary a lot more than they've been Turkey's, and I think that there's a world where Tianyu has the possibility of convincing Lin to go and help them do this.
So that would mean walking out of Barents and hoping that Max doesn't support himself into Norway. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we find out? The answer is Max takes Norway.
It is beautiful.
17-17.
This is what this game is about. Don't listen to all these people who tell you that solos are the point of this game. No. This game is called diplomacy, and where you have players who could solo but turn it down in the aims of diplomacy, you have carved the board up in your alliance in a way that no one was able to stop, and you have all the dots between you and everybody else is dead. This is beautiful. This is magnificent. That they should give Nobel Peace Prizes out for this sort of behavior. This is what this game is about. Congratulations. Well done, Max and Tianyu. You should wear this badge with honor forever.
I don't know about you, Brandon, but I really can't wait for Katie to come back and give her thoughts on that speech as well as the game.
First, your thoughts, Patrick.
I mean, again, I'm pretty much always in this, especially when I've got an alliance and it's looking like we're really going to roll the board. I am the kind of guy who is going to look at the opportunities to push for the better result, especially if it's a solo. So I would have handled this position very differently from Max, but for what they were trying to do, they executed it perfectly. Like, they got the French Janissary when Ian exploited the EF war exactly how they needed to. It's amazing how that relationship turned around over the course of the game. And the use of Russia as well by Max, it was just perfect. Like, two powers cannot roll the board on their own. They need the cooperation of other powers over the course of the game to make it happen. And they managed all those relationships perfectly to the extent they needed to reach this point. And it is beautiful in a very weird, perverted, horrific way.
All right, McCall's called it beautiful, created a peace prize for the occasion. Patrick called it perverted but beautiful. Let's hear what Katie Gray, watching in the wings, has to say about it. Katie, welcome back to the stream.
Hi. I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think it's really great. I've done 17-17, and it is one of my favorite games I've ever played of all time. It was like a press game, but still, like, I think they're so much fun. I do hope one of them doesn't narrowly miss winning the tournament from this or something dumb. But
it will be karma.
Yeah, I mean, at some point they've obviously decided that this result was more important than the tournament. So, like, I think it's fine. I get frustrated when people goof around and don't do anything and they're like not playing the game, but they did something. They did this. They took over the entire board. They did the most that you can do. So I think, like, have fun, play the way you want to play, and they did that, and I think it's great.
All right, let's hear from the team themselves. The first McCallis Kamaridis DBN Peace Prize awardees, Max Wandy Banks and Tianyu Sun.
Welcome back to Melbourne Open 2026. This is the end of round 3. You're probably asking yourself why I have 2 people next to me. Why do I have 2 people next to me, guys?
Well, I got 17.
And I got 17.
On the same board.
That's correct, sir.
Yes.
Lovely. Okay, run me through it. How did this happen?
Okay. In 01,
Mm-hmm.
we draw IT.
Yep.
Which is a repeat of DBNI.
Mm-hmm.
Max remembers how well that went. And in 1901, we hear word that Alex is opening north. So Russia is opening north. And so I go to Max and go, so there's something crazy we can do here. And then we wait for adjudication. We see they're bouncing Galicia, so Alex has the 1 fleet in Rum. And Max is in the Black Sea. They are in Armenia. They're in Bulgaria. And I go, we can be the East in like 2 years. And so we go to Austria, which is so hard. I have to apologize to literally everyone on this board because
They were such nice people.
they were so nice, and we're just like. And so I tell Max, go to Soham, say we're fighting Russia. I'll support you into Romania, but then don't do that and support me into Greece instead while I take Trieste. So 1901 looks like Russia has lost Sevastopol, is about to lose Romania, is building 1, and Austria has lost Trieste, is not in Greece, and is not building anything.
Right.
And yeah, that's what kickstarted that. Halfway through the conversation of those tactics, Max comes to me. I think I go to Max, or Max comes to me, and we go, I think we can 17-17 this. And Max just goes, I'll shake on that right now. And we shook hands, and then we just went for it.
Oh, so bloody fast. I just couldn't believe Austria was down by the next year or so. And Russia pretty much grew to the realization of what the new reality was and said, well, I will fight in the north then.
So this couldn't have happened without you managing to convince everyone else not to turn around and stop it. So how did that happen?
France opened a channel, and there's a player called Jamal Bukhari that attracts a lot of attention.
I see. All right, that makes a lot of sense. The question I've been asking everyone, Tianu, if you have to pitch to the international audience one reason to come play diplomacy in Australia, so far I've had a very detailed and intricate answer. I've had one less so, but entertaining. What would be your pitch?
It would absolutely be the amazing community we have here. Prime example, right? Like everyone here is just so lovely. When I first started diplomacy, that is what attracted me to it, right? Like everyone just is like nice and they want to be your friend. And some of them may want to be your friend because they want your centers. But even then, it's nice to have people. Like everyone is just so nice and it's so welcoming. And there's no back room, like secret grudges or anything. It's all just fun. It's just very, very fun.
Well, there you have it. Dirty shared 17 board top. Oh, you bastards only went and done it. Jesus.
All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
We can.
Great. I didn't get to hear any of the audio on there for some reason. I was working on my computer. Do you guys have any thoughts about what the team had to say?
Well, in 1902, they went to each other and said, we can 17-17 it, and then they did it. And that is beautiful. I've done that once before, and doing that and then being able to successfully put it into action is one of the most enjoyable experiences you can have. So I'm sure they had a delightful experience in that game.
So no one, go ahead, Katie.
Multiple people have said this. I know. I think Patrick said it earlier, and then Casey said it. But it actually takes so much diplomacy to get that to happen from the other people in the team. It's not just trusting your alliance and working your alliance. It takes so much. A lot of it, the cards have to be stacked right. Yeah, you have a target like Jamal. You have somebody opening to the channel, but it just. You really have to work that well. I've been in a lot of alliances where I'm like, I'll never stab you, and then we get to 3 or 4 centers, and it's like, well, we can't do anything. We suck. They just really made it happen, and I think it's awesome. It makes sense that they agreed on it early on too. They weren't thinking about can I sell, can I stab. They knew the whole time that was their goal.
So nobody even considered it. Not Max.
Not that they admitted to in the interview that you didn't
enough.
hear. So I guess maybe there were some, but it doesn't seem like
They shook hands in 1902, and you shake hands on a 1717. That is, you can't break that.
All right. Well, here after 3 rounds is how the tournament stacks up. If I can get this to work, here we go. In first place is Peter McNamara with 740 points. Jamal Bulkarli in second with 643. So quite a spread there. 100 points has to be made up, and now, each one of them has at least 3 boards, as do the rest of these players. Connor Muirhead, Tianyu Sun, Nancy Jin, Shane Armstrong, Andrew Goff, Brandon Austin all have 600 or more points. So, we've got the leader here, Peter McNamara, who will need to improve on one of his scores in order to increase his total. Same with Jamal Bulkarli. Actually, same with the rest of them. But we have, Peter has a big lead here, and then you've got a slew of other players sort of bunched up together between 600 and 640 points. So, kind of anyone's tournament still at this point.
Are the people who have 4? Do they already have their drop round out of it? Like, is it only taking the top 3 in these
Yes.
scores?
Yeah. I mean, the thing about these tournaments with drop rounds, as you highlighted, Brandon, it's much harder to improve your score in a drop round tournament because you have to knock one of the previous scores out of your card in order to do that. So the gains aren't quite as big, and a 100-point lead, which it essentially is for Peter, that's far from nothing in the system. That is a difficult gap to surmount if he can even improve on one of his scores a little bit. I think Jamal needs an amazing game, Connor needs an amazing game, Chanyu needs an amazing game, and anyone else below them is probably not getting it, barring a miracle. Maybe Nancy or Shane, but definitely not below that.
See, I'd say actually Max has a much easier time than most of the rest there. Max has 3 games played and an elimination, so he's essentially got to improve on a nothing score. So
By a lot,
actually,
though.
200 points, that's not much in this scoring system. 200 points added on to like 575, and he's ahead of Peter. So Max and even Stefan are both in prime sort of range because they have elimination games to replace. Brandon has had, I think one of his survives was a very poor survive. That's also quite improvable. Andrew Goff has had 2 board tops, which I think it's quite hard to improve on that. But it's not impossible.
Yeah, the thing to look at, so there's 2 things to look at. One is what your third score is, because that's what's being dropped. So what you need to improve over that. But what really matters in a system like this is how big are your biggest scores, right? And Max and Tianyu both have that biggest possible score at 300 and some points. So Max, certainly if he could get another one of those, right, jumps all the way up to 900 points almost. So lots of room for, well, probably not that much because the elimination still gets you some points. So, somewhere above 800. So lots of room for improvement there.
Yeah, it's Connor, Nancy, and Shane who have got sort of, they've got 3 scores, but they don't have a high top share, which suggests it's sort of like 3 equal scores. They're the ones who actually have the hardest time improving.
Yep. Yeah, I think for a system like this, it would be useful on this screen to see what their top 2 scores are, the sum together, because that shows you what their potential is for advancement. Alas, that is not the system we have. What we do have, however, are 5 more games to look at. We're going to do 4 of them in our faster fashion and then save the last one for slightly longer. It is Patrick's turn for a break, I believe. Yep. We'll see you in a bit. All right. That means the 3 of us get to continue our tour of the Melbourne Open. Here is game number 1 from round 4. In Austria, we have Cooper Lake. In England, we have Max North. France, Soham Shindi. Germany, Nancy Jin. Italy, Jamila J. Russia, Victor Tan. And Turkey is Andrew Goff. So this is a player with a board with a lot of the newer players from this tournament and Andrew Goff. And Nancy Jin's been around for a little bit as well. So really interesting board here. Lots of opportunity for who knows what. And let's see.
And Andrew's the one to keep an eye on more than Nancy. Nancy needs, I think, a bit of a miracle given the sort of equidistant spread that her scores have had, whereas Andrew Goff has had 2 big scores and a not very big one. So
yeah, so Andrew has very significant potential to try to win this tournament. Here are the moves for spring of 1901. Just raise your voice if you see something.
Well, Italy's gone west. That's something worth talking about. That's something that doesn't happen much in 2026.
I wonder which Turkish player convinced them to do that.
It's hard to
All
see
right.
who benefits. Yeah.
Wow. And
Oh, the
guess-
Marseille standoff. That's cool. Maybe they
Hmm.
bounced and backstabber didn't get it. But if they didn't, that's really cool.
Yeah. The assumption is that they didn't move there hoping France would cover it, right? Which is
Oh,
always fun.
Yeah.
Andrew also gets supported into Romania, so gets 2 builds and an Italy going west. We've seen Andrew play a lot of games very slowly. This doesn't feel like that one.
Do we know what the end year is for this round, Brandon?
Let me have a look. Looks like 1908.
So if Turkey doesn't have time to be patient in a 1908 game, if they
Yeah.
need a huge score, it's got to go and get it.
All right, for builds, we do have an army or fleet in Khan and an army in Smyrna. Elsewhere, we have fleets in interesting places. Max North drops the hammer against Soam Shindi, who puts the fleet in Marseille, probably wishing that was in a different place now. All right, spring of 1902, and tell us what looks interesting.
It's another pile on France.
I mean, EGIs are fun, and we don't see them that much nowadays, and they're getting a few of them in at this tournament, so that's cool. I like it.
And we have an AT against R in the east, and
we have Turkey up to 6 at the end of 1902.
Yep.
Standard.
Italy not taking Lyon is a bit of a mistake there. I think you should just push that position forward. England's done the same, not going for Mao. Everyone's been a little bit optimistic, just poking at centres, which is just beneficial to Turkey.
Well, they both do it now.
We should just flip through and point out if anything is not beneficial to Turkey. Otherwise,
Well,
keep
Nancy's
moving.
convoy to Livonia, which if it's not a prop rusher up, is not beneficial, and that Nancy is also sort of in tournament contention and might have a reason to do that, right? So that's an important move.
Austria moving the units away seems good. Now we get England and Italy both taking the spaces that you wanted them to. England curiously takes it from English Channel here, not Irish Sea.
This will be the end of France. Once this sort of position happens, there's no defense anymore. That's unfortunate for some. And Germany is there to prop Russia up. That does matter.
Which probably means Italy's taking Marseille back. Or not back, but taking Marseille. Oh, no. Okay.
France is taking Marseille back, obviously. Why wouldn't they?
Obviously.
And Germany's also lost Munich, so that's pretty awful for Nancy.
Yeah.
I think her slim chance is beginning to go up in smoke.
For Andrew, is there a way for him to get a big score here without stabbing Austria?
No, it's a matter of when you stab, though.
So Russia loses another dot here. France gets a build.
Nice. Loses Portugal, loses Marseille. Doesn't lose Munich yet. And maybe won't lose Munich.
Goffy gets into Moscow. We'll probably now be able to take Warsaw. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, actually, in this scoring system, really what he needs is the top more necessarily than the centres, but more centres will always help.
Yeah, it would be helpful to know.
Warsaw. I think we can write Nancy's chances off, though.
For winning the tournament, yep.
Yeah, especially with this English stab. I mean,
Max taking the dots. Walking out of Paris, though.
I mean,
you can only build
this is a
3.
problem for Goffy. Yeah, but Goffy needs to top this board, right? And if Max is going and getting a massive devastating stab, then Goffy has to get his own devastating stab.
So now would be the time then, right? If you know you've only got 2 years left, not going to do it.
Well, it depends if you can negotiate it, I suppose. But Austria pulling units back doesn't suggest that Cooper is going to hand the dots over to Goffy. He will get St. Petersburg, which is a direct swap from one to the other, though.
Yeah, but England can take... Well, actually, if it only ends in 1908, I guess there's not time.
England maybe wishing they had taken Paris now. Yeah, that's 2 dots right there. All right, so it's 10-9 going into the final year, and England has the advantage over the German centers. That may end up being decisive, unless
I bet France helps Italy.
or Turkey might be getting in position to take some Austrian dots here, perhaps.
Potentially.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Oh no, France is helping England. Never mind.
Which might be enough for England to
Oh.
hold on.
Yep,
Yeah, England
England
holds on
does.
because of the French support.
That was a good old-fashioned race.
Max North, the youngest player at the tournament, besting the most experienced and accomplished player at the tournament as well. Well done. So the
Really nicely played.
corner powers racing each other. That is a nice way to play the game of diplomacy. All right, congratulations to Max North for topping this board.
Goffy's still not 220, so can we check the scores? I don't think
Yeah.
that will be enough, but
And Max was up there as well, yeah.
he will be now. Like I think Max has had a bad round somewhere that drops him.
Third.
So
Not quite.
yeah, that puts Max North in 3rd place and Andrew Goff in 2nd place with the scores that we have seen so far. So let's keep on going here. Let's look at, let me make sure I have the order
And
right.
either way, that's a very strong tournament for Goffy and for Matt. So
Yeah.
well done, regardless of where they get.
All right, let's head on over to board number 3 here. This one finds the 2nd place player, Connor Muirhead, coming into the round in Austria, Alan Thompson in England, Antranig Sarian in France, Robert Chatterton in Germany, George Bath in Italy, Wesley Chan in Russia, and Tianyu Sun, the player we just saw bag a 17-17 and coming into the round in 6th place in Turkey.
You have to say that if you're Peter McNamara and you've got this lead, and one by one you hear all your rivals drawing Turkey, you will be reasonably happy with the board draw.
Peter McNamara not playing round 4.
What?
Okay, well that's one way to try and win a tournament, is just to style it out and say, you know what, I don't even need to play to beat you guys.
I don't have intel as to why not, whether that was by choice or being showing hospitality to travelers, or whether he had another engagement. So in any case, this game starts as such. We have that English anti-French opening that we don't see too often anymore.
Wales.
You have the English anti-French opening with Wales. You also have AIR going straight to the line, but St. Petersburg moving to Romania.
Awful.
That's
Awful.
rough.
Why, Wesley?
I wonder if that was, if he didn't write Romania but wrote something else that was so clearly not Gulf of Bothnia that but couldn't be represented, and they just thought Romania was the funniest one. In any case, Germany
Well,
still getting the build.
if you get Munich, like whatever, who cares if you don't get Sweden? This is actually egregious. This is the most aggressive AIR start I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen AIR taking Munich in fall of 01. It's obnoxious.
I've seen it pitched. I've not seen it in practice for quite a while, but it has happened, I think, in VDL once or twice. Back in the year when everyone did an AIR every single game.
Yeah, France just guessed correctly.
Yeah.
Defended really well. England guessed not horribly because they still have Norway at least, but it could have gone a lot better. So.
Yeah, I think if you don't want to go for Brest, I think you just go to Picardy here and go for it. All right, so winter of 1901 finds a fleet in Ankara from Tianyu Sun, so that moved to Armenia, clearly anti-Russian. We'll see if Tianyu gets an ally on board, or if AI come in from underneath. Robert Chatterton gets to build, puts down that army in Berlin. All right, let's keep on going here. Oh, interestingly, Alan Thompson in England built in Edinburgh, so maybe a mea culpa, looking to move things around. Spring of 1902. What stands out? Anything?
North Sea is DMZ'd, so this is an EG where you've decided to DMZ North Sea right from the start, which is a nice thing to do, but when France is still very much alive, it's not a very easy thing to do. And Italy takes Munich from the Russian, which is interesting.
Yeah, with Austrian help, who then takes Romania and is in Galicia. So
While Italy slides to Eastern Bed.
That's the
Yeah.
brutal part, isn't it?
yeah, you're Tianyu and you're like, yeah, we're all in against Russia. Just kidding. And another Lepanto. 2 in one tournament.
Ta-da. Well, this one
Wow.
executed.
It's from Tunis, but still.
I know, but that is
Well,
the classic Lepanto, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right,
that is. This is textbook.
Yeah. And Fall of 02. That's when it's supposed to be done.
Fall of 02, convoy to Syria, gets through, and it's just as Turkey's building, which is exactly what.
This is
It's a bad year for Russia. Lose Warsaw, lose Romania, lose Sev, lose Munich. This is rough.
It's definitely the revenge of Germany, though, and Germany going like all directions, right? Takes Burgundy, gets Denmark, puts Austria in Warsaw. Wow.
I mean, you see a minus, well, a four dot loss as Russia reasonably often, but well, maybe not reasonably often, but not that unusual. But in 1902,
Yeah.
1902 is quite special.
Usually they don't
Sorry,
have
Wesley.
in 02.
All right. And now we have AI clearly going against Turkey here. France dropping into the Med. Do we have a Western triple now?
That's Tianyu's salvation, right? Is France going to the Med?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a Western triple or if it's just let's go kill Germany. It's easier.
Yeah. Yeah, not clear yet.
This suddenly looks very Tripoli. Although Germany doesn't retake Munich for reasons.
That's really
And is propping Warsaw up.
So Connor Muirhead and Tianyu Sun are the two that are potentially in contention here. Not going so well for Tianyu at this point. Connor seeming okay though for the moment.
Yeah.
Spring of 1904.
Yeah, Italy has to turn around, but Austria doesn't. Austria can still attack Russia, and it looks like Germany's going to help out.
But Tianyu's going to tie up some Austrian units in the process, right? This is the problem with attacking Turkey but not killing them. Oh, I guess Tianyu could come in and take the Russian dots instead of you. That's always an option.
Oh, Italy. Naples and the convoy and oh boy.
Italy saw Russia go -4 and went, role
Hold
model.
my beer. I can go -3.
Have we seen a successful wintergreen this tournament? I don't think we have.
This is an anti-wintergreen. This is And okay, in George's defense, he didn't go down to 2, he went down to 1. So he actually did 1 up.
I mean, Robert is even for the year, so great success.
Yeah, even because England stabs him from behind.
This is such a good
this is a fun game.
Jing.
This is a fun game.
I mean,
Wow.
you've got to love this English position now. Like,
Yeah.
this is really, really nice. Connor's a bit more constricted. Alan's position is beautiful.
Yeah.
And taking advantage of it.
Goodbye, Italy. Austria going up 2.
Just 1. Berlin retaking Venice.
Oh, retail. Yeah.
And Turkey's got Moscow.
Yeah.
Not a great turn for Germany.
So now Germany is the one who's
I
going -3.
We've only -2. It just feels like more. Why? Because they took Belgium. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, these countries have been taking turns just being the sacrificial lamb, and that's where the game ends. Okay.
Dang.
So Connor Muirhead gets 260. I don't think that's going to be enough to put him in the lead. I don't think he had big scores like the other players did, but we'll take a look in a second. This is good. This is a good result for Connor. Didn't sort of a little bit of a magical glide to the board top here. Yeah.
He's done an incredible diplomatic job to get that draw to pass, I think. Like, there is, given that there are still 3 more years of play and England has a lot of play in this game, He's done very well to convince Alan and to convince Tionu that there's no point attacking him as well.
Maybe it was the fleet build in Brest.
Oh,
Maybe
Maybe.
Alan was like, yeah.
Huh.
I don't know. That's pretty wild.
Yeah,
This is one of those games. I know we're not analyzing it in detail, but it kind of looked like he just like floated to the wind. It looked very effortless, and I don't think it was. I think there's probably a lot of
Yeah.
scrambling behind the scenes, but really
Yeah.
pulled it off.
Working really hard. Yeah, you see that center chart. It's just he's sort of like levitating above everybody else. But
Right.
yeah, I'm
Well,
with
he
you.
was one of the only ones that didn't get.
But it's also every single one of his neighbours at some point in this game has a massive sharp decline.
Right.
Yeah.
The only two people who don't have that sharp decline are the two people he's not neighbours with.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the technical term is getting ganked.
Yeah.
So, all right, congratulations to Connor Muirhead. Here is where that puts Connor. So it does put Connor ahead of Andrew Goff and Max North. So we now know that Andrew and Max cannot win this tournament. And if they were paying attention, Connor's game finished before theirs did. So they would have known that by the time that they finished. Let's head on over to board number 4. And here we find Troy Adderley in Austria, Tristan Barrett in England, Brandon Austin, who's potentially within reach, in France, Jude Connor in Germany. Jude's had a fun tournament to watch, I think. Alex Batten in Italy, Darcy Morris, who's I think had a bit of a setback here, only in 16th place in Russia, and Shane Armstrong, who is in 4th coming into the round, although could potentially have been higher. Playing Turkey. So we do have
another contender in Turkey. Peter is definitely the one doing this board draw. That's what he's decided he's going to do. I'm going to put everyone in Turkey.
Indeed. All right, here is how this board gets started. As usual, shout out whatever looks interesting to you.
Carolia from Germany is kind of fun.
Yeah,
About
maybe
it
expecting a bounce and not getting bounced.
Yeah.
That's about it here. Nothing else. Everything else pretty ordinary.
Wow. Didn't really expect that to be the follow-up, but okay.
Yeah. What surprises you?
The supporting Venice into Trieste, but I don't know. I mean, it's just the Western Triple, right? So
Yeah, everything else looks very Western Tripoli, and it is. Let's start a stupid war in the East and then go and triple them.
Yeah, get them annoyed at each other so that they don't fight back.
Winter 1901.
Well, those English builds look a bit less Tripoli.
Yeah, not Western Triple. And we have that fleet in Smyrna from Shane Armstrong. All right. Wow. This game got complicated very quickly, didn't it?
Yeah.
Germany is now retreating into Piedmont, which, if you're planning to go after France potentially in some sort of EG, could be really, really useful. So that's quite fun. I like that.
Yeah. Ooh, look at that convoy to Greece. Nice work, Shane.
Yeah, I noticed Troy had let Shane into the Aegean and probably regretted that immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is indeed an EG against France.
Germany gets into Burgundy.
Yeah, this time without Italian help, so presumably Brendan will be able to hold on for a bit longer than some of the previous French players who got ganked.
I mean, it's well done by him to convince Italy to come and support him, having built in Marseille and Spain's south coast and gone, I'm going to Western Triple you.
Yeah. I think if I'm Italy and there's any reason that there's not a Western Triple, I'm pretty much okay with whatever. I'm like, fine, I'll do whatever you want. Just don't come after me. Plus, you can always get in position to take this stuff later.
It is a question, though, if you're Italy, where your next build is coming from. I guess if you have Turkey not advancing on Ionian immediately when they can, but still getting fleets in position to eventually do so, maybe should give you pause.
Yeah, I'm sure that Turkey being in Aegean and Smyrna is better for you than Aegean and Con. For reasons.
It's better than Ionian and Aegean.
It is, but moving all your fleets away from the Black Sea isn't really what you want to see if you're allied with Turkey as Italy.
Well, Austria's moves are very odd. Why are you attacking Munich when you've been stabbed? It's very odd.
Venice tapping Trieste here. Brandon or Alex and Troy not.
Darcy takes Norway as well. I mean, this is looking like quite a nice little juggernaut, actually.
Hmm.
Although Smyrna bouncing in Eastern Med instead of advancing.
Well, you've got friendly Italy, so why advance?
Right, Italy's helping you against Austria.
Until they're not.
Germany
I'm
takes
sure
about
that
2.
Albania was just there to block the retreat. It's not because Turkey wants Trieste for itself.
It's not because they're going to get Vienna and Trieste this year and there's nothing you can do about it.
Not at all.
Germany and North Sea. That's fun.
Ooh.
Ooh, and uses it
convoy.
to convoy to York
Yeah.
while losing
While
Belgium.
losing, Brandon's turned this around really well, actually. We weren't focusing on the North, but something's happened in the past year where Brandon has done voodoo magic and everyone who was attacking him has gone away and started fighting each other. So really well done, Brandon.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
And-
in the south.
Yeah, Darcy said thanks, Shane, but no thanks. I'm gonna work. Hey, maybe we're gonna see our wintergreen.
Finally.
But it's really great for Alex more than anybody else. I mean, Darcy is in black, but
Yeah, this is actually, I think, a surprising choice for Darcy. I think that the Juggernaut made a lot of sense here. Get Shane to go into Italy. That's great. Like, you can go and do whatever you want in the North because EG aren't fighting.
right. Yeah, this way you
Yes.
have to keep a lot more stuff in the south.
Yeah, you can have to spend a lot of time digging Turkey out and using a lot of units to do it. Or I guess you could not.
Yeah.
Also an option.
Just go
Okay,
backwards.
speaking of Brandon and Munich and in North now, pretty great. And Jude does go to Liverpool, which is open and will not be taken. So that I'm sure will be a great comfort to Jude, who's lost Munich.
Wow.
And also
Brandon.
Holland. Dang, Brandon.
Wow.
No chill. He is no chill. People will say he's chill, but he's not.
The vibes are coming up, Brandon. That's how he plays.
That is
Vibes-based
how he plays.
diplomacy.
That's true. Also, look at Alex just walking out of Turkey. How did Shane pull this off? Shane's back in it.
I mean, he got Darcy to support him back into Serbia, which helped. But like, if this was Darcy's plan, why are you wasting years on not juggernauting when you could have already been juggernauting and going and taking those German dots?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
basically where he could have been 2 years ago.
Yeah, but Eddie's fun.
Eddie's fun. Eddie is fun.
Brandon Austin going up another 2.
Jeez.
I believe gonna
Liverpool, Kiel, and his Interradian Sea because he's got a friendly Italian. So that the Italian who went and propped Brandon up early on is getting their reward. Brandon has come back the other way to come and prop them up. So, oh, how very nice, friendly between everyone.
Darcy now turning on Brandon, taking Liverpool.
But losing North Sea because England has decided to side with France. Shane quietly just taking Italian dot after Italian dot, putting himself into
Naples
contention.
and Venice. Oh my gosh.
And Brandon put him into Naples.
Yep.
That's
And Brandon lost Kiel to the Germans as well, who get to build it.
Are we looking at a Fogel? Is that what's happening?
I
here?
don't think so.
The
I think there's
last
too
round?
much fighting happening.
Yeah, not with Russia putting Germany into Munich here.
I think this
so much
is
a scrambling.
Brandon miscalculating. Yeah.
Wow, Darcy. You know what? I don't think it. I forgot about the game ending at this time, so I wasn't really paying that close of attention. But at no point did I actually think, to be honest, that Darcy had the position to have the top. So
Yeah.
Well, they've
Well
drawn
done.
a turn early, right? So
yeah, but he
Yeah.
if they decided
Liverpool, right?
Darcy is, yeah, I mean, he keeps Liverpool, but not necessarily Edinburgh.
Sweden, Norway, I guess. I don't know. It depends. What Germany's still on Team Darcy, right? So
Yeah, Germany's on Team Darcy, so it's Edinburgh that's the guess. And if you try and defend Edinburgh using Liverpool, then Liverpool's also at risk. So, yeah,
Dang.
I'm surprised. I'm very surprised Shane took that draw, actually. Just like Shane is on 10 with Rome. Brandon is on... No, Brandon's going down. Brandon takes the draw. But Shane is definitely
maybe they also
potentially
saw
had the chance.
Yeah, maybe they also saw Connor's game ending.
Shane could also have stabbed for Budapest, actually.
Mm.
If you've got friendly Brandon gets him to cut Vienna, you cut Rum. There's some play in the Balkans.
Yeah, but why is Brandon helping Shane top the board?
Oh, he helped him into
Well, Shane-
Naples.
Yeah, helped him into Naples. Shane's just helped him into Tunis. Seems to be an FT alliance.
True. But only because Russia was going to top anyway, and they all knew that the whole time.
Clearly. I mean, well done, Darcy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Darcy Morris for topping this board. Here is where that leaves the standings. So it actually gets Brandon Austin ahead of Connor, just 5 points behind Peter McNamara.
Oof.
So one more dot, whether he
I
tops
wonder
I
if
mean,
or
he
not.
wasn't
come-
getting that extra dot from playing that turn out, though. He just score was going down rather than up. So maybe Shane was actually further back than I thought. So maybe Shane was like, well, I can't win anyway. And I'll help my best buddy Brandon to stay up in his high position by drawing now, and Darcy will be happy.
Hey, actually, Liverpool is guaranteed to be retaken here. North taps Edinburgh, Mao taps North Atlantic. You take Liverpool. If you can get Shane to support you in Tunis, that's +1 right there.
Hmm.
Or you just take London.
Well, you're
That's
losing
also an
Munich
option.
anyway, though, so it's not +1, though.
Well, if you're up 2.
Are you losing Munich if Darcy supports
Well,
it,
Darcy
you-
is definitely going to support Munich, right? To stop you taking it.
Oh,
Well,
but
then take Kiel.
yeah, you need to use North to take Kiel. So take you can't take London. Well, if you can get London by diplomacy or trickery, then you got a shot.
It's hard.
Yeah. All right, Brandon.
All right.
Give you a pass. Brandon will give you a
Brandon.
pass.
All right. Well, that leaves us with 2 games left. So we are going to let's see, where are we on time? All right. We can look at both of them. We just sort of the similar pace we just did. I mean, we took like 15, 20 minutes on that. Here are the players for number 5. In Austria, we have Max Wanji Banks. In England, we have Kai Trumperlin. France, we have Casey McAllister. Germany, Stuart Barton. Italy, Joshua Crowther. Russia, Zoe Cameron. And Turkey, Claire Bradbury. The only one who comes into this game in clear contention is Max Wanji Banks, who we know had at least one big score. So another big score would certainly put him up there. All right, here is how the game begins. And anything jump out? Gosh, this might be the most standard one we've
ChatGPT,
had.
draw me a standard Spring of 01.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Yeah, the only thing is there's no bounce in black. That
Eddie rather than Yorkshire, because they tend to do a Western triple.
Oh yeah. Have we seen the bounces in black? I think we've seen fewer of them than not in this tournament. Are they just not in fashion in Australia?
To be fair,
I would rather not bounce in black,
Hmm.
honestly, because I feel like a lot of times, if you're Turkey, at least, if you're Turkey, like you really don't want that thing where Italy's in a G and at the end of 01, like it's a bad time all around. And like I feel like if you bounce in black, then AI know that that's a possibility, and it just makes it more likely that they do it. So I would rather not do it if I could get away with it. So I like it from Turkey's perspective. From Russia, I guess I don't really care.
I think they're progressively less of a thing everywhere. I don't think that that's actually limited to Australia. I think that in general, the bounces in black are quite unfashionable now, because I think the default Turkish opening is what we saw. It's pulling Ankh to con.
Interesting. All right. Here is how. So Turkey getting out of the box in 01 is fascinating, and England with another aggressive over the top opening. There should be a good name for this opening. Yeah, maybe one already exists. Zoe Cameron.
I hate fun.
What's that? I
Yeah.
hate fun.
Yeah, Casey, this better be a misorder or a backstabber error.
Well, let's see. No units appeared.
Oh my
So
Atlanta.
I mean, it's the easiest way to get to 6, right? Is to build nothing and walk into Belgium.
It's totally standard. And we have self bounce in Burgundy and everything else. So all neutrals finally taken. So no build still. maybe this is the deal Casey struck with England and Germany in 01.
Ugh.
No builds ever.
I mean, it's not a Western triple because France isn't building any units.
Yeah, it's so weird. Why is there an army in Denmark? Okay, are they just? They said ChatGPT, tell me standard opening year 1. Now tell me the most bonkers shit we can do.
How can I move as far away from the stalemate line as possible without attacking my neighbors? Ah, perfect.
I mean,
So-
the AIR does give Berlin and Munich.
Because Germany moved as far away from the stalemate line as
Yeah,
possible,
because-
and France wasn't there. Because France has no
Yeah.
units.
Oh,
Well,
good.
and also Germany wasn't able to build because all their home centers were occupied. So that was the thing.
Maybe
that
that's why they
happened.
moved to Denmark. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it was to cover from the fleet in the Baltic.
You could
They
bounce
do-
yourself. I don't know.
They do get.
Oh
to
my gosh,
rebuild.
Casey built something. That's fun.
Didn't think that was possible.
Sneak attack builds. Spring 1904.
And they go north, so Katie will be happy.
Yeah, I am happy, but you could have done this 2 years ago. I don't understand what the point was.
Well, it
Okay.
does have a walk-in convoy to London here. I mean, this is no small thing.
A walk-in convoy to
you're right.
London and a way to go up and
Oh,
guarantee.
but we won't
Liverpool.
do that though. Why would we convoy into London? It's
Well,
not important. What's
Because we're
important
stabbing
is
for
Mayo.
Holland instead.
uh-huh.
But you could do both if you want to be crazy.
Yeah, and England's getting a build here. This is not what you want.
England's building 2, actually, because Livonia got popped.
Yeah, no, this is not what you want.
This is the tournament of bad French English stabs. Yeah, you gotta leave now. What else? I mean, you've already stabbed Germany too, so just keep doing that. Take Kiel, yeah.
I mean, that is what they're doing, right?
Yeah, right. I'm just saying, yeah, I agree. It makes sense to me. Great.
All right. So meanwhile, our attention has been drawn to the West, but we should now turn our focus back to Max von Banks, who is in contention to win this tournament, is now sitting in Berlin with Munich possibly takeable, although it's it's his ally.
Potentially has a very big Turkey problem, but not yet.
Kiel's better. That's
Sure.
great for Zoe. I mean,
Yeah,
randomly gets to keep Berlin.
and gets to wave the build.
Oh my!
Wow.
I'm over it. I'm over. You
I mean,
cannot
it's an
you
Eastern
cannot be doing that as
quadruple.
Russia. There's no reason.
Well, there is, though, because the Eastern quadruple needs northern fleets from Russia, so that's the justification is, I'll build it next year up there.
Presumably, the taking of Munich here is to allow a forward retreat. Unlikely to be a stab, yeah?
Forward retreat. I mean, it's just good for Max either way, right?
Oh, look, another army in Denmark. That'll be great for everybody.
So wow. So the Eastern quadruple does quite well here. At least
Marseille, Holland.
Kiel and Berlin. So
Oh, Holland.
really
That was
looking at
sneaky.
AIT here.
And puts Germany back into Sweden. So, I mean, great year for the Eastern quadruple. Except Russia, who didn't actually get anything and lost Berlin, so they lost their building pocket.
Well, she also never left St. Pete, which if you know you're never going to leave St. Pete, just build something. Just build an army so you at least have defense. Like, if you're never going to build a Northern Fleet, just at least, like, protect yourself.
But defense against what? Like, everything's moving to Armenia.
I don't want to talk about Armenia.
All right. We at this point have 4 players at 6 or 7. Max von Banks has taken the lead, and let's see what Max needs actually to move into first place here. So a 230 would puts him into first place, and every dot he gets more than this will take him another 10 points further ahead. So he just needs 180 to pass Peter McNamara. So let's head on back to the game.
If he wins this tournament and also gets at 17-17, he should retire because you've done it. You've done it.
The problem for Matt isn't taking more centers; it's somehow holding onto this board top through 2 more years, right? This is not really an Austrian board top position.
Ooh, if he can get across the stalemate line. I mean, we just saw him in the previous turn as Turkey get across the stalemate line and do pretty well.
But if he can turn this into a 17-17 in 2 years, that would be impressive.
That would be impressive. All right, so moving forward, the question is Turkey getting a position to stab? Feels unlikely, and then that happens.
But Austria's got Belgium.
All right. And Zoe Cameron finally gets a build or two. Congratulations.
Hey,
Zoe
and
Cameron.
St. Pete is open. Now don't build in St. Pete. You need armies.
There's only
People are
1 year
stabbing in the
left.
east.
What's the fleet doing? What's that fleet doing in
Oh,
1
it's
year?
There's no quadruple. It's over.
Where's it going?
Oh man, to Norway, obviously.
Of course.
All right, so Max needing to hold on to the board top here. Although he had 230, I think. So dropping, he needs at least 180. So unless Claire Bradbury ganks him, which she does not, so they're going to end up with a split board top. It looks like. No,
because Italy has stolen it.
Wow.
And Max could have walked into Venice and taken
Wow.
that.
Wow. Wow.
Well done, Josh. That's incredible. Love it.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Well done, Beast.
That's
This is why they call him the Beast.
that's
Wow,
great.
that drops Max to 165, which
Oof.
is not enough to pass.
Oof, Max.
Drops
Not
him.
everybody is
Max
as.
could have double stabbed for Holland and Venice.
Oh god, you can't trust everybody like you can trust your 17-17. That's brutal. Is Joshua? Is he in contention?
That's right.
No.
Could have
No.
taken. You're right. Could have taken Holland and Venice. So
Brutal.
the question is why wouldn't you do it there? Is this just did
Yeah.
Max just not see it? Thought that he'd negotiated well.
Well, I mean, it's not like I guess Italy walking into Portugal was slightly surprising, but Spain. So at worst, it was going to be 7-7-7 already. Maybe Matt's just thought he was going to get ganked by Claire and that it didn't matter, right? If he assumed that Claire was going to take a dot or two and he didn't have a chance, then it makes some sense.
So we know that if he had taken Holland and Venice here, even just Venice, right?
Yeah, just one.
Yeah, just one. So that would have gotten him 230 points. So I think that's what he had when he 240 then, because he had 230 when he was topping with 7. So 240. So that definitely would have passed Peter. We have one more game left. And why don't we bring Patrick back on, and then we'll just do all 4 of us the last game.
Cool.
All right, Patrick, welcome back to the stream.
Hey guys.
All right.
As I said, the cushion for Peter in this drop round tournament, it's pretty hard to swim out. So still on top.
All right. Here are the players for the last board that we're going to cover of round 4 of the Melbourne Open. Finds Jonathan Sun in Austria. So I am Shindy.
We can't see the list.
Oh, you can't? Oh, because I didn't put it back up. There we go. All right. Jonathan Sun in Austria, Soham Shindi in England, Stephen Kumar in France, Lin Chia in Germany, Jamal Blakarli in Italy, Charlie Murphy in Russia, and James Denholm in Turkey. So here is where we talk about Jamal Blakarli. We know is going to be in contention here, and Stephen Kumar is the other one that we haven't spent time on. But let's look at where Stephen is. Well, now not pushed off the board because of the others having their results in round 2. Or sorry, in round 4 already being included. But Stephen is in 10th place. Don't think Stephen has had a board top though, has he?
No, I think Jamal is really the only serious contender left on this board, and shout out to Jonathan Sun and James Eno. They're both Australian regulars, but they seemingly only popped in for this round. So the fact that they're here tosses a nice extra dimension into this board for Jamal, especially because they're in the East with him. So that's going to be pretty interesting.
All right. Here's how the board shapes up in spring of 1901. And let's do McCullis. Why don't you call out some orders for us?
Right. So, looking immediately at the east, as that's where Jamal is. Armenian fist bump. That's not really what you want to see as Italy. Do move up to Tyrolia, which, okay, sure. There's also a bouncing English Channel in the west, but it's not a full-on England attack France, as Liverpool did go to Yorkshire. So, yeah, reasonably interesting.
All right, fall of 1901.
Fall of 01, and Jamal is building 2. Jamal takes Trieste and Tunis, which is not generally what you want to see in an AI. If you're getting the Trieste loan, it's so that Italy can move to Aegean, but there was no point moving to Aegean because Turkey has gone straight in there. We also see Fleet Sev to Rum, which might still be pro-Turkey, might not, because it's Australia. France gets Belgium, which is quite a relief given the channel bounce and the move to Burgundy. France could have been building 1, but they are building 2, which probably doesn't bode that well for England. It looks like Germany is not on their side.
And winter 1901 finds these builds. We get 2 fleets from Jamal, which suggests that he's has an ally, at least thinks he has an ally in the east. Does this feel like and we have Turkey waving?
Ugh.
Of course.
No, maybe it's the backstabber error. We can hope.
Fair enough. Let's see.
I mean, this is about as bad a build phase as can possibly have gone for England as well. North Coast Russian fleet, nothing in Munich with the fleet in Kiel, and France building a fleet in Brest. I think Soam is in for a rough time.
Is double fleets for Italy with a fleet in Tunis. Like maybe that comes west because Jamal sees the same thing that you do, but I don't know.
If Jamal has to top this game, I don't think going west is the way to do it.
Yeah,
well, if Turkey waved,
AI is going to go kill Turkey,
All
regardless of if Turkey waved or not.
Spring of 1902. Katie, take us away.
So Turkey did wave, which I hate. And I'm sorry, James, but maybe it was a misorder. I don't know how often that happens, but in that case, then I don't blame you, and I'm sorry, and you'll learn. But if you did do it on purpose, it's just really risky, especially Turkey. Turkey's strength is in its defense, and that it can turtle up, and it's just not possible with fewer units, especially when Russia is doing Russia things like moving into Black and Armenia, and Austria is saying, thanks so much, I'm going to take Romania and Galicia, so you go kill Turkey, I'll go kill you, and then just the AI is going to just sweep over the east, I think is what's going to happen. But in the north, we do have Charlie taking Norway, which is fun for everyone who's not England, because, yeah, it's really bad for England. There's Fleet Kiel moving into Helgoland, and, yeah, we're moving, like, yeah, it's just bad for England, bad for Turkey, not great for Russia.
Is this
Right,
known as
Braver
the-
were here, he'd be saying, "Oh, the witches! Look how they have such similar games."
Indeed. And is this called the Constantinople pudding? What we're seeing here?
I don't know. It's called. What are you doing?
Fair enough. Fall of 1902.
Okay, yeah. So you're losing Bulgaria, I think is what that one is. Which is a saving grace for Russia. You know, Russia. Okay, this is really fascinating. Russia takes Ankara, and does not lose Romania, but also walks out of Norway. So Russia will build, while keeping England propped up a little bit, which is kind of really fun. I don't know what they'll build. I'm hoping it's something in the north, but we'll see. Germany is in north, and France is in the English Channel, and is picking up Portugal. Jamal is in Aegean. I think that's it.
All right. Winter 1902 builds. We have a couple fleets, another fleet north coast, and a fleet in Marseille as well. Interesting.
I don't understand Russia walking out of Norway there, especially if this is the plan anyway. Like, just take the dot. build the
Right.
fleet, and have an army, so you're a bit more secure, even if it's in Moscow.
This reads like a burgeoning AR position to me. I would trust Jonathan to make that pivot after we all thought he was killing Russia last spring. And I think it would make sense given that Jamal's still in Venice and Trieste. Like, there's clearly some tension between in terms of the intentions of AI towards each other. But we'll see if that goes in that direction.
All right, so you're looking for, say, Austria to retake Trieste here, and
Russian fleet to Khan. That's the big thing.
all right.
Nope,
Yeah.
Italian fleet to Khan. And Greece falls in behind into Aegean, so presumably they're going to try and give Austria Smyrna, or perhaps put Italy into Smyrna and Austria to Khan. Doesn't really matter. Italy commits west this time, moving to Western Med and Piedmont. I guess they could have committed slightly harder if they bounced Leon too, but it's kind of guesswork, to be honest, but for how to make the most progress there. Meanwhile, Russia showcases why they are not taking Norway. It's so they can go to North Atlantic and more quickly aid the English and now the Germans in their fight against France, which makes sense from both an air and an AR perspective, right? If it's an AR, then you want to contain France in whatever way possible so they don't dominate the Med, and if it's a full air, then you want to help your pal Italy out. Makes sense. So if I guess it would make sense here if Jamal just got the other two to agree to roll the board as a triple with him, because they just want good results. They're not in contention to win. So why not let Jamal do the same as long as they're sticking together?
Well, if it's an AIR as a triple, it's one where Germany is also on board, because they're not doing the normal stack up on the line thing.
Yeah, why not? Just run a Gare.
Making sure the West keeps fighting, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Germany is the one who's attacking neighbors in the West, so give Germany space to do that.
It's an everyone against France because France is too powerful, so we need to nerf them by just coalitioning them all the time. All right. In the fall, we see Russia. Oh, hold on a minute. We see Russia lose Romania to Austria while not taking Norway. And to Katie's point, this might have been the time to take Norway, to be fair, because now Charlie is disbanding and his future is a little uncertain. Was this arranged from Jonathan? I don't know. But what I do know is that he's building too. What I also know, by the way, is that he took Romania from Bulgaria instead of Budapest. So maybe he was expecting to not get two. And also, Russia doesn't move Warsaw to Galicia or retreat to Galicia or even to Ukraine. So maybe this is arranged after all, and we're just reading too deeply into it, and we're too happy. Meanwhile, Germany takes Belgium and takes Burgundy, and Italy piffs Lyon. So plenty of progress being made against the deadly overpowered France.
I think it was McCallis's point about Norway, but yeah, it's really seems like a mistake in hindsight.
Jonathan, son in Austria, only has one home center open, as Patrick pointed out. But winter 1903 just sees a bunch of armies. Italy puts down another fleet. So this game seems interesting. Little unstable equilibrium forming. Spring of 1904. Back to you, McCallis.
Jamal gets Marseille and Spain with the help of the German, who is also pushing Fleet Picardy, because that's a great place for fleets to be. Great turn for Jamal, really. I mean, Austria is clearly committed to fighting Russia, but isn't in a great position to do it that effectively. And you're going to mop up gains in the West while they do it. Cool.
So Jamal's poised to go up 2 here, which would put him in the lead, and I think that would give us a chance to see whether that's enough to put him into first place. That'll tell us what score he really needs. But he doesn't go up 2 because
loses
Yeah,
Trieste
back
and Smyrna. Okay. That's exciting. So finally, Russia also takes Norway, whilst losing Sweden to the English. So all this time of not taking Norway hasn't really got them anything, but they are at least gaining Smyrna, which is a build and means they can do something somewhere, presumably up in Scandinavia. Jonathan has once again blocked off centres for builds. Does get Budapest open, but Vienna is blocked, and I think he still had one in pocket. And in the West, France, because Fleet Picardy isn't that great offensively, does manage to push Germany back. Of course, they're still going down 2, but
yeah. So Jamal does something here that's worth pointing out, and that is instead of retreating Smyrna, pulls it off the board.
Yeah.
that sacrifices a bit of fleet position in the south, but it allows him to rebuild
Army
back
Venice,
on the
right?
boot. Yep.
He needs the Army Venice more. Yep.
And he does put down Army Venice. We now have Army Moscow and another Army Budapest. Jonathan's son still has one in pocket. But how does Jonathan build next? How does he grow next?
Yeah.
The Italian armies are such a blocker, and will he sail Con all the way over to try and take something? And there's an Italian fleet that can intercept it quite easily. I think he goes back in on Russia. I think that'll be Jamal's pitch.
Yeah, and Germany's been working with Italy this whole time too. I don't think they're. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Portugal and Trieste.
Katie, we're over to you.
Yeah, so Jamal takes Portugal and Trieste, and I guess doesn't have to hold on to Trieste, but it looks like he probably will. And Portugal is his, and meanwhile, Austria's in Galicia, loses Romania to Russia. So yeah, Jonathan did a little flip-floppy thing last year. But Con to Aegean's kind of weird, I guess, just to get the army into Con, to go after Smyrna, probably. And then in the west, Germany is moving back against France again and is moving into the Channel and to Brest and backfilling Belgium.
Germany getting breasted in EG is not
Yeah.
necessarily that stable. Denmark
With
is
the
looking
fleet.
more and more lonely. Yeah.
It would be very funny and kind of hilarious if Germany's fleets ended up being the stopgap to Italy here in the Atlantic while England's still on 4. I look forward to that. That's what we're getting.
If Denmark was a fleet, it could go to Skagerrak and could actually help with Norway. But unfortunately, it's an army, which is
Katie, are you
never
saying
possible.
you shouldn't put armies in Denmark?
Yeah, I'm saying it.
Is that the message we're getting here? Wonderful. We agree.
Go to stop them from growing. I think that's what we're. Fall of 1905. Katie, do you?
Oh, still me. Sorry. So, okay, Jamal stays in Portugal and Germany stays in Brest and also gets Burgundy. So France is down to 1 center, which is Paris. Jamal also takes Vienna at the same. It's probably agreed, honestly, because Jonathan's also. Well, no, he's not taking Rum. He's just keeping Rum, and he's taking Smyrna. But Jamal is gonna build 3. He's up 3.
Yep.
I don't know what the build situation is, but he's up 3. And France is dying. Jamal and Germany are still on the same team, and you really still can't take Norway because we can't take Norway. Too many armies up there.
Yeah, this is exactly what Jamal needed to engineer to save his position. An inconclusive war between Austria and Russia that means only he grows. You'll notice Austria's not going up. Russia's actually going down 1. So that's a really difficult choice for him. So he'll have to either lose the entire north, most likely, if he pulls a northern fleet, or a crucial piece of the front against Austria. And, well, he's the master of these things. He knows how to engineer the board in exactly the right way with exactly the right pitches, once again.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out Jamal got stabbed by his alliance partners A and R for 2 dots, and then within 2 years he is +3
Within a year.
Yep. And it's all because of the patience that he had to keep negotiating as if the other people are totally open still to working with him, which they usually are if you have the right attitude. And that's one of the main things that Jamal really taught me to develop my play, is how to deal with being stabbed in your negotiations in a way that keeps every door open.
Yeah,
There was also the rebuild in Venice, which made sure that Austria couldn't get anything further. And I don't know whether that played a part in Russia's decision. Maybe Russia saw that as well and went, Austria's probably going to stab me. But the syncing up of the strategic position was important.
Yep. The tactics and the diplomacy, they're always intertwined.
Winter 1905 sees 2 Italian armies, an Italian fleet go down on the board, and a German army, while Russia is pulling 1. That Ukrainian army. Austria continues to have a build-in pocket, which has been true now for, I think, 4 consecutive years. Spring of 1906. Patrick, to you.
All right, Jamal continues to advance because he is Jamal. He's getting into Gascony because he has Germany on side now, because why not? Germany is also making progress by convoying to Wales, so good on him. That is not quite a guarantee. No, it is a guarantee on London. No, it's a guess, 50-50. Meanwhile, Charlie is retreating from the English front to Barrett's. I believe that would be probably with the intention of getting some insurance on St. Pete / convincing England to go another direction, which he kind of has to now. So fair enough, well timed. Austria gets into Galicia, so clearly he doesn't mind being eaten from behind by Jamal at this point, losing to their home centers. Probably sees it as, Jamal's probably framing it as, penance for trying to stab him and failing. And now I deserve this game, right? Because you made a bad stab, you tried to ruin it. And now the best way that you can make it up to me is by unruining it. Makes sense.
I think there's something really poetically ironic in the fact that Charlie kept the northern fleets, presumably to keep on Norway, but he didn't defend Norway. He went back to Barents, and then this was the turn England didn't support the attack on Norway. It's just kind of a mess.
Presumably a misorder of some kind, or just a failed.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Fall of 1906. Patrick?
Sorry, multitasking. So Germany gets Paris, which makes sense if they're working together because Germany needs to get something out of that from Jamal. He also gets London, so really good progress here, despite the loss of Denmark. Still going to be building. It'll probably be a fleet in Berlin, and that will be a boon for the position to be sure. Austria gets into Warsaw. Oh, hold on a minute. They're getting into Warsaw and they're building. That was probably unexpected on Jamal's part. I don't know if Jonathan struck a deal with Charlie here, if it was just a bad guess. I don't see why you would go to Silesia in this position. It feels a bit too high risk to be worth it if you're trying to put up a defense. But that is an uncontrolled variable for Jamal for sure, because, Jonathan's, from this position, he would essentially be his Janissary for the rest of the game because, the relationship with Russia is shot and he's got those armies in Vienna and Trieste aren't going anywhere. But now you've let the Janissary build, and McAuliffe or anyone else can tell you why that's a risky proposition.
So we don't know exactly.
But I don't really think it's devastating for Jamal in that I don't really see Jonathan turning around and having the ability to do that. He's also invited Jamal to come over to Aegean, which suggests he's going to do something like try and put Jamal into Con to start pressuring Black. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Jamal still has his foot completely on Jonathan's throat if he needs it to be.
Jonathan's son building one and maintaining his streak of having one in pocket for, I think, 5 consecutive years. We don't know exactly what Jamal needs to pass Peter, but it's got to be right around here. I know he's had 2 board tops of over 200 points, and he needs 740. So presumably Jamal knows exactly what he needs. Spring of 1907. McAuliffe.
Okay, so Jonathan now gets awarded to Sevastopol as well, and this is what would be a problem for Jamal if he hadn't seen it coming and walked into Greece and lined up on Bud and Serbia. Does this was his way of keeping his foot to throw. He's also walked into Paris, which I guess Lynn was trying to cover Gascony to Burgundy, which it wasn't an unreasonable move for Jamal to have put in, but unfortunately, by misguessing on Paris, we'll lose Paris and probably Brest as well. This game is now Jamal's pretty much in the bag, and given how many centres he's about to go up, this tournament should also be Jamal's.
Here's fall of 1907.
Serbia, Greece, Brest, Burgundy to take Paris. GG.
Good game. +3, we get a wave. Jonathan's son finally gets to put the right number of units down for this number of centers he has, but Jamal has jumped out to a 12-8 lead, up to 280 points. Spring of 1908 finds Jamal just getting more dots, and finishes with 14, and that makes the final standings.
Austria got St. Petersburg, so
yeah.
Not a bad result for them, score-wise.
Well, let's congratulate Jamal Blakarli for winning this game. Score of 14-9. It's hard not to look at that as just a really skillful performance. Got got stabbed and managed to turn the alliance against him around. That brings the final standings to something that looks like this. Jamal Bukharli wins this championship by an overwhelming margin, 110 points. Peter McNamara remains in second after not playing in round 4, followed by Brandon Austin with 735, just 5 points back, rounding out the win, place, and show. The rest of the top 7 consists of Connor Muirhead, Max Wanji Banks, Andrew Goff, and Max North, the youngest kid on the tournament, presumably playing his first tournament. Congratulations, Max, for making the top board on this. That is the tournament. So we have seen Jamal Bukharli now win his second Melbourne Open. I think that there is there's some question about who the best Australian player is, with Jamal, Peter McNamara, and Andrew Goff being the primary candidates. I think Brandon Austin and probably has maybe in the conversation as well. Does this establish Jamal as the best Australian player?
He was the best one this weekend, so.
I mean, he did beat a player who didn't play.
Yeah, but I will say it is good that he won by more than. Well, did he? He won by more than the center that he took from Claire, right?
Yeah, it was 60 points. 60 points was the difference. Yeah.
At least both of them can leave the tournament knowing that didn't define the tournament for them.
Yeah.
That would have been really rough.
Let's talk about how Jamal did this. What were the keys to Jamal winning this tournament? McCallus, let's start with you.
I mean, he did a very good job engineering people to fight each other. Like we saw it in that game there where he got Austria and Russia to fight each other. And we didn't comment on it as much, but EG also broke up and fought each other, which meant that there was nobody who was able to oppose him in that game. It was sort of a serene path up to a very big top. I have actually just opened Dip TV and Max was on a few more points, was on 770. So we've got a slight error in the scoring somewhere and Max came second, but either way, like it's still a 100-point margin. Jamal won by quite a significant way, and timed the stabs right, did them very effectively, and got other people to fight each other so that he could win. Well done. That's how you win tournaments.
Oh, it might have been that one game that keeps reverting back. I'll fix it. Katie, what do you see as Jamal's keys to winning?
I think it's some of the things that was already briefly mentioned. I will say I don't even think he really stabbed in that last game. I mean, he was fighting France, but it's not like they were really close. He just sort of dealt with the stab on him in a way that allowed not only him to benefit, but like for the relationship to still be productive. I think there's a lot to be said for handling stabs well, because there are many players who, if they stab you and it doesn't work, they'll feel bad about it and they'll want to make it better. And I'm one of those players. I know a lot of those players. So I think not overreacting to stabs is it's hard for some people. It's hard for me, but like it is a skill that can benefit really well. And I think that's what we saw in that last game from Jamal.
And Patrick,
diplomacy is an inherently emotional game. Appeals to people's feelings and how people process writing or helping or wronging other people is an inherent part of understanding the game and mastering it. And this is really, it's just another reason to, in my opinion, to be a bit more cutthroat, to squeeze all the guilt out of your conscience so that you're not manipulated by these silly proposals from people like Jamal, which may make a little bit too much sense for you to be true. And I think that's something that the Australian hobby in particular can learn, even though, especially because Peter had such a strong performance playing a more traditional cold calculating game. I think more people there need to learn that that murder is good in diplomacy. Yeah, and it's okay.
All right, murder is good. You heard it from Patrick. Let's hear from the champ himself. Here is Jamal Bukharli.
Hello, welcome back to Melbourne 26. It is over. We've reached the end, and you're probably seeing the man who is sitting next to me realization is hitting. Oh no, Jamal is back and he has won another tournament. Welcome, Jamal. How did this happen?
Thank you, Casey. I appreciate you being here. How did it happen? I flew back from India the day before the tournament, and I rocked up to play some diplomacy, and I just tried to have fun and find what was the most fun for me during each game, and if at all possible, try to help everyone else have fun, which I get the sense and I hope that I achieved. I think the broad feedback I got was that was true, and people had fun playing with me, and so I mean, great. Let's play some diplomacy and have fun, and score's the score.
Well, to be fair, I did hear a lot of that coming out of your games. There were lots of people who were very happy that you were back, and there were people who enjoyed playing with you. As much as there were some old heads who were frustrated that, oh, I can't win this tournament anymore, Jamal's back.
Yeah, I mean, I think particularly that last game, I think there were people who were very happy playing with me and happy with me winning, and I mean, what can you do?
Exactly. So tell me about that game. I looked over a little bit, and it seemed like everyone had a big smile on their face, even as you're walking into more centers. How did that happen?
I mean, look, there were 7 people on that board. Well, there were 6 people on that board who wanted to have fun and play the last round of a tournament and, not really think too much about the tournament. And there was one person on that board who really did want to think about that tournament. So the board broadly decided to eliminate that person. And then after that, there was little beefs and whatever else with people wanting to, fight each other and stabs and turnarounds and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, seemingly from the middle of the game, most people were pretty comfortable with me winning, and we were talking about that pretty openly. And it seemed to be a result that everyone was happy with and wanted. And so, yeah, when people were like, all right, give me this center and take this center, I mean, I'm not going to say no when people are offering me free centers. So, okay.
Yeah, that sounds like you're back, Jamal. I noticed there was a speech you gave, and there were lots of notes in there. Are there any that you would like to touch on again for the international audience who's not there for your wonderful speech?
Thank you. Look, I mean, the fundamental thing is I want to give a massive shout out and thanks to everyone who organised this tournament, but in general who organises diplomacy in Australia. I've taken 9 months off diplomacy. I've gone and travelled and done a whole bunch of stuff. And I mean, it warms my heart so much to be able to come back and see it stronger than when I left it. And to see that things are not only just continuing, but they're growing. I mean, we had 20 boards of diplomacy this weekend. That is insane, particularly given where things were even 5 years ago in Australia. So, I mean, big shout out to Rob Hillier, who ran this tournament, yourself, Tristan, who helped out with the well-being stuff, Zoe Cameron, who does a whole bunch of stuff in Melbourne, Peter Mack, Andrew Goff, everyone involved in this tournament, just completely, Jonathan Sun, the scoring system. But yeah, everyone who is involved in this tournament, I mean, it's one of the best diplomacy scenes in the world right now, and it's so nice to be back here and playing and to see everyone really getting involved and having a great time.
That's wonderful to hear. Now, with every interview I've asked someone, what's their pitch for coming to Australia? We've already heard yours. My pitch for coming to Australia is, please help. But we've got some familiar names. Jamal's back. There's even more familiar names. Send help. We need other people to win some Australian tournaments. Please, send help.
All right, that was the champ. I didn't get to hear it because my sound is not working for some reason on the video file.
Again? Oh.
Yeah, not sure what's going on with that. I assume it was profound and insightful.
It ended with a cry for help, which is what any good video should end with, I think.
A cry by whom?
By Casey.
By Casey.
Because who's going to beat Jamal in a tournament if Andrew Goff and Peter McNamara and Brandon Austin and all these other people can come here and they can't beat him? What are they to do?
The question is out there. I would like to give each of you the chance to give a final thought on this tournament. And Katie, let's start with you.
I have a final thought on that interview. Okay, no, you didn't hear it, Brendan, but Jamal's he's saying that everyone just wants to have fun and it's a game, it's for fun. And I know he believes that, and I think that's great too. But he said a comment about how, like, oh, we just want to play the game, but nobody really cares about the tournament, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that's not true. Jamal, you care about winning the tournament. And it's fine. It's okay. Sorry, I think I'm yelling. It's okay to want to win and to be competitive, but you don't have to sit here and pretend like you didn't care about the score. That's just not true. You didn't play like that was true. We all know it. We all know that's not how you play. You wanted to win and you did win, and that's great. Don't downsell it. It's fine. It's fine.
Well, do you
That's my
think
take.
he's practicing a bit of image management there?
I don't
course he is.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Always.
The image
think-
management, I think, is critical to the success of his playstyle, to be honest.
How so? Say more.
Well, think about it. If you can convince everyone around you that your first interest in this game is to make sure they have fun and do fairly well, then they're going to give you a lot more leeway than someone who's very open about wanting to win at whatever cost it takes. Right? There's a difference there. But at the same time, Jamal is like any other great player of the game in one respect, and that is there are specific things that you can point to that make him good. In this case, a lot of it is his image management and his ability to negotiate in such a way that makes him seem like the friendliest, most invested in you person on the board at any given time. And I think if more Australians or if more people just around the world in the hobby took a step back and really observed that and nailed down the essence of what makes Jamal great, I think they'd be able to beat him a little bit more easily.
So you're the answer.
Not
when
much, but a little
Casey
bit.
said, "Come help."
Tiny
Patrick
bit.
said, "I'm here to help you."
I mean, I'm probably not going to Australia till late next year, but reinforcements are coming eventually. Eh?
McAuliffe.
I mean, look, Jamal won, and this is what Jamal. He won it in his style, and he'll be proud of that. And it'll be another one in the bank for him. And everyone else in Australia, they came, they tried, they failed. So up your game, Australians. If you want to beat him, we're not coming to help you. You need to beat him. Sorry, Casey, but this is on you, Australians. You keep letting him win your tournament, therefore that is a you issue. He's not coming here and winning all our tournaments. He's winning all of your tournaments. So, yeah.
Shots fired.
None of this asking us to come bail you out. We've shown you how to beat Jamal. He doesn't win every tournament. He wins a lot of tournaments. Doesn't win every tournament. Observe, learn, put into practice, win.
I think it's hard to argue that Jamal right now isn't the best Australian player, the best player on the Australian circuit. Whether the best player in the world, I think that's more open for debate. He certainly had a moment where he was about 2 years ago. But right now, I think that's an open question. And there are some other players who, might have some claim to that. We will be investigating that question along with others here on DBN as we continue our coverage of events to come. I'm not prepared to talk about what the next events are. Can anybody say what's coming up?
Yes,
well, there'll be lead night this weekend and then whipping at the end of this month, which Patrick may be about to give more info about.
San Francisco Hotel Spiro, March 27th through the 29th. It's not too late to register. We have a very nominal registration fee, and the hotel rooms are affordable, and people are willing to split them with you if you really need to. It's great. It's a wonderful tournament. It hosted World DepCon last year for a reason. It's going to be just as cool this time. Please help us get 5 boards, just like Melbourne Open. We're so close to it. We just need 1 or 2 last-minute signups. It would be great. Join the NADF Discord server as well. Kind of in the wrong corner to point at that. But it has links and connections to every club across the global hobby that you could possibly want, or at least the North American hobby. But there are plenty of internationals in there, too, trying to recruit you for their Australian tournaments. Like, maybe if they want you to come to Australia to beat Jamal for them, that could happen. So it's a great place to be if you want to be in touch with the hobby, if you want to come to tournaments. Especially whipping. Whipping is the best tournament to come to. I will not hear otherwise.
All right. You in the upper right-hand corner, you will see a QR code. Point the other way, Patrick. Nope, other way. Other way.
It's the right way on my screen.
Other way. There you go. There you go. All right. That is the QR code to join the NADF server. It's on Discord, and you will be able to find out how to register and attend whipping. Beyond that, we have Dixie coming up in May. That's Memorial Day weekend. But we also, the Global Hobby, has the World Diplomacy Convention taking place in Athens on that same weekend, which is the last one in May. You can find out about that at the NADF server. You can also go to the VWDC server, which is the hub for virtual face-to-face for the world. And you can find out about the Virtual Diplomacy League, which is going to kick off on League Night this coming weekend. Everyone, that is a wrap for us. thank you all for joining me tonight. Patrick Jacobson from San Francisco, thank you so much. Michalis Camaridis from England, thank you so much.
Whole country, yeah.
And I don't even know what city are you? Are you in Brighton right now or Hull? Where
Hull.
You're in Hull. So sorry. And Katie McNamara coming to us from Albuquerque. What did I just say?
Katie
Katie
McNamara.
What
This
in the
was
world?
a surprise wedding that no one's been told about.
Is it a compliment? I'm not sure.
I am very tired. I am up past my bedtime. Katie McNamara, where the hell
I don't
did
know who
that
that
come
is.
from? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry
Congrats
to
on
Peter.
getting married again, I guess.
I'm sorry to all of the McNamaras in the world and to all the Katies in the world. Katie Gray. Katie, you are
Who
Katie
knows?
Gray. Are you still
When did
Katie
you get married to
Gray?
Jason Gray? Hold on a minute. No,
Yes, I'm still Katie Gray. No, he's my brother. That's gross, Patrick.
All right. Thank you, Katie Gray, for joining us from Albuquerque, New Mexico. You are still there, yes?
Yes, I'm still there. Thank you for hosting, Brandon. This was a lot of fun.
All right, Diplomacy fans, stay safe and stab well.